I was born.
Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is, because it's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Can't get the Most High enough praise, can we, y'all? That's Absolutely. Right. Never, never, never can we get the Most High enough praise. But he does so much, so often. And he does it for us. Individually. Collectively. You know, the Most High is King. And he is truly, definitely worthy of being praised. All hail the Most High King of all creation. Yotze Zivaot, the Master, the Power, the King of all things. Well, I'm grateful and I'm thankful to be here for another Shabbat day. You know, when I tune into the page, I see Sister Higdalia. She beat me to it, boy. She was posting. Yes. They was posting, boy. They get here early. Be like a half hour before we get started. They sitting there. That type of enthusiasm, I greatly appreciate. I really do. Sister Nina, early in the morning, they right here. We ain't even opened up yet, and they posting. May the Most High be praised. It's beautiful. We got people like that that's real eager for the class to get started. You know, I just pray that through the course of the day that no one is disappointed, that all the lessons that we bring forward, all the messages that we utilize and give, that you are able to use these things to grow and to build and pull yourself closer to the Most High in his truth. Look at that hair back there getting long, boy. That hair getting long. I'm going to have to start tying it up in the back, man. Y'all seeing that, pulling on my hair and stuff. You know, girls, you know how them girls be treating. Oh, my wife there. Oh, nah, y'all know I don't care. I'm just joking. So let's get started. Let's see how I can get out of here. Okay. May the Most High be praised. All right, we at that time of the day, family. We at that time of the day where we want to acknowledge the great doings of the Most High. The great doings of this great King, this awesome, powerful, magnificent King. Hold up, before we get started, I want to say this. Somebody sent me a video. Let me spend a little bit of time with it. That was my 5 minutes of fame. Somebody sent me a video. One of the brothers last week sent me a video of this girl doing this interview. It was a guy and a girl doing this interview on this man's show. And we sat at the house out in Ohio the other day and we watched it about a week. What's it, about a week or two? How long ago was that? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Was that long ago? I didn't think it was that long ago. So we sat out the house and we watched this video. Yeah. And this girl gets on the platform talking about memories that she had when she was 7 and 8 years old about me, about our movement and all that we did. I was like, oh, how old did she say she was? And when I think about the young lady, when I first saw the video, I didn't know who she was. And then she showed a picture of herself when she was little because she never identified who her father was. She kept saying, my father, my father, my father, but she wouldn't show who her father was. And then when she showed me the picture on the video when she was a little girl, it clicked. I was right. I knew who she was. And the girl, well, the last time we seen her at the temple, she was a good 8, 9 years old, maybe 10 at the most. But then she had all these memories about all this stuff that took place at the temple. And I was like, wow, what did she say? She accused Prince, me, out of all people, of being a schemer. I said, what? She accused me, Prince, of being a schemer all these years. And she was 7 years old. What she knew about scheming at 7 years old? You know what she knew about scheming at 7 years old? Was what she heard from her father. What she knew about anything, any type of schemer or somebody you can't trust. She don't know nothing about that stuff at 7, 8 years old. She was telling what her father put in her spirit. And that's sad. It really is. Later on, her father had came out against me like 3 or 4 times publicly, trying to discredit and trying to bring down. And now his daughter comes up with a video trying to do the same thing. But actually, I thought she did us a service, because she talked about how we were for people, how we was pro-black, and how we was helping people and feeding people way back in them days. So I was like, yeah, she told me, keep it on, girl. I'll take the lies in the midst of all that truth. But some people might watch it and not understand. They may not understand, but I understood, you know. And I text the person who did the program, and a couple other people text the person who did the program. And we asked the brother, we said, yo, bro, why don't you let the people come on to defend themselves? Because I watched his thing. He had like 5 or 6 programs where he was talking about different Israelite movements. And I asked him, I said, yo, bro, why don't you let the people come on to speak on the opposing view of these people who you're allowing to say all these negative things and derogatory things, untrue things? She said a lot of things that wasn't untrue. And I haven't gotten a response back from the brother yet. Maybe one day he'll respond. And maybe if he responded to some of the other people that asked the same thing, maybe he'll respond. Because he can, anytime he's ready, he can come and do a story on my whole life. And he will see what the realities of the truth are. But let me make this clear to y'all, just so that you know there's never no question. You ain't got to, somebody hit you with something, you be like, nah, Prince. Prince don't hide nothing about his life. Nothing do I hide about my life. She said, he beat his children. I sure did. Tore him up. I beat my children. Right. I like the part how she said, I did it respectfully, though. She said, excuse me, let me speak to you over here in a minute, please. And took him in the next room. I didn't know I was that respectful. But she said I did. Took her in the next room. And all she heard was, and now I got 17 children, I believe it is. I got about 8, 9 college graduates, all professionals. They doing their thing. I got, how many doctors we got in the family? 1 and 1 on the way. 2 doctors, 1 doctor, 1 on the, any kind of way. What I'm trying to say is I couldn't have been that type of a bad dude, man. Spare the rod, spoil the child. I corrected my children. But I got a little more mature in my ways. I realized that it was a better way to do it than the way I was doing it, because I was really harsh on my children, and that wasn't good. I gave it to them really solid. But I apologize to all of my children when we got a little older for being so overly aggressive with them. I did apologize to them, because when I got into my right mind, you know, I realized that I could have done things differently, and I owed them that apology. Although I was pleased and thankful for how they turned out in life, you know, it could have been a lot worse, but it's a whole lot better than the average, and I'm grateful. But you know, I had to have that conversation with them and let them know, you know, I realized that Abba did it a little hard. It didn't have to be so hard, you know. But now we have great relationships. I can't complain. We all do what we do. We smile, we talk, we help, we love, we protect, we bless. We do everything we're supposed to do. But this girl with the video was amazing to me that she came out of nowhere with this video after nobody's seen her for almost 25 years, maybe 25 years. Hadn't heard from her, haven't seen her, don't know nothing about her. But it's cool. It is what she did. And then the last little part, she said that we don't like her because she's a lesbian. She's I don't even know the girl. The girl was 7, maybe 10 years old the last time I saw her. She said, I don't like her. We don't like her. The whole Israelite movement don't like lesbians. And that's what she said. I was like, wow, where did this come from? But anyway, it is what it is. I thought it was hilarious. You know, the video, I thought it was hilarious, but everybody don't feel that way. But, you know, it is what it is. So if you watch the video, she did talk about one thing in the video that was really bad that I didn't like. And I don't know if it was true or not. She spoke about when she went to New York one time, an Israelite man, and she said she was about 11, 12, I think.
No. She said she had graduated high school.
No. No, for real? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought she said younger than that. Well, anyway, she said, you know what I'm going to say then? What I'm going to say?
Say it. I know. One, you don't like me to say it. Speak for you now. You want me to.
One thing I don't like you to say, and then another thing I like you to say. Okay. The girl mentioned that an Israelite leader from New York took her out to dinner and was asking her questions as if he was trying to marry her. The Israelite leader, you know, the elder. She never said his name, but I know who it was because she showed a picture of him. Yeah. Now that part I didn't really like too much. If it was true, you know, I don't know if it was true. I've never known that Israelite leader to move up on younger women. You know, I've never seen him or never known him to be interested even in younger women. The Nashim that I've always seen him with may have been 5, 10 years younger than him. So I haven't seen anything, nothing like that. But she accused him of accusations, and the man is dead. He passed away several years ago, a good 8 years ago, maybe. But why is she talking about him now? I don't know. I don't know. Wait, may the Most High be with her. And whatever help she needs, may the Most High help her. You know what she was talking about, Sister Higdalia? Nasi. Yeah. But it was sad. Nasi, Prince, maybe I shouldn't say his name.
Yeah.
I'll leave it alone. But you know who I'm talking about, Sister Higdalia. The one that's no longer with us that died in Florida. You know what I'm talking about. Well, his funeral was in Florida. We was in Florida to his funeral. Yeah. No, you don't know what I'm talking about? Okay.
I'll text her.
Yeah, just text her, babe. But I've never known him to do those type of things, but she said he did. So who's telling the truth? You know, I don't know. But I just wanted to let you all know. It's on my page, too. It's on my Facebook page. If you're my Facebook friends, you can scroll down and you can watch the whole video. And because I have nothing to hide, nothing at all. And I've had way worse than those things, accusations brought up against me, and way worse things. And I'm just that type of person. And I feel like this is what I've learned many years ago. If you're not doing anything, then there's no need for anyone to say anything about you. But when you're the one who's up in the forefront doing things and making moves, what that does is it agitates the spirits inside of those who wish that it was them that was doing what you're doing. Yeah. And they begin to want to come in and do things to try to bring you down or tear you out or hurt you in some type of way to try to destroy what it is you're doing, because you're doing what they themselves only wish that they could do but are not doing. And it's sad that we're like that. You know, instead of saying, how can I be down? What can I do to help? How can I get on your team? Or how can I help us to grow as a people? What we do is we try to tear down those who actually put in the work in. But what it goes to show me, the girl said she was 33 years old. Last time I seen a girl, she might have been 10. That's all last time I can think I saw her in class, in service, or anything. So that shows you how long we've been doing this, for a very, 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 very long time. A lot of you here ain't that old. You know, we've been doing this for over 30 years now. We've been doing it for a long time, and we're going to continue to do it until Israel gets it right, or until the Most High take us home. We're going to continue to do this one way, shape, or form. If you don't believe me, you can look at, I know you believe me because you know I'm a man of the Most High. You know I ain't going to sit up here and lie to you about nothing. But you can pull up, go to YouTube and put in the search bar and put in Temple Kifarim. And it will take you back to videos that we've done way back in 1990 something. 94, 5, 6, 97, 98, 99, 2000. We uploaded our videos, some of the old videos that we had in the original Temple Kifarim school. So we've been around quite a while. And I pray that the Most High is pleased with our actions. But, some of those videos you watch, we'll talk about some of the things that we're doing today, because the Most High put it in our spirit that many years ago. And sometimes it takes a long time for the Most High to bring that vision into fruition that you may seek to do. Either you're not ready or the people around you are not ready, but the Most High moves in his own pace to bring about his own miracles. May the Most High be praised. But I'm just grateful to be on the receiving end. And we're still here in 2020. What year is this? 2025. Able to serve the people of the Most High, able to help the people of the Most High, and willing to help and serve the people of the Most High. Now, her father, I don't know what he doing. Her, I don't know what she doing. But I do know that both of them just tried to bring me down and tear me down and stop me from being able to feed my people. And that's not right. That's not right.
Not cool at all.
May the Most High have mercy on their soul. May the Most High cause the proper enlightenment to come upon them so that they can better themselves and focus more on how to be productive in this nation as opposed to slanderous.
Okay.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, y'all, let's get back. Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Higdalia, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. Ain Kater, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Ain. So Ain was looking out for me, boy. Ain sent me that video, said, Prince, they talking about you in this video. I said, yeah, I know, Ain. I know. This is what they do. But that's okay. Let them keep talking. That means I'm doing something right. That means I'm doing something right. Let them keep on talking. And then, the talking comes with no proof, no evidence. It's just people's emotions and how they feel. That means I'm disturbing some demons. Let me keep on disturbing them demons. I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing. I told Aim, I said, I find this hilarious. I do. Let me finish. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Who else we got to thank and acknowledge? Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. Did you want to say something?
I was saying Sister Nina is present.
I said Sister Nina earlier.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
But I'm going to still say her again. Okay? Thank you. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Nina, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Nina. Y'all, we got a wonderful lesson in store today. We got a wonderful lesson. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Ornique. Daquan, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. May the Most High be with you all. Who else am I missing, Ima? Did I miss anybody else? Any of the powerful regulars? Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Brothers Benjamin, all three of y'all. Brothers Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, my three brothers in the house. Shabbat Shalom. All of my children, Shabbat Shalom, who are in the house. All right, what's next, family? Who am I missing? If I'm missing you, please forgive me. My mind sometimes it gets stuck when I gotta be so focused on teaching in the lessons and absorbing the spirit of the day that I miss some people. So please forgive me. Please forgive me. Ain't Ima Sukari, hadn't seen you in a while. You've been in our prayers. You gave us permission to pray, and we did. Thank you for bringing forth your appearance. I know who I forgot. Sister Bahira. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Bahira. All right. She know how I was back in the day. She used to be at the temple. She probably heard them doors close and Prince giving out some beatings in the back with the children. She probably heard that. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. I guess that's it, y'all. So let's get started. Let's get started. If I missed you, please forgive me. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. I thought I gave Brother Asa a shout out earlier today. I thought I did. Oh, Brother Kezu, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Kezu, Shabbat Shalom, bro. And I want to talk about that brother for a minute. Let me just talk about that brother for 1 minute. Then we're going to leave it alone, keep it moving. That brother got a special place in my heart, y'all. I got to just tell y'all that. Brother got a special place in my heart. Brother comes, he works at the school. He helps us out, and he's ready to go into business with Prince. He's going to help me out, to help me get out of the ditches. That brother's all right, boy. That brother right there is a special dude, man. That brother's a special dude. And I look to do a lot of building with him, a lot of building. You know, that's the husband of Sister Higdalia. That's the husband. Yes, good dude. All right, who else? Brother Danielle, wherever you at. Brother Gabriel, wherever you at. Y'all somewhere around. All right, let's get this thing going. Who would like to be first to thank the Most High for anything special? Ima, you don't look so happy today. What's wrong?
What? I'm fine.
I know how you look. I'm talking about how you feel.
I feel fine.
I know how you look. I'm asking how you feel.
Oh, Lord. I feel great.
All right, let's go. Let's rock and roll. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
So, Malka Higdalia, she says, I am thankful that I still know that my duty is to serve the Creator. I have seen people forget or ignore this duty, assuming they are being wise. But in truth, they are walking away.
Yep, and they found a way to do it.
Dang.
Yep, she absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. But you know, sis, that's a curse. And they don't even realize it's a curse. It's called blindness. The Most High put blindness over your eyes, and you think you done learned something, or you done got somewhere, you done got wise. The Creator put blindness over your eyes and causes you to fall in a deep slumber and a curse. And you don't, sometimes they never realize it, but a lot of times they realize it slowly over the years, and they return.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened with King Manasseh. He did that, and he returned, and he had to ask the Most High for mercy and forgiveness. But this King we serve, awesome. Oh, Sister Angel, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Angel. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Angel. Got to give you your props, Sister Angel. But this King we serve is an awesome King, very merciful, very forgiving, very loving, very protective over those who serve him. Oh, you know, very good part there, sis. You got that, Ima?
She put up Isaiah 6, verse 10, and it says, make the heart of this people calloused, make their ears dull and close their eyes. Otherwise, they might see with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their hearts, and turn and be healed.
May the Most High be praised. I believe that came out of the book of Isaiah, the 6th chapter, right?
Yes, verse 10.
Yep. Wow.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I guess it's my turn.
We might get into a little bit of that today in today's lesson. Yo, we got some wonderful lessons in store for y'all, man. I'm telling you, you got to go out, share, like, subscribe, invite your friends, invite that girl that you're trying to get to know, invite that dude you're trying to get to know, invite your friends, your mother, your aunt, your uncle, your cousins. Reach out, family, because we getting ready to get it in. I'm telling you, you're going to want them here. After it's over, you're going to be like, yo, man, I should have told them to come. I should have invited them when Prince told me to. So I'm telling you, send out the invites now, family. Send out the invites, because this room right here, this room is going to be on fire. Read on, y'all. Go ahead on, baby girl. You got it. Go ahead.
All right. My sister wife says, since we're speaking of blindness, I'm grateful to the Creator that he removed the blinds of idolatry from me so that I may worship him and him alone. I'm grateful he spared my life in that way.
And that's true. And that's another part of the curse. a lot of Israelites, I don't want to talk bad about my people, but a lot of us is stuck in a realm where we just refuse, no matter what the evidence is before us, we refuse to let it go. But that's all right, because the Most High going to take care of that. All I suggest you do is keep trying to serve him to the best of your ability with a pure heart and pure mind. Pray to him and him alone, and then he'll lift you up out of that darkness that you're in. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
All right. So it's my turn. I would like to first remind everybody to like, share, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. I believe we have quite a few people in, and the like buttons are not equivalent to how many people are present. So let's hit that like button, let's share, let's comment, let's subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Giving all praise, all glory, all honor unto the Creator for his mercy, for his grace, for allowing us to make it through another week. 6 days, we take for advantage to be able to make it to the 7th day, the day that he set as to be holy, as to be set apart. So I'm always thankful to make it through this day and to make it in a healthy way, to strive through whatever struggles we had to strive through, but we made it and we're here. Even if we're here, halfway, we made it, and the Most High has seen forth to give us breath of life. So I give thanks to the Creator for that. I give thanks to the Creator for my Horim, my parents. Every week I say the same thing, but I am thankful. I'm grateful. And I say it so much now because years ago I was not grateful. I did not really appreciate the sacrifices that my parents and others in that time did for our people. And as you get older, you learn why things were done or why things have to continue to be done. And so I'm grateful for their sacrifice. I'm grateful for their lessons. I'm grateful for the discipline. Y'all wouldn't even believe half the things that my siblings and I and cousins had to go through. But I was telling someone last night, I'm grateful because if it wasn't for that discipline, I may not be here today. So I'm very grateful. And then I'm grateful to the Creator for allowing me to open my eyes to know him. And I'm grateful that my parents loved me regardless of the choices I made, and actually embraced me even more when I became and took this path in my life, because they understood it. And that was something that I did not understand for years. But as they both got sick into their older days, we had those conversations, and I'm super grateful that they supported me through my walk, because everybody doesn't have that. So I'm grateful for my parents' support and their love, and then just their presence in my life. I'm grateful to the Creator for my Ish, for his presence, the gift, the blessing, the curse, all those things that the Most High has placed upon him to be a better person than he is, to take him through the trials and tribulations, the fire, as we like to say. When he takes you through the fire, to me, that's a sign of a certain type of love that he has for you, because he wants to test you to the ends to make sure that he has chosen the right one, because he knows your weaknesses, your strengths. And sometimes he does it so that you can know your weaknesses and strength. And so I'm thankful that he has done that with my Ish, and that he's grown in this walk. He talked about it earlier, the things that he used to do, and he knew he was supposed to do it. But sometimes it's how you do it that can leave a good or a bad impression on others. So I'm just thankful. I'm thankful for the good things and the bad things and the growth of Prince Kazaradar, Bane, Benai Yisrael. Thankful for that. I'm thankful to the Creator for all my womb children. It's amazing. Every week I learn something different from them, just watching their growth. I took my youngest daughter the other day to take her senior pictures. And yeah, I got a little emotional just watching her enjoy that moment of her achievement. It's something when you can watch your children smile and feel good about what they have achieved in the world for themselves, most importantly, you know. And like I say, that one right there, my youngest daughter, that one has been through some things in this world already at a young age, and to see her rise from what others have done or others say, um, it's a beautiful process. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for all my children. I'm grateful for everything that they do, just being in their presence, getting their calls just to check on me or say I love you, and to wish me well and make sure I'm well and remind me to be well. So I'm grateful for them. And I'm super grateful because you can have womb children and that's it. I'm grateful for all my bonus children, because that's a beautiful addition to life, to have others who look upon you as a mother, whether it be spiritual. I have a guardian daughter, and then of course my bonus children with my age, to be able to have conversations with them and to see their growth. It's a beautiful process. And especially with baby Kez, who, he truly is a light, and the bond that him and I share is amazing. So I'm just grateful for how the Most High has blessed us. I'm grateful to the Creator for the presence of you all. I'm grateful for sisterhoods that I've bonded with sisters in different ways. I'm grateful for those who, particularly, I'm looking at Malcolm Higdalia, because we've known each other, I don't know now, maybe 10 years. And ever since I met her, she's been the same sister. When I'm saying the same, as in one who gets in that book, who, gives the Most High his due praise at all times for any and everything. And that hasn't changed. And that's what I admire about her. And so I'm grateful for her presence, because even in times when we were distant, more than 10. Okay, look, you're probably right. It's probably been, how old is Ziki? 17. It's probably been about 16 during my memory. But, it's just a great thing to have a sister in your corner that, when you get a text from her, you smile because you know that it's genuine love. And just a reminder of the law and different things. She's one of those who pull your coattail in the most pleasant way. And so those are the sisters that we need to surround ourselves with. I've been reminded through just different reels and memes that who you surround yourself with is who you are. And so, when a lot of people, I don't truly have a lot of friends. People like to say I do, but I really don't. I have probably a handful of people that I truly consider my sisters, because we've, gone through some things together. But each and every one of them is a beautiful person, a beautiful woman, a beautiful mother, a wife. And I see them striving to be great beyond, what the world has destined for them to be. And so that's, a reminder to surround ourselves. You need a sister in your corner that's going to remind you of who you are on a daily basis. When you're feeling good, when you're feeling down, whatever it is, you need that support. And so I'm super grateful for all the sisters in my life. I'm grateful for this land. I'm grateful for the opportunity to live here, to build, to witness the things that are happening in front of our face, that we've asked the Creator for, and that He's answered, in different ways. So I'm grateful for that. I'm just grateful always for life. And I love to just express my gratefulness to the Creator on a daily basis. So, Zehu Todoraba.
All righty. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? Is there anyone else who wants to thank the Most High for anything special? Now is the time to do so. No? No one else? All right, we might as well get to the lesson then. Nobody else don't want to thank the Most High. We might as well just go straight to the lesson, bypass all the other stuff that we've had.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. All right, let's get moving. Let's get moving. Ima? Aim Katir.
Aim Keter says, giving thanks to the Creator for life, for sustaining us by providing the basic necessities of life, food, clothing, shelter, and the love of family, community, and friends.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. When Aim speak, we got to listen. Y'all be quiet when Aim start talking. Give her respect. Matter of fact, next time she starts speaking, we got to stand up and give her respect. She's earned it.
Absolutely.
That's right. All right. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? No? No one else? All right. Ima, do you have some announcements you wanted to bring forward? Some information, some news?
Thanks, Christ is grateful to be present. No, I don't. Not this week. I did not have time. Salakli family. It's been a very, 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 very busy week. What? You know it has been busy. Very busy family. I can bring y'all some local news on the land, some land news, what we've been doing. But other than that, let's
What you know about the declining housing market? Ishi, you might want to come on and talk about that because she don't look like she knew nothing about that.
Who, me?
Yeah, what you know about that? You know anything about that?
I mean, I know out here, it's definitely happening. A lot of this housing, less housing for the unprivileged. If you're talking about the prices, then what the cost of living is, that's definitely a factor out here. More in the impoverished areas, but in the cities, housing is where you have people who've abandoned their houses, and it causes, and they don't want to sell, or they have tax liens, and you can't necessarily buy a house. Well, you can buy a tax lien house, but then you have to wait a year to make sure that the people don't come back to get their property before you can build it up. So it's different aspects of it. I'm not sure what you know.
You are unprepared today.
I told you that though, so I'm not.
Wait. You are a principal of a school.
Oh gosh, I know.
You cannot be unprepared and then try to start talking like you did some research and studied something and present it to the world.
That's not what happened at all.
Sister Dahlia, you see this?
That is not what happened. So we're not going to even say that. I said what I was not prepared, and I admitted that.
Yeah, I know. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. We greatly appreciate it. All right, look, this is no reflection upon me. I've done my homework. And I said, y'all get ready, present this lesson, be ready, because every week, Shabbat, y'all know what we do. And it wasn't done, so this is no reflection on me. Creator, have mercy.
Oh, gosh.
Not a reflection on me. Don't hold it to the head on Prince. But you know what?
Yes,
the Creator worked in strange ways, because probably what happened is something how the Most High does what he do. He probably caused you not to have nothing because he know you're gonna take about a half hour to do your portion. Yeah. So I got an extra part to add to the class today. We got a lot to talk about. So he probably didn't do you to get your part so I could fill up the space with the other part of the lesson today. That's probably what it is. So it's always how you see things, always determine your outcome.
That's true.
So if you just look through a different lens slightly, just adjust your lens a little bit, you'll see a different outcome. Like I just saw that right there.
Great save. You saved yourself.
Look how the women stick together. Look at that. And can tell you, when y'all women stick together, boy, I wouldn't have nothing other than y'all. Y'all's the bomb, boy. Them women get together. Well, a lot of people are and will be continuously become homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this is some people who can't even imagine losing their home.
That's true.
And life changes for all of us drastically, and we don't be prepared for it a lot of the time. So if there's people that we are overlooking and not mentioning that are in those positions today that need some help, need a little bit of a boost, need some security or qualified people to be around, communal people to be around, to stay in touch with, reach out and let us know. We're here for you. We are here to serve the people of the Most High. Mm-hmm. That's our job. We have this platform so that we can serve the people by teaching them how to draw closer to the Creator. But we understand that life is real and troubles in life are real as well. So if you're having these difficulties in your life and you need a little bit of help, you need a little support, a little bit of help you get through, then we're here for that. As long as you are really dedicating yourself to the Creator. Now, we find out you playing and you just trying to get a couple dollars or come live on the land or get some support from a powerful team, then we're going to kick you to the curb and we ain't going to have much to do with you. But if you're serious about this way of life and you striving to do the best, to be the best, and it's just not in the cards right now for you, we're here for you. We're here to help. Because none of the Creator's people have to suffer when some of the Most Highest people are on top. So if just a little bit of us are on top, we can combine our efforts together and we can help those who are less fortunate than us. And we ain't going to do it all by ourselves. Usually, if the task is too big, I reach out to other brothers and sisters who I might know. I don't get much support, but I will reach out and see if they're willing to help. People I ain't heard from in years. Hey, bro, we got a situation over here. Israelite sister need this. Israelite brother need that. Can we depend on you for some help? Prince, yeah, okay, all right, no problem. And then Prince realized that he's in this all by himself, but he did give them the opportunity to try to help. Maybe we need to put together some collective efforts outside of asking and see if we get a team of brothers and sisters to sit together to make things happen. Torah Kodesh, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. All right, haven't seen a little bit, Torah Kodesh. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Okay, let's move forward. Sister Dosiah, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Dosiah, Sister Shemaiah, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with the both of you as well. All right. Oh, yeah, what's that other sister name? I forget her name. It'll come to me in a little bit. If I remember her name, I'll give her a shout out. Did you want to say something, Ima?
I said Ima Havaret.
I did her, didn't I? I ain't say her. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Havaret. If I didn't say you, Ima, don't hit me, please. Please forgive me. And tell Abba I said Shalom. All right. Let's go. We ready?
Well, I did want to say, since my sister brought it up about the COVID and how prices went up, I will say just from us, we purchased this land prior to COVID. And I remember how, I won't say inexpensive, but it was affordable. No, it was, listen to what I'm saying. It was affordable. But after COVID, the prices for land have gone up at least 5 to 10 times of what it was.
So that means we could always sell that land and get like $2-3 million, right? Yeah, I like that.
No, the land is
We
worth
ain't selling
more.
no land. We not selling no land. We not selling no land. That ain't going.
But it just shows, that how they pay attention, they pay attention to what's happening. And quite a few people bought land during that time, right before COVID, or right when it hit. And as soon as it was over, them prices skyrocketed because they felt like, oh, more people are going to come to buy land. And ironically, people have more and more people are saying, well, how much is land out there? And I'm telling them, I was like, well, honestly, if you would have gotten it before COVID, or at the, in the brink of COVID, you would be saving almost 10 times as much as you would now. So of course it's making it unaffordable for people, housing, everything. So that's why you will have more homelessness and more people who are suffering, mortgages going up, all type of things. And they know it's not fair. They know it's not right, especially with people losing their jobs and different things like that. So that just wanted to bring that point out. So total to my sister wife for sharing that.
Yes. All right. Any more questions or comments, family? We ready to go? What's next? Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? We don't have any announcements. How about the commandments? Are we ready with the commandments? I can't believe it's only 11:46 and we haven't moved anywhere.
So what's wrong with you? All right. I'll take Dahlia's law. Let me find it. Can be found in Leviticus, Wayikra 25, verse 46. Way down there. And it reads, and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Yisrael, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. And her explanation is, you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Okay. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right.
Zakoina Kenya's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 18, verse 1 through 20. That's it's almost the whole chapter.
That's them sisters sticking together again.
You want me to read it?
Oh, yes, if you got it.
All right. Leviticus chapter 18, Wayikra, verse 1 through 20. And it reads, speak unto Moshe.
Verse 1 through 20.
That's what it says.
Sister Laurel, you want to come on the microphone? Let me send you the link.
Well, filling up the space.
Let me send you the link, Sister Laurel. And that's a lot to read, Sister Laurel. That's a whole lesson. You could come on and explain anything you want to explain, sis. That's a whole lesson right there, 1 through 20. Go ahead. You want me to read it, Ima? Oh, you got it.
You read it. I have it here.
Go ahead. If you come on the screen, Sister Laurel, you can do all the explaining. Go ahead, Ima.
All right. So once again, we're reading from the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 18, verse 1 through 20. And it reads, and the Most High spoke unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yisrael, and say unto them, I am the creator of your power. After the doings of the land of Mitzrayim, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Verse 4, ye shall do my judgments and keep mine ordinances to walk therein. I am the creator of your power. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Creator. Verse 6, none of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Most High. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. Verse 9, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. The nakedness of thy son's daughter, or thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. Verse 11, the nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister.
She is thy what?
She is thy sister.
So if she is your father's daughter, doesn't have to be your mother's daughter, she's your sister.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about that in a little bit.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman. Verse 13, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Verse 16. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswomen. It is wickedness. Verse 18, neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness beside the other in her lifetime. Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Verse 20, moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her.
That's it.
That's it.
So I think Sister Laurel was giving us all her commandments for the next month.
Yeah.
So we don't bother her no more. I guess that's what it was. Because that was a whole bunch of commandments. It was beautiful, though. Thank you very much, Sister Laurel. Now, Sister Laurel, where's your explanation of those commandments?
Just the explanation. Well said.
All right, so here we go. In our culture today, now I'm going to go a little bit deep with this, and it may hurt the feelings of some people, but that's okay. If it hurt, it hurt. If it don't, just take it as understanding and enlightenment and help somebody else learn from it. In our culture today, there are so many broken families, so many broken homes, that a lot of us, our children, we grow up without a father, without our biological father. And oftentimes, more often than we wish upon our people, the mother has multiple children by multiple fathers. But the children come up, usually the mother's responsibility. So these children are raised as brothers and sisters, but in reality, they're only half brothers and sisters. They're not full brothers and sisters. But when we get our emotions involved, who are you to tell me that's not my full? Scripturally, they're only half brothers and sisters. Your real biological brothers and sisters come through the same man. It don't even have to have the same women. It just has to be the same man. Scripturally, if you got the same father and you and your brother got different mothers, y'all are full brothers and sisters. But if you and your brother got different fathers, but y'all got the same mothers, y'all only half brothers and sisters. Y'all not really full-blooded brothers and sisters. And let me explain to you. The man's seed is what's determined his bloodline. The man's seed, not the woman's seed. The man's seed is so strong that a lot of people don't know this, but we're going to try to get into it a little bit to share some understanding. There are so many mysteries inside of the seed of a man. When a man ejaculates into a woman, his semen goes into her uterus. It creates an atmosphere, an environment inside of her uterus conducive to the life that he's bringing forward inside of her. It's called a placenta. That placenta comes from the man. It's contained in his seed. And this is why sometimes women have problems with complications, or they can't conceive by their husbands because their genetic makeup and his genetic makeup don't mix. So that's a lot of times, that's why. And it has a lot to do with your blood type and the different types of things that you got going on in your DNA that is repelling or seeing his semen as an intruder or a disease or an infection, and it kills it off. That's what's really happening. So when you got a man's placenta from his seed inside of the woman, it brings about that child. She has that baby, she leaves, and then another man's placenta goes inside of her. He creates that baby from that man, and then that same man who was the first man impregnates her with another one. And I'm just hypothetically saying, this is how those children are full-blooded, who are from the man and not the woman. If you got a brother or sister that you only share a mother with, that's not your full brother and sister. But if you have a brother or sister that you share with your father with, no matter if he got they got different mothers, none of that matters. That's your brother and sister. But because we come up in a society that we come up in today, an emotional society, that's our reality and that's who we are. But that's all right. May the Most High be praised. But your full brothers and sisters are those who share your father with you, not your mother. That's right. We are family. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. And if you look at it, the nation of Israel was built off of the blood of one man, multiple women. So I say that, and I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings, but if I do, it happens, the reality that we're in. My household that I was raised in, my mother had 4 children by 4 different men, and none of them stuck around, none of them. So I understand, and I'm not saying this to bring down or disrespect anyone. I'm speaking of reality, because these are the things that people ain't going to tell you. We think we got brothers and sisters, but we only got half brothers and sisters. Our real brothers and sisters, a lot of us don't even know, because our daddy was a rolling stone. He was all over the place, impregnating women all over the place. And then your children grow up being with their sisters, their cousins, and their aunts and uncles, and don't even know it, because your daddy was a rolling stone. May the Most High be praised. You're right, bro. Sometimes the truth hurt, but it only hurts the guilty.
Yeah.
May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. So in Sister Laurel's commandment, she brought that out, and it says the sister of your father. That is your sister. But the thing is that you can't even have intercourse with the sister of your mother or your father, because she's your half sister, and that's still considered to be incest. But you can marry your cousin, your first cousin, your second cousin, your third cousins. But in America, we don't do that. That's not a common practice for us here in America. But you can marry your cousins. May the Most High be praised. All right, Ima, you have some more commandments, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Aim Sukari's law can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 14, verse 14. And it reads, the Most High shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And her explanation is, the Most High has been in this battle to maintain my home.
May the Most High be praised, Ima Sukari. May the Most High be praised, Toda Rabbah.
All right.
And you do know, Ima, if you need any assistance, just let us know. Reach out. We do what we can.
Try it out. All right. Sister Wife Autumn's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 6, verse 6 through 7. And it reads,
And thou shalt teach.
Which is it?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And her explanation reads, this speaks of the Creator commanding us to teach our children his laws, statutes, and commandments to pass down to our children. It is imperative that we do this so that his laws and covenant with us is not forgotten. We are currently reading how so many kings with the split kingdoms turned to idols and taught their children idolatry, completely forgetting the true Ha Elohim.
That's right. May the Most High be praised.
Generations suffer when we don't do our part.
Generations suffer when we don't do our part. Absolutely. The love chapter, Leviticus 19, the love chapter.
Leviticus, Aim Keter's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verses 23 through 25. And it reads, and when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Creator with all. And verse 25. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Most High, your Creator.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Read it. These instructions.
And her explanation reads, these instructions are based not only on spiritual principles, but also on scientific and agricultural methods for maintaining tree health, strength, and food production used in some farming. Okay.
May the Most High be praised. All right. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. All right. Were there any other commandments?
I didn't do mine.
Are there any other commandments? Anyone else have a commandment for today?
But I'm getting mine.
Are there any other commandments?
All right. My law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 32. And it says, thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear the Creator. I am the Most High. Of course, that law to me, represents making sure that when our elders are in the midst of us, because a hoary head, I know we can break it down in the Hebrew, because I think some people have, talk about a hoary head could be any person with gray hair. So I'm just going to the Hebrew to see what the word is for hoary head. It says Seba, and Seba means gray hair, hoary head, old age. So yeah, so that shows that it's talking of an elder, gray hair, old age, that we're supposed to honor them, rise when they walk in the room, give them their respect. I hear people be like, well, just because they old don't mean I have to show them honor, because they might not be, righteous or wise. But that's not what this law says. It says the hoary head, the the Seba. So we have to, read the law for what it says. We can't add or take away. And so that's, I know, one of the reasons why when our elders are in the midst of us, we stand, we rise to show them respect, because that's what the Creator told us to do. He didn't tell us to judge that person before we stand up and show them respect. He clearly said exactly why we, what we're supposed to do. And that's it. Say go.
Now, thank you for that. May the Most High be praised for your explanation. Saba and Sapta is grandfather and grandmother. Saba, and that was the word that you read. Sapta, Saba.
Well, that it's spelled differently.
Oh, how's it spelled?
Seba, S-E. Hold on, let me go back to my.
Yeah, that could be there.
It's a different word.
The Hebrew?
Yeah, in the Hebrew, it's
What's the consonant? What's the consonant?
I'm going to it now.
Samek.
Samek.
Bet.
Hey.
Seba.
Yeah, Seba. The Hori.
Yeah, they could pronounce it any way they want. Saba, Seba, any way they want, because they're injecting the sound. But we know sa, S-A, sa, ba. Follow me? So anyway, it is what it is. But thank you for bringing forth that information. It's, in the ancient days, a grandfather was a man who was old or older than most. Today's, a grandfather could be 35 years old, 40. It's not like in the ancient days, a grandfather was usually 60 or above. But now, these generations we're in today, this time that we're living in, things have changed. A grandfather, grandmother can be in their 30s. And that's strange, but it's a fact. It's what's taking place. All right. I want to just take a moment to recognize what's been present. I put it up, but we didn't read it. This is Ima Sukari. She said, I give thanks remembering my husband's birthday today. He's also a member of the Black August. Maybe you can tell us what the Black August was, Ima. I thought it was a music group. But tell us what it is. It's a revolutionary for Black. You explain it to us, Ima, and then we'll put it up. He's the first day in Black August. May you rest in power. Katari Golden. May the Most High be praised. And while you're looking for that, Ima, we're going to go to the next.
Oh, you want me to talk about Black August?
No, I want Ima to do it.
Sukari. That's what I was like. Okay.
Ima Sukari going to do it, please. Ima Sukari, can you tell us a little bit about Black August? All right. Ima, you got this?
Leviticus. The next law is says by Mori Kezu. Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 17. And it reads, Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
Now, that's the commandment, right?
Yep. I'm waiting for the explanation.
Well, what's your explanation there, Brother Kezu?
And then we have Leviticus I'll wait for his explanation. We'll go back to him. So from Tehor Kodesh, her law can be found in the book of Wayikra, Leviticus 5:1. And it reads, And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and as a witness, whether he have seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Okay. So, and I got to wait for, oops, I'm sorry. So it says, if a person sins because he doesn't speak up when he hears a public charge to testify regarding something he has not seen or knows about, he will be held responsible.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah.
And then Mari Kezu's law, Leviticus 19:17. I'll read it again and then read his explanation. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. And his explanation reads, Ultimately, it means love your neighbor like you want to be loved. What they call the golden rule, quote unquote. And if someone is not moving correctly, you are to let them know so they can make the necessary adjustments that are needed to correct the off behavior.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
And then Sister Tahor also added, we have to speak on her law. We have to speak up when we see others doing things outside the law. That's your sin as well.
May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. And not enough of us do that. That's why every week I'll be talking about Christian worship and Christianity worshipers, because I see them doing something wrong. So I got to speak up.
Absolutely.
If we don't, then we held accountable for that.
Yeah. Aim Sakari says she welcomes any advice. There has been unwelcome visits like break-ins and no support from the local police. Looks
okay, I'm confused.
She's talking about her land. Remember you said if you need help, let us know.
Well, we do that afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what she's speaking on, though. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, coming in hot. I think that was it, right? Yeah.
No, we was waiting for Iman Sukari to tell us what
Black August. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what Black August was.
Michael Haley says, great law at Fresh. We must remember to couple that with not having respect of persons as well. So things we see are wrong is wrong everywhere. Absolutely.
Okay. May the Most High be praised. All right. I guess that's it for the commandments. Are there any other commandments? Did anyone else want to put a commandment up and give your explanation of the commandment? This is the opportunity where everybody get to show off how intelligent they are, how much they understand the laws of the Most High, or it gives people the opportunity to be a moray or a morah, a teacher of the law, by giving us the law and then giving us your breakdown of that law. By doing so, you have the opportunity to help somebody who may not have the understanding of the law, and because you have it, you're sharing with them and it's educating them. So this is why we go through these parts. These portions are very important. Now, originally, when we started out with this, giving these laws in Temple Kifarim, we didn't let you open your scriptures and read from your scriptures and give the chapter and verse and all that stuff. You had to come from here with it. You had to remember the laws of the Most High. And you didn't have the luxury of a scripture right in front of you to open up and read and say, that's my commandment, I'm going to read it. No, we had to remember verbatim the law and the commandment. All right. So are there any other questions, comments? Anyone have any questions pertaining to anything that we need to address today?
I'm not sure if Aim Sakari is coming on, but if you want me to read about Black August, I can.
Okay, see that? You doubted Iman Sukari. You see that? You doubted Iman Sukari, and what did she do? She showed you that a little bit of patience is very important.
That's right. Yeah,
there you go, Iman Sukari. Go ahead. That's right.
All right. So she says Black August is commemoration of Jonathan Jackson, George Jackson, and I think that was a typo, and another brother and my husband. And they also recognize other people in that month every year. And it's been going on for since the 70s.
All right.
But I think, yeah.
Yes, Iman, it's just not going to rest well with you if you don't get to explain yourself.
It's okay.
But please feel free, take the platform and explain to us what Black August is in your words. May the Most High be praised.
It's not necessarily I just wanted to go further into what she said, because a lot of people don't know why Black August, she's named who those people are, but what they did to make Black August so significant. But basically and you all can Google this because it is in Google. It says Black August is a month-long commemoration honoring Black freedom fighters, political prisoners, and martyrs by focusing on Black liberation, self-discipline, and resistance against systemic oppression. Originating from sacrifices made by activists like George Jackson, it involves practices like fasting, abstaining from drugs and alcohol, and intense physical training, while also raising awareness about prison conditions and demanding the release of political prisoners, celebrating Black art, culture, and history through events like study groups and community gatherings. So, yeah, and if you can Google those names that she mentioned, George Jackson, Jonathan Jackson, and see why it was what they did, which was so rebellious, so powerful, so magnificent in their time.
What did they do? What did they do?
Okay, let me pull it up. Sorry.
You don't remember.
I don't like to repeat stuff not verbatim. You know, that's not how I like to do things.
Thank you.
All right, so George Jackson, which was, I believe he's the older brother of Jonathan Jackson, he was a author, prisoner, and revolutionary. And he was serving a sentence for stealing $71 at gunpoint from a gas station in 1960. Jackson became the Black Power movement and inspired the creation of a far-left prison gang, the Black Guerrilla Family. George Jackson, he wrote a book. I'm trying to find, that's why I said people can Google it, because it's a lot to talk about him. But basically in 1970, he is one of 3 prisoners dubbed the Soledad Brothers, or Soledad. They were charged with the murder at Soledad Prison of correction officers John Mills, allegedly in retaliation for the shooting deaths of 3 Black inmates by a white prison guard several days prior. Also in 1970, Jackson published Soledad Brother. And I know that particular book was banned in prisons for years. Prisoners could not order that book because it gave them a lot of information and insight and encouragement on, standing for the truth. A collection of his letters that comprise a combination autobiography and manifesto addressed primarily to African-American audience, but which was embraced by radicals around the world. The book was a bestseller and earned Jackson international fame. In August 1971, Jackson was killed by prison guards during an escape attempt at San Quentin State Prison, in which 3 guards and 2 inmates were killed. Jackson never went to trial for the Mills murder. So that's George Jackson, but it's quite a few of them that you can read about. Black August. And she said the Black August been 1978, and every year to the present, we focus on prison deaths, which continue to happen throughout prison.
That's deep.
Sister Kaza says, interesting. My first time hearing the term Black August. Definitely something to research and have knowledge on. Absolutely.
May the Most High be praised. While she was reading this, it brought to my mind how many of our people, like right now, we sleep. You know what I mean? What I mean is, can you imagine our people today standing up for each other, fighting against the system, standing strong side by side, shoulder to shoulder, some of us risking our lives so that the majority can live? See, back in the day, the social system that we are under right now, they saw this in us. They knew that we would fight and try to liberate ourselves from the cruel oppression of the systemic system, or the systemic pain that this system has caused upon us. So they had to engineer a plan to cause us to go into a slumber like we are right now, so that we don't even think to come together to rise up against this unjust system. So what they did was, the first thing that they did was they flooded our neighborhoods with alcohol. Anybody who was a 90s baby, anytime in the 1990s, let's go back to the 1960s or the 1950s, I would say 50s. What they did was they flooded the neighborhood with alcohol. Thunderbird was a drink of Tom's. Coke 45 was a drink of Tom's. And they caused, when they flood the neighborhoods with these liquor stores all over the place, primarily in Black communities, it caused the older gentlemen to go out and to become intoxicated, therefore not doing their duties at home, not going to work, being involved in gang memberships, all types of wicked things that made them less of men. It caused separation. It's a slow process. They started off with alcohol in the 70s, I believe it was, when they really, after the riots in California, is when they first began to really hit us hard to try to break us up from being a union, being a people coming together. So after the alcohol had took its course, they introduced crack cocaine. But before crack, there was things like opium and heroin addictions. The heroin addiction, now I think the heroin was first, and then the alcohol, and then the opium, and then the most deadly of all of them was crack cocaine. All of these things have been put on our people to cause us to be into a slumber. But you know what they had put on our people for so many years that we didn't pay attention to, that's really destroying us as well? Marijuana. Weed.
Especially now.
That's right. Why do you think weed is legal now? It's legal because they put it out there with so many chemicals and drugs in it, makes it addictive, and it alters your mind and messes up your DNA and messes up your brain waves. It's killing you. What it's really doing is putting you in a deeper slumber. And you don't even realize that you're addicted to this stuff. You think you're just doing it casually, but you're not. Your body now craves the chemicals that they put in that marijuana. Alcohol as well. You don't even know what you're doing when you drink these things and smoke these things. You have no idea. But all of this is being done so to make it harder for Black people to rise up in solidarity, to rise up, to stay united as a strong force in this earth. That's why you look at it, all of our great leaders who really stood to some great, powerful influence upon the people, they didn't smoke, they didn't drink. They didn't do none of those things. You know, a lot of the followers may have done that, but they took orders. They had instructions. They was already in place. But the great leaders did not do those things because their minds had to be clear. Had to be clear. Now, today, you got a lot of dudes talking about they somebody's leader and they smoke weed, they drink. Some of them alcoholics even. How could your spiritual leader be an alcoholic and you know it and still follow him? That's ridiculous. But they did that so that we wouldn't unite as a people to come up against them. So that's what she's causing me to remember when she read those things about Black August and their history and what they did. Like her father. Her father was one of those men who risked his life to elevate and to bring our people to a higher state of consciousness. Her father, her mother, they sacrificed themselves for that purpose. They was a part of that movement. Imal Sukari, they were a part of that movement. So that we can have the freedom, some of the freedoms that we have today. Well, they have found a way. They took all of our advocates for freedom and justice, threw them in jail, even on trucked up charges. And then the most powerful ones, like Fred Hampton, they killed.
And now they're trying to pull us up.
Didn't even let him get to court. They executed him in his bed. You know, Huey Newton, dead. These people was voice pieces for the people. You know who else was a great voice piece for the people? Who they killed as well? And y'all probably don't even know it. First, they silenced him, and then they let him die. Muhammad Ali.
Mm-hmm.
He was another one. They silenced him by giving him a drug and gave him Parkinson's disease. He couldn't talk. He couldn't even, they shut him up. And then it took his life. But we so sleep, we don't even see the attack and the warfare that they have against us. We got to be careful, because people like me, who is trying to elevate our people, who really love and care for you more than you care for yourself most of the time, these are the people that they're trying to come against, to silence, to shut down. But we do all we can. Every time we walk out the house, we looking around. If we leave a bottle of water in the car, we don't drink that bottle the next day, because they be slipped up in there and put something in there to try to kill us. And I'm serious of what I say. I'm serious, because they don't want people like this speaking up. And you got a little bit of something? No. They're going to pay a lot of your friends to try to take you out, to rub you out, to make accusations against you, so the people won't listen to you no more. Just like that sister made that video. Where'd she come from with this? Matter of fact, what's she doing with her life?
Right.
She's so worried about what's going on over here.
Right.
You'd be surprised what people do to try to destroy you when you're doing something to help build and motivate the masses of the people.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move on. But this is what this government does. This society, this is what they do. They seek to destroy. They don't want nobody being in power but them over the minds of the people.
Mm-hmm. And they still working. They still doing the job that they are being paid to do, and they choose to do. Just like I was explaining, well, my cousins and I, we were talking, because we're in the process of planning our auntie and her mama's celebration of life. And we were talking about, people
Who's her mama?
Asada Shakur. So we were talking about,
correct?
Yes. We were speaking on, well, some people were like, oh, let's open this up for the public to come. And both of our alarms went off like, that's not going to work. Not because we don't want the public to see it, but what, we had to tell them, like, we're speaking to y'all not out of fear, but out of, in some ways, yes, a little caution, yeah, preparedness, paranoia. And a lot of it comes from growing up and watching people, you on a public transportation, and you got FBI agents sitting there watching you, and they're FBI agents because you've already been taught how to identify who these people are. They look regular like people. They'll have on a suit. They'll have on some jogging pants. They'll come in whatever way, but you can tell, like, we were trained. So we're trying to tell them, like what you're speaking of, they will send anybody. You may think that person is there for one cause, but they're there for a job that they're supposed to be doing. We saw it, some people saw it or heard about it for the first time, in the Fred Hampton movie, the movie about Fred Hampton's life and how he was set up and how they used another man who looked like them to infiltrate and be a part of the movement to take him out. But that's what they do. And so, that just sparked me in what you're saying, because a lot of times, we think it's nothing. Oh, well, yeah, let's just do it like this. But they have an agenda, and they are constantly working towards their agenda. And we're constantly, and I say we because I'm just including all of us, that we're constantly asleep on their agenda. We think, oh yeah, it's all good. It's all
shaking our butt on the videos, making YouTube videos and Facebook videos, out partying, getting drunk, smoking weed, getting high, killing each other.
Yeah. And they fail to understand that those are they watch those things. They watch your behaviors. This is why I said earlier about the people who you are around. So Even you got to watch, like you brought up the whole weed, the marijuana. They spray marijuana with formaldehyde. I think I'm saying it right. Formaldehyde, which is what they or embalming fluid, right? And do y'all understand what embalming fluid does? So why would we smoke it? You get what I'm saying? Like, people do not pay attention to the things that are being sprayed. If you don't grow any of this stuff on your own, you have no idea where it's coming from, who's the source. And especially now, like you said, because it's legal, we will never know who the source of it is and what they have done and how they've grown it. It's the same thing with the foods we eat. So we really have to wake up. And what I try to tell people, like, you know, people always feel like, oh, you're trying to cause a rebellion. I'm really just trying to cause you to rebel from the system of being asleep, to wake up and realize that you have to save yourself. It's not about waking up and going and grabbing an AK-47 or anything like that. It's about waking up your mind to say, oh, you know what? This is wrong. Like, oh, I need to really discover what I'm eating that's wrong, what I'm putting in my body, ingesting, whether it be through drugs, alcohol, food, whatever it is. You have to control the narrative of what you're putting in your body, because a lot of it is poison. And then there's no way you can function at a normal rate with poison consistently going in your body. You start to become someone else and a different person. And you become exactly what they want you to become, which is what we've become, just walking around, sleeping zombies, just going along with the motion. And so I brought that up about opening up things to the public, because that's how you get infiltrated the easiest. And you only open up things to the public when you're still sleeping and thinking, oh, well, that was back in the 70s. That doesn't affect us now. No, it still affects us. You know, this government, what they did to those revolutionaries in the 70s was to annihilate them. And even the children that came from that, they wanted us to basically be so damaged from that process, from everything that they did to our parents, to us, that we would walk away from it. And so now we see more and more of us are stepping back in and saying, no, we have to stand up. We have to speak. We have to tell our story, because people are still becoming targets of COINTELPRO. The FBI is still targeting our people. The FBI, the CIA, the police, the government, all these factions are working together and still coming against our people. No matter how big or small you think your voice is, if you are a threat to them by empowering your people, they're coming. And they prepared. They're trained. They train. Just like they train, we have to train. Just like they're educated, we have to educate ourselves. Else we're going to be sitting here stuck in the dark. Like Sister Casa said, this is our first time ever hearing Black August. That means we got to do more of educating our people, because we know it. So we have to educate the masses. We have to get the truth out as we know it to be. So, I just wanted to say that, to be like, this is not speaking out of fear, but it's speaking to educate you guys, because anything can happen. If you don't know the truth of something, you'll fall for the lies that they continuously put out there against us and against our heroes and sheroes. I saw
God be praised. What I want to say, I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Aim Sukari says George Jackson and Qatari both went to prison on minor charges and given a year, while in prison events press both, and they receive life sentences. It's in many papers and books. Yeah. Mm. And Tora Kodesh says moving and building in silence is a step that most of us miss, because most people require unnecessary attention. Everything does not have to be Everything does not have to be spectacle. A spectacle came.
May the Most High be praised. What I wanted to say was that they attack us daily on more than one front at a time. Mm-hmm. They attack us through the televisions, through the radios. You don't believe me? through the televisions, the movie screens, with movies like Boys in the Hood. Go back and watch Boys in the Hood. Those types of movies and other movies similar to that was very inspirational to the youth at the time that they came out, because I was one of those youth. And these movies excite us to go out and do what the movies were showing and become that type of a person. Gangster rap. NWA was the first that I know of who came out with gangster rap. And when NWA came out with gangster rap, the whole scene of the neighborhoods changed and shift. We used to have gangs, gang warring in the streets when I was little. Gangs used to go and gang war in the streets, and if you lived in a certain community, you was a part of the gang from that community. Now, where there are no gangs, there are multiple killings of your own people. All that stuff came from things that NWA started talking about. After Police, I mean, the music was hype, the beats was on point, but the messages behind the scenes what got the most attention from you that you didn't even know was being subliminally planted in your mind to make you go out and do things against your own people. But we didn't know. They was getting paid. The music sound was popping. The beat was hitting. And the vibration was getting in tune with our vibrational level and making us feel a certain type of energy and rhythm. And we enjoyed that feeling and we liked that music. We really didn't pay attention to the lyrics. You didn't have to, because your subconscious mind was really focused on the lyrics. And it supplant different types of energies inside you through the rhythm of the beat to make you want to do certain things. But there comes a time in life when you begin to realize these things and you have to be accountable for your own actions. You can't blame somebody else any longer. So now that you know, and you still listening to that rap music, if you're still one of those who are in the audience who are still listening to the rap music, be selective of the type of music that you listen to. I'm not going to say all rap music is poison, but 90% of it is. 90% of the rap music is bad for us today. 90% of it. And if you find one where it's not any longer, then peace. Because we got a lot of conscious brothers making music today. And they use the rap genre in order to bring forth that music, that style, you know, and they're talking about some positive things. But we don't have enough of that because society, the people who paying the big bucks, they're not paying big bucks for positive music. They paying big bucks for how you can kill a person, rape a person, you know, cheat on this man's wife and steal this man's girl from him and have sex with her husband and all that type of stuff. But they're not talking about the positive stuff. There are some who talk about positivity, and those are the people we need to promote. But all the rest of this foolishness, we need to leave it alone. Okay. That's probably what we should have did the lesson on, the 50 documentary. What do you think about the 50 documentary, Emma?
I honestly have not watched it. My spirit has not led me to watch it. That's my honest. Yeah. So
Okay.
Can't really speak on it.
Well, she ain't interested in my feelings, so I'm gonna just shut up. I ain't gonna say nothing because I watched it, but I'm gonna shut up. She's only interested in the sister side of the situation, so I'm gonna let her do it.
But I have been told to watch it.
Yeah, it was interesting.
My brother. I mean, because there's a lot. There's a lot of things that I've been told already about that person that he did the document about. From years of us being in the music industry. So it wasn't something I was looking towards to find out anything new or anything. But, you know, it's always good to see what's being said.
They talked about your cousin in that video too.
Huh?
They talked about your cousin in that video, Tupac.
Yeah, I will say that, you know, I am a supporter of 50 Cent, so like, of Curtis Jackson. But you know, I'll watch it and I'll let you know, sis. No problem.
All right. And since she didn't ask me, I'm going to just keep my opinion to myself because I watched it. But since I wasn't asked what my opinion was, I'm going to mind my business and I'm going to be quiet. See, she said, princess. She said, princess, sister, beloved. So I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to give my, okay. All right. There you go. She says K. K. Cool. K stands for cool. Cool. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Any questions or comments? We did the commandments. We did the laws. Now we're going to get into the scriptures. First scripture we're going to present. What's the name of the lesson today? He dies for lack of discipline. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. Now, you know, when Prince do that, boy, we get into something deep, right? If you notice the thing on the lesson today, the advertisement on YouTube, it was of a beautiful woman with a crown on, tiara. She was a queen, and she had nice garbs on and necklace on. You couldn't see the whole entire picture, but you could see the majority of the picture. Very beautiful woman. And the first part of our lesson is going to be on beautiful women. I need you, brothers, to really, really pay attention right now to this lesson. And sisters, please pay attention and focus and make sure that you don't become one of these types of women in your life, in your personality, in your behavior, and in your character. All right? Because these things are real. All right, let's go. Let's move forward. And if you know some people who fit this bill, you can speak to them. This lesson here, this portion of our lesson, the first part of our lesson, he dies for lack of discipline. We often don't understand how important it is that we are consistent, that we are disciplined in our actions. Whatever it is that you set as a principle for your life, you must stand by that principle and honor that principle. For you, as a Hebrew Israelite, your principles are the laws of the Most High. The things that he put out in the scriptures and the commands, we call them commandment. Those commandments are basically your principles. And then outside of those commandments, you set up about boundaries in your life, things that you will and will not do. You have to stick by those principles, and you don't allow anyone to take you outside of what you have already, standards that you have already set for yourself. No one. What happens is there are a lot of males in this life that are overcome in their relationships with these women. And usually the influence of the woman is stronger on his life than his own influence or his own understanding. He begins to live his life for her. He would actually go against the Most High and the Most High's commandments, knowing what the Most High requires of him to please her, because he have become a weaker vessel. If a woman really knows her strength, she can build or she can tear down a man. And I need y'all to understand what I'm saying. I don't care how strong of a man he is. If a woman is in tune with her strength, she really knows her strength, she can either build him up or tear him down. Quite often we have the opposite effect, and most women end up tearing down good men because they themselves don't understand who they are in their position in life. When I'm going to say a male, because men is a lot different with a man, but a man can become a male when he meets this type of woman that we're about to talk about. If you give your strength to a woman, you will become a weak vessel. And the Most High has no use for you until you reclaim that strength back. Now, this lesson is not to say that all women are bad or all women are like this. No, not at all. This lesson is about the males who wish or have a desire to be a man, but yet can't see past this female that they got in their lives. I have a gentleman that I know. He lives in one of the buildings that we have, and I'm sitting back and I'm watching the videos from the cameras in the hallways. He comes down the steps with his bags. He got his bags packed. He leaving, packed his bags up. He leaving, he leaves. And the lady on the second floor hits me on the phone. Well, Prince, they up there arguing again. They fighting again. I said, well, what's the problem? She caught him. He caught her in the house with another man. Well, that's the fourth time that I know of that he came home and another man was in his bed with his woman. But he keeps coming back. This just happened the early part of the month. I was over there yesterday doing some work. He was there. It keeps happening over and over and over. These are what they call simps. But it's beyond just being a simp. There's no way that you can stand up being a man and being submissive to a woman on that degree when she does such wickedness and evil in your life and you keep coming back. There's a sickness there. And a lot of times it's a man it's a male that has missed out on a mother in his life, in his youth. Or he was submissive to his mother to the degree that his mother was both the woman and the man in his life. And she had that kind of dominance and rule over him. And that's what he thrives for in his adulthood. Sisters, and I say this in all honesty and sincerity. If you're a single parent and you got boys in your life, they need a daddy in their lives. And if not, they biological daddies. They need a male figure that they can get that male influence from to teach them how men are and how men live their lives. And you're right, sis, that's not his girl. That ain't his woman. You're right. But he hasn't come to the realization of that. So they'll go through their spats and he's right back in there. She puts him out. The lease is in both their names. She'll put him out and she's right back there again. He's right back there again. I haven't one time seen her leave, but they get into their arguments. He leaves, packs his bags, go. I don't know where he goes, but then he come back a few days later as if nothing ever happened. There's a sickness going on in the minds of our people. The men are not men anymore. They're males. The things that we spoke about earlier, the drugs, the alcohol, the marijuana, the foods that we eat, the music we listen to, all these things have an influence on our behavior in our lives. And I don't know any of those things that's positive to teach you positivity about being a man. I don't know any of those things that teach you about being a man. The rap music, they talking about doing it to other men, having sex with other men. I'm like, wow, publicly. You know, this is no shame to their game. They just, you got to listen to the music sometimes. Now, I don't know what they're talking about right now because I haven't heard a lot of the stuff that's out in the streets today. But the music that I do know of, it's just bad. It's horrible. They don't teach you how to be a man. They don't teach you how to stand up for your people. It don't teach you self-respect. It don't teach you discipline. and he dies for the lack of discipline. And we're going to talk about that because discipline is extremely needed in the world that we're in today. You must understand your behavior, your movements, and why you do what you do, and stand and hold fast to what you do and be patient in what you do, and you will get the proper results. Part of the problem is that a lot of us are searching after pleasure and not pleasing the Creator, but our own self-pleasure. That's what a lot of us are searching for. And in a desire, when you're searching for pleasure, something that makes you feel good, something you enjoy, something you like, usually pleasure is going to give you the wrong outcome or the wrong ending of the matter. Let's read on. We're going to read out of the book of Proverbs, chapter 5. Proverbs, chapter 5. We're going to start at verse 1. You ready? It says, my son, attend unto my wisdom. Chokmah is the word for wisdom. And bow down thy ear to my understanding. Now, it's the father's wisdom. It's the father's understanding that he's trying to teach to his son. This is what a man's job is, to teach his son and his daughters as well. But do you know how difficult it is to teach a child and they think they got all the answers? They think they already know. You got a son that's old enough to be of adult age, but not productive enough to be a man. But you can't tell him what to do because in his mind, he a man. It says, my son, attend to my wisdom and bow thy ear to my understanding. The only way that the father could be in a position to be able to tell you what to do is if he's experienced it, learned from it, and achieve what it is that he's trying to share with you. But a lot of times, males don't want to hear when men speak, because in order for a male to make the necessary and needed changes in his life to become a man, learning from a man, he has to separate himself from a lot of his pleasures that he have incorporated in his behavior, like drinking and smoking and partying and vacationing. A lot of times they don't want to give those things up. They want to stay in the limelight and say, I did that. I do this. Look at my Gucci, my Louis. Look at my Yves Saint Laurent, Fendi, all those things. They want to be in the limelight, but that flashiness, that public view, those drugs, those alcohol, those parties, those trips, those vacations, those things keep you broke. And you can't properly take care of your children when you're broke. Those things are not a thing of discipline. They don't teach you discipline. You're not learning how to live the life of a man. You're learning to live a life of a male. And that's what this culture, this society wants you to do so they can keep their foot on your neck. But when you stand up and you become a man, you become responsible for the problems and situations in your life. You become responsible for your children. You become responsible for your life, your family in totality. You become responsible for them. You tell your wife, when you become a man, you tell your wife, babe, you don't have to work. You can work if you want to work, but you don't have to. What you want to do. Now, if she wants to go to work, she can go to work. And a lot of the guys right now shaking their head, no, man, I don't know what you're talking about, Prince. That's because you're a male and I'm a man. There's a difference. Believe that. No woman married to a man should ever have to work, even if he got to get 2 or 3 jobs. It's his responsibility to provide for that family. Where that's that in the law, Prince? Show me that in the law. You must not be reading the law. Do you know that when the Most High, from the beginning of time, from the very beginning of time, when the Creator had a problem with humanity, who did he go to address his issues? He went to the man. When Adam and Eve was in the Garden of Eden from the beginning of time, and Eve ate of the fruit and gave it to Adam, and the whole sequence of life went off, did the Most High say, Adam and Eve, where are y'all? Or did he say, Adam, where are you? Did he hold the man accountable for everything that took place? Yes, he held that man accountable. That's just the way the Most High moves. Did the Most High hold Noah accountable for building the ark and getting the people out? Or did he call upon Noah and his wife? He called upon Noah to get this done. These are men. And the first instance you see when Noah was drinking some alcohol, what happened? A horrible situation. See, these things, family, we have to know that men are supposed to be the head of the household. When the Most High called the children of Israel to come before him, he said, all males must appear before me 3 times a year. You could bring your families, but they're not necessary. The males must be here. Why? Because the Most High hold the males accountable. Do you remember the 19th chapter of the book of Exodus? And I'm going down the line because somebody said I was wrong. You remember the 19th chapter of the book of Exodus? The Most High says he's going to appear before the children of Israel. Who did he tell them to purify so that they can come and meet him on the 3rd day? He told the men to purify themselves so that they can come and meet him on the 3rd day. The men are necessary and mandatory because the Creator has put us in charge to be the heads of our families. That means we are supposed to be the providers of our families. We're supposed to have a certain type of respect from our family because of the way we move. But if you got a wife and she can't trust you to come home, she can't trust you to pay the bills, she can't trust you to be committed in this relationship without sleeping outside with all these other women, something wrong with that problem. And you're supposed to be a spiritual leader. You're supposed to be a moray. You're supposed to be a man of the Creator. But she can't. Your woman, your wife that's home waiting for you, your children don't even know what you do. And you think it's okay because the Most High didn't strike you down or because the Most High didn't visit you in a dream. You got those laws to keep you in proper place, bro. Those laws are there to teach you the way to go. And when you deviate from that, you're held accountable for that. Men are responsible for their households. So I repeat it again. No man or no woman that's married to a male or married to a man should ever have to work again outside of their house. She shouldn't have to work unless she's working for a husband. Something they got going on is a family thing. She should never have to work outside of her house. So all y'all females here on the page that today that got a husband and you struggling, right? You on the page and you got a husband and you struggling and he got you out working while he do what? What he doing? Now I will say that today's time is very difficult times today to live in. And sometimes 2 incomes or 3 incomes are needed to manage a home. So I clarify this by saying, as I said earlier, if she desires to work, she can. But if she doesn't want to, she shouldn't be forced to. Because as a man, it's your responsibility to provide for your household. So I'll leave it at that with that instance. My son, attend unto my wisdom. How do you gain wisdom? From years of experience, from watching others, from sitting down, observing, from learning. That's how you gain wisdom. However old the father was at this particular time, he wishes to share that knowledge with his little son or his younger son. But a lot of the youth today will reject good, sound knowledge, just like Rehoboam did. They will reject good, sound knowledge from those who have been through the fire and have experienced these things. I told a sister the other day, that was earlier today. I told a sister, she put up this story about how horrible the year 2025 was for her. She put that story up in the listing. But when she put that story up, I just had to comment and encourage her in many ways. But in that story, in the midst of the story, she also mentioned that she's a helper of people. She tries to keep her Facebook page open and post things on her Facebook page that helped her. So therefore, she gives back and she tries to help people. And I guess she missed this part of the message, but maybe she's gotten it now. But a lot of times the Most High takes you through the fire to make you sharper. So now you can speak from experience how to help somebody else come up out of that situation. And a lot of times when you are in position where the Most High have you reaching people, helping people, teaching people, if you got that desire in your heart, then the Most High got you doing it. He's going to educate you to the degree where a lot of times your whole life or parts of your life will be the classroom. You just have to pay attention to the message. And then later in life, you will have people who will arise, who will have those situations in life, and you can tell them how to get through it. And I try to give her that understanding in her message, and I pray that she received it, because that's what it was all about. A lot of the stuff, the heartache, the pain, the suffering, all that you go through, most of the times, if not all the time, the Most High gives you those things so that you can help somebody else in their situations and be a better instructor or a better teacher with the realities of life, firsthand knowledge of the realities of life. That's how we have to understand things. Bow thou ear to my understanding. To whose understanding? He didn't say to the ways of the world. You ain't got to pay attention to the ways of the world. He told his son, bow his ear to his understanding, because that's what you're supposed to do. I had a son tell me one time, well, what makes you think you know? Then when they say that to you, all you can do is keep your mouth shut and let them go with their life. Let them go with their life. And when you let them go with their life, in a few years, they come back and say, you don't never help me do nothing. You know why I don't help you do nothing? Because every time I try to help you do something, you say you want to do it your way. And you don't want to do it the way that your father instructs you to do. So you got to let them go and feel it for themselves. And then they'll come back to you and say, well, you help them. It's because they listen. They follow instructions. And as a son, you're supposed to listen to the wisdom of your father. Here it is, Shlomo speaking to his sons. Bow thou ear unto my understanding, not the government's, not your friend. You got your son, you tell your son something, and your son want to call all his friends up and ask all strangers and ask all them what they think about it. No, it don't go like that. What did I tell you to do? Then that's what you should be doing. Look at that person's life and look at my life. Which one do you think is the better life? So whichever one you think is the better life, that's the one you pay attention to. And if you think his life is better than mine, then you step away from me and you go follow him. But the problem is, if you go follow him, more than likely, he won't want you to be better than what he is. But your father desires for you to be better than what your father is. That's the difference. But let's read on. That thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge. That means that everything you speak may have knowledge. And all that your actions do, you try to not to bring shame or disgrace your family through your actions. These are the ways that you raise young men today. Let them know that every action has a reaction. Everything that they do, there's a result for that thing that you chose to do. You had intercourse with that young lady at a young age. The results of that is either pregnancy, venereal disease, or some of that nature. Something is going to come out of that sexual relationship that y'all just keep doing, keep perpetrating. Something is eventually going to come out of it. It's a reaction based on your action. Now, if you separate yourself from the action, then the problems won't come about. We have to watch what we do and why we do what we do, because something is definitely going to happen as a result of what you do. He tried to open his son's mind to that thou mayest regard discretion. That means consider what you're about to do before you do it, and know that the possibilities might not be what you think they are. So if the action that you're about to put forward, chances are it will have a greater negative reaction, then you shouldn't do it. That's what discretion is, giving you the ability to think before you proceed. And a lot of us don't do that. A lot of us are caught up in these relationships, these sexual things, and nobody's claiming us as husband or wife. Nobody. But we having sex regularly. What we doing? And then we'll meet and gather on the Shabbat and say Shabbat Shalom to our brothers and sisters. What are we doing, family? We're disregarding the laws of the Most High for our own personal pleasure. Well, when you do that, there's a reaction to your action. So when the Most High causes you to catch a disease, the Most High causes you to get pregnant, the Most High causes his girl or her husband to come in and catch y'all, and you get beat down, put in the hospital near to death, or you catch a disease and you dying from AIDS, you trying to keep it quiet because you don't want nobody to know. You got syphilis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, you got some kind of infection. It's because you did what you weren't supposed to do. And you got caught. It's just the Most High caught you. There's always a reaction to your action. And we should always be responsible for these things. But you have to use discretion before you do these things. Anything in life you do, use discretion. Carefully think about the outcome. Is this might be the outcome? Is this worthy of this? Is this worth me doing this particular thing? Is it if the outcome is this, did I receive the benefit of doing what I did in a positive way? That's what discretion is, to carefully think before you move forward. That thou mayest regard discretion, always consider the positive and the negative, weigh them against each other, the outcome. If I quit my job, could I be more effective as a wife? Ask yourself that question. Don't just quit. Don't just leave because you're feeling something emotionally. No. Don't even go get a job because you're feeling something emotional. Get a job because it's the best thing to do. After you weigh the measures of the positive and the negative, then you go get a job. But don't just go get a job because you don't want to sit home and watch television, or you don't want to keep changing your baby pamper, or you don't want to be fixing your husband's food by the time you get home from work. I don't want to do that no more. That's not a good reason to go get a job, because when you get a job, you're really giving yourself over to slavery again. And so many of us don't understand that or don't want to accept that, but that's what jobs are. You are actually out serving somebody else's needs in life to make somebody else wealthy while you are broke, disgusted, and busted and trying to figure out you don't make enough money, how to make more money. Well, the person who owns the company is trying to figure out how they're going to make more money too, so they go hire more slaves. If you have a job where you punch a clock, you're a slave. I don't care how good your job is. You could work for the CIA, you're still a slave. Your job should be you. You should be managing your own company, running your own business. Now, I'm not saying a job is bad. What I'm saying is a job is bad for those who can do better. A lot of us are afraid to take on that responsibility of doing for self. Therefore, we allow somebody else to do for us and we go work for them. A lot of us are afraid of not having something at a particular time, not having enough money to go do a particular thing at a particular time. So what we do, we stay employed and work for somebody so that we can have the fear of us being without keeps us enslaved to a company or a business and keep that paycheck coming in instead of us stopping and trying to get creative. Now, sisters, I'm not necessarily talking to y'all in this particular message because, as I stated earlier, if you're married, you don't need to be out there working for anybody except your husband. So if you married, you working for somebody else, then your husband let that happen. If he decides to let it go, then so be it. But you should not be forced to do so. So let me get this clear. I'm primarily speaking to the males in this audience because I ain't got to tell the men. They already know what to do. I'm primarily talking to the males, those ones who are not providing for their children, and they got many of them. They got several of them. They got one of them. and they're not providing for them. They're not providing for their household, and they got a couple households, several different women. Some of them got 3 or 5 wives and ain't providing for none of them. They all get Section 8. They all on welfare. These types of guys really exist, but they fly. They look good, and they come to class looking good, saying Shabbat Shalom. And nobody knows the secret life that they're really living, and it's a shame. I don't care. The men ain't going to be mad at me. The males are going to be mad at me. The decrepit dudes, they're going to be the ones that's mad. But that's okay, because they need to step their games up. And hopefully that's what this lesson is about. That thou mayest regard discretion, that thy lips may keep knowledge. You ever heard those people who always try and tell you something to do, and they themselves are not doing it? Or are you one of those males who are always out there trying to give advice to somebody, and you can't follow your own advice? We got a lot of males like that today. And the reason why is because you don't have any discipline. It's not that you don't know that you shouldn't be eating that food, because you already know. But that food tastes so good that your discipline is not strong enough to keep you away from it. So therefore, you give in to it. Your discipline is not there. I think all ladies would love to have a man to serve, a husband, opposite it to having an employer. All women would love the freedom to be a creator. Well, I pray that you're right. I don't know how true that is. I pray that you're right. I pray that you're right. Lyrical Dream, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Chelsea. Shabbat Shalom, may the Most High be with you. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Esther. May the Most High be with you as well. For the lips of a strange woman drops as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil. A lot of those males get wrapped up in these situations. They got a family at home, but they got a whole different woman that they're messing with. And this woman doesn't seek to be a second wife. This woman seeks to take the position of the first wife. She wants to destroy your household and your peace that you might have at home with your woman. So what does she do? She puts it on. She puts the charm on. You, being a male, fall victim. You begin to deny your responsibilities at home, and you begin to do what thus saith the woman. You never claim her as a wife. She's just a little side piece that you got. You don't take on the responsibility of providing for both families. The law says if a man has a wife and takes another wife, the duties of the first wife shall not diminish. But you have separated yourself from the responsibilities of the woman of your youth, the woman you was married to, the woman of your youth. You have denied yourself of her responsibility, and you gave more to the pleasures of the wicked woman. And that's sad. You know, the Most High will give you over to your desires. If your desires are in unrighteousness, he'll give you over to your desires. And most times when you got these type of women in your life, strange women, whorish women, women who will even cheat on their husbands, when you got these type of women in your life, they're not going to bring you to the account of remembrance of the laws of the Creator so that you can live a righteous life. They're not going to do those types of things. 99% of them, they really seek, they will pretend to serve the Most High with you for a period of time, but then you will see who they really are later on. But they really seek to destroy your home, to destroy your peace, to have you to themselves, to dog you out. And then when they get everything that they got you serving them and worshiping them, they're not interested in you no more. They want to let you go. When they have finally broken you from the point of manhood, they will let you go. They will even call the cops on you to get rid of you if they have to, because you keep coming around. Watch this. For the lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smooth as oil. but her end is bitter as wormwood. And I guarantee you, brothers, when you're in a relationship like that, it will end horribly. Some of y'all on here right now, I know what you're talking about, Prince. Yeah, that happened to me. I'm telling you, you will become less of a man. You will become a shell of what you used to be by the end of that relationship. And it will end a very horrible way. Her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell. She will have you disrespecting the Creator. She'll have you stepping outside of the Shabbat day. She'll have you not wearing clean clothes. She might even have you cooking pork chops and applesauce for her because that's what she likes. Wormwood. Wormwood is a bitter herb. And wormwood is an herb that you put inside your body to fight off and to destroy bacteria and worms that's growing inside of the body. That's what wormwood is. And this is saying, just as these wormwoods are bitter to the worms and the parasites in your body that you're fighting, she's going to be bitter to you. So that's the explanation for that. Her end is bitter as wormwoods. Her end will not be something pleasurable. Her end will be disgusting, something horrible. Sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet goes down to death. Every move, everything that she does, everything about her will bring about destruction in your life. Her steps take hold on hell. She made it seem like she was for the whole family, all the while making the first wife miserable. Absolutely. It happens. But sometimes what happens is, and that's what I'm trying to get to in my lesson, sometimes what happens, the male gives his heart to her and disregards the wife of his youth or the woman that he's been with that built a family and did all these things with. He'll separate from her to be with that piece of trash of a woman, forgetting his responsibilities at home, sometimes even leaving home. Sometimes even leaving home to be with that piece of trash. That's right. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell. Lest thou shouldest ponder the path of life. Now you in your mind don't know which way to go. She got you discombobulated, confused. You don't know. You're pondering the path of life because you got this woman that you brought into your life and you gave her your soul. The Most High gives you over to your desires in many cases. Lest thou should ponder the path of life. Her ways are movable, that thou canst not know them. If you're not educated in evil women, you won't be able to experience it. She will have you not knowing whether she your woman or not. She your woman or not. She'll go out and be with somebody else and come back to you when she wants. And guess what you'll do? You'll accept it. You'll embrace it because you're just so happy to be able to lay down with her one more time. You're happy to go out on a trip with her one more time. You're happy to be in her company one more time. While when she's ready, she moves on. She gets the pleasure of whatever man she wants. Then she'll come back because she knows she always got you in her pocket. And she can always depend on you for whatever she needs. And you're the fool. And you will walk away from your household. The structure that you created over the years, 10, 20, 30 years of building for this type of woman. Because she might have oral sex game that you like, man, you crave. Or a sexual game that you just crave. Or she put it on. When a woman knows her strength, she knows how to utilize her strength to get a weaker vessel. Believe me. She knows how to utilize that strength. that bad female dog. That's correct. We got a lot of those out there. But the problem is you can't blame the woman. And I'm not blaming the woman. She knew her strength and she utilized her strength for evil and wickedness. I'm blaming the male. That's what this conversation is about. Weak males who call themselves men. They're only a shell of a man, which means you only got the body of a man, but your actions are not disciplined. Therefore, you're not a man. And you want to sit in the seat in the arena of men and try to tell other men what to do, but your whole life behind sitting at the table is toe up. It's toe up. But you got advice on everything. And you know everything. And your life is tore up, bro. You're only a shell of a man, which means you're putting on a facade or image. You're laying down with women that care nothing for you, that you don't provide for, except you give all your money to and let her rule over you. You can't tell her to shut up, sit down, and be quiet, and she listen. You can't trust her to stay home and take care of the kids and raise the household. You can't trust her for those things. You can't depend on her. Why you say shut up, sit down, and she listen? You're at the store. She want to argue with the security guard. You say stop, be quiet, go to the car. She won't listen to you. But yet she will take on those masculine traits and fuss with the security guard like she ready to beat him up, get up in his face, all because he looked at her. You can't shut her up. You have no control over her. And you even get to the point where you don't want her to embarrass you and turn on you and start cussing you out, so you shut up. You are weak. You are weak. You're weak. And that's what this message is all about. Because you got a lot of weak males who want to pretend that they're men, and they're not. All you got to do is ask a man or a male's wife or the woman that the mother of his children what type of character he has, and she'll tell you. She'll tell you. And a lot of times she speaks the truth. Most of the time she'll speak the truth. There are a lot of our sisters right now who are good women who are trapped in situations with weak males. Those weak males will want to bring another wife into the relationship, and they haven't handled their business with their first wife. But yet they want to bring another woman onto the board, onto the scene, onto the relationship. It's wickedness. How could you even fix your mind? I mean, we about to be on the street any day now. The gas is not paid. The lights are off. The electric bill is off. But yet you want to bring another woman in here. How is that possible when we light in our house with candles? Somebody in the audience said, did you tell Prince that? No, he ain't tell me. That's the Most High letting me know. He lighting the house with candles all around the house because they can't pay the electric bill, but he wants to bring another woman in there. How? How? Did I say kids? You're right, sis. I apologize. The children. My apologies, Ema. They're children. You got 4 and 5 children with your first wife. You want to bring in another wife that you can't even take care of those 4 or 5 children in your first wife first. The law says you can't do that. You will be in violation because the things, the lifestyle that you have for the first wife, it must be able to maintain and continue. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children. That's what he is. He's a child. And depart not from the words of my mouth. Remove thy way far from her, and come not near the door of her house. Once you realize that you have set yourself up in a relationship with a female who mean no good to you, who has stripped you of your manhood, who have you violating the laws of the Creator. Once you come and you realize that you are wrapped up in a relationship with a female like that, you got to run. and don't come near her door for anything. Lest thou give thy honor unto others, and thy years unto the cruel, which means that all that you have done, you're going to waste on this woman because she's going to embarrass you. And eventually, if it gets that bad, you'll end up being incarcerated in jail or dead, because I've seen situations get that bad. You'll either end up in jail, incarcerated, or dead, and other people who have not earned that right will have the possessions that you have. All the things that you lived so long to acquire, other people will take those things now. They didn't earn that. They only earned it because you was a fool dealing with a female that destroyed your life. And you pretended as if you couldn't see that you were no longer a man. Like that one guy I told you about, that every other week, him and his wife are breaking up because she keeps having sex with other men. But he keeps going back. When I was over there the other day trying to fix the zinc in the kitchen, she walking around talking about she just got out the shower. Matter of fact, when I came in, it sounded like the shower was running with the door open, like she was in the bathroom in the shower then. I don't know, but I guess she did, because she came out and said she was in the shower. Afterwards, she came out in the kitchen where I was at, half dressed. I guess she was trying to entice Prince to try to move up on her. But Prince don't do those things. Prince don't move like that. So that's her nature. She's accustomed to that. She's one of those type of women that we're talking about today. I probably should have sent the brother the link. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children, and depart not from the words of my mouth. Remove thy way far from her, and come not near the door of her house, lest thou give thy honor unto others, and thy years unto the cruel. Lest strangers be filled with thy wealth, and thy labors be in the house of a stranger. All that you work for, somebody else gets to benefits from your labor and your work, because you're no longer around. You're either dead, you're in jail, or you want to run some old type of way. This woman done did something to get into your mind. You call yourself retaliating, and you done did something. Now you running. Do you know how many males actually had women like this in their lives, and they end up killing the women and then killing themselves and killing the children? Do you know how many stories have you heard where a weak male took the life of the female and then turned a gun on himself and take his own life, or just took the life of the female? How many stories have you heard about? This is the foundation to those type of reactions. This is what happens when a man begins to feel like he's been disrespected on that degree, and he gave his all to that situation or to that woman. And then she turn around and do something like this to me. Oh no! Pow, 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 pow. And he turned a gun on himself, pow, and kill himself after he've taken the life of that female. Now, us sitting in the background, we saying, oh man, why he killed that poor little innocent woman? She wasn't a poor little innocent woman in a lot of cases. Matter of fact, most cases, she wasn't a poor little innocent woman. She was one of these type of women that we're talking about right here. Most of the time, because he gave her all to her. Instead of giving his all to the Almighty, he invested all his time and energy. His Shabbats, he wouldn't even go to the Shabbat class. He'll be with her. His days off of work, his free time, he's spending with her. His wife sitting at home suffering because she don't get to do anything with her husband no more, because all the time he has, he's with this other woman. And he ain't claiming her. It's bad, family. It's bad, but these things are real, and they really happen. Lest strangers be filled with thy wealth. Now, he done killed himself, and all that he built, that beautiful house that he built for that other woman, is gone. Somebody else gets to live in it now. You're right, sis. That makes it sad. And thou mourn at the last when thy flesh and thy body are consumed. Absolutely. And say, how have I hated instructions and my heart despised reproof? After you go through these situations and your father tried to warn you to get away from that girl because that girl ain't no good. Get away from her. Stay away from her. Don't be involved with her. You know, your pop tried to tell you, but you didn't want to listen. And then after you suffer all these things, you're going to sit back and say to yourself, if you're wise, you're going to sit back and say to yourself, how have I hated instructions and my heart despised reproof? Prince sat here and told you for the last 2 hours to separate yourself from that woman that you got in your life that's not good for you. And you refuse to follow the instructions. Absolutely. Dealing in your emotions will cause you to err when you forget the discipline. He died for the lack of discipline. If he remembered the principles and the discipline that he had in his life and what the Torah requires of him, he would have lived, and he would have lived a prosperous life. But because he gave his life, his soul, his essence to a female, he died. And that's sad. There's nothing that you give yourself to in that degree except the Almighty. Nothing. Now, if a man has a wife, then yeah, you have a responsibility and a duty to your family, your children, your wife, your Nasheen. You have a duty and responsibility to them that you must fulfill. He done stooped so low that his only way out in his mind is to take her life, then feel so guilty to take his own, so unnecessary and not worth it. Yes, but before it gets to that part, these are the lessons and the teachings that's coming forward today, so that I can open up the minds of anybody that's in this type of relationship to get yourself away from it. The Most High didn't put this up for no reason. He put it up for a reason, because there's somebody in this audience that's living this life. It's probably several of y'all who live in this life or have lived this life, so that you can help somebody else get out of this situation. How have I hated instructions, and how have my heart despised reproof? Some of you are not speaking up, but I know you relate to what's going on and what's being said. There's a lot of you women right now that's being abused in a situation very similar to this. A lot of you, but you won't speak up. You won't say anything. You won't feed it. You won't help somebody else get out of that situation, and you won't speak up just so that you can be heard and give your point of view because you're afraid. You're afraid. I was just about to say, Iman, you could be heard. You can read that for yourself.
Okay. I was just saying that. I was just about to say a lot of people, a lot of men who do those things and go through those trials and tribulations and then take their own life after taking someone else's, a lot of times they just haven't been taught. They didn't have those lessons or hear words of encouragement or ways to deal with their anger, their hurt, and to be able to just walk away without harming anybody. And then you said something that kind of like solidified like why you're doing this lesson, and that the Most High has these lessons coming for a reason. So that's it. Safely.
Absolutely. Toda Rabbah. He definitely does. And have not obeyed the voice of my teachers. See, there we go. You have not obeyed the voice of your teacher. So if you're sitting here and you're listening, and I'm trying to explain to you these things, you should hear, you should listen. You should obey before you get to that point of no return. Before you get to that place where you do something that you're going to end up regretting later in life. There's somebody that this message is for. Matter of fact, there's probably several of you that this message is for today, but you're trying hard to resist it. You're trying hard to resist it. and have not obeyed the voice of my teachers, nor inclined my ear to them that instruct me. I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation and the assembly. Oh, I got to back that up. Y'all hear what he just said? He said, I was almost in all evil. He was committing 99% of wickedness was in his life, but he remembered to go to the assembly of the congregation. He remembered that the day was the Shabbat, so he showed up in the Shabbat. But his outside life of the assembly of the congregation is wicked. Wicked. Why? Because he gives his all to a woman. Men, males, never let a woman have your strength, ever. When you have principles and rules and disciplines in your life that you do and do not give over because she says, well, I just want it. You never give me, you never share that part of me. One of the saddest things that a woman does today is try to get a man to cry in front of her. What is that term that they say? You don't let me see your sensitive side or your emotional side. Or I got it. You're not in touch with your sensitive side. You don't show your sensitive side. You're not in touch with your sensitive side. As a man, you don't need to be. You don't need to be. Leave those emotions off the equation. Leave the emotions out of the equation. She don't have to see you cry. She don't have to hear you boo-hooing. She don't have to see any of that. But yet it does something to her. It'll ignite her. It'll make her feel good to see you at your lowest, to see you at your worst. No woman should ever want to see a man, her man, at his worst. Well, he's sitting here boo-hooing. I wouldn't know how to boo-hoo in front of my woman. I had to get up and leave the room. I'm out. I got to go. I can't do it. I won't do it. Because I refuse to give my strength to a woman. It does something to a woman when she sees her man break down and cry in front of her face.
Can I say something?
Sure.
About that?
Sure.
Because I had that experience one time in my past where a man broke down and cried in front of me. And I felt really disgusted by it. Like, it made me just like, you couldn't hold it together. You know what I mean? Because then it made me feel like I had to be, and I think maybe he wasn't crying about somebody passing or something. You know, that's a little different.
No, it ain't.
Okay.
No, it ain't.
But, no, I'm saying like, but what it made me feel, because I heard you say like it makes someone feel real good. Like it didn't make me feel good at all. Like when it happened, it was like I was just looking at them like, you're so weak. And at first I had to be like, am I wrong for feeling like that? But then I was like, it just didn't sit well with me.
Because women look at men as the strong piece. He has to be strong. And if he's going to be weak by yourself.
Yeah. And I think part of it is because my dad, I mean, I won't say he never cried. I'm not his woman. I'm his daughter, one. But I don't think I'm only speaking from my own vision, experience with my father. I think my father ever showed a weakness to my mother. He, in that manner. And then I didn't see my father cry until last year, in his last days of his life. We had those intimate moments together as father and daughter. But it was a difference in that when I saw, the feeling that I got from that versus when, in my past. So I was just, when you said that in my head, I was like, dang, women do really do that. And maybe some do feel great about, maybe some do feel great about seeing their men that weak. Because it gives them, it does give you
power.
A hold over them. You could dangle that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's
so
right.
It's like, but then why would you want to dangle? Why would you want to have a hold over your man that controls his weaknesses because then it's like, what's the point of being with him?
And as I said, she'll eventually get rid of you.
Yeah.
Once she sees you at your weakest point, she has no use for you no more. You might as well call it a quits, man. Wrap it up. It's over. It's done.
Yeah.
It is. Shedding tears is the same as boo-hooing. Let me tell you something, sis. Sis said, shedding tears is not the same as boo-hooing. All right, let me explain to you. Let me explain this to you. She said, not true, Prince. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let me explain this to you. See, y'all not a man, so you don't know. I'm a man, and I know. And when I speak, I'm speaking from experience. This is what I will say to you, Sister Higdalia. I would agree with you to this extent. If one or two drop and you step off, that's different. But for you to be sitting there boo-hooing with your woman, I mean, sitting there, tears rolling down your face, no, bro, we don't do that. We can't do that. Separate yourself from that situation, that environment, move away. All that crying, only weak males cry in front of their women. A man is going to separate himself from their environment, or he's going to change that situation so that he don't have to do that. Or you might see him going through the change right there where he's going from that emotional stage to that get tough straight, to he straighten up, and then he'll let it go. There are things that are just human to feel. Sometimes men go overboard with what they call manliness. I guess that's what I'm doing, that I'm going overboard. Yeah, I'm a man. And the modern day women want to see your sensitive side. They want to see you get emotional. They want to see, they feel like you hiding something or keeping something from them if you don't let them have it. You want to say something, Ima?
Oh yeah, I was saying, I mean, you don't have to share my comment. I was talking to Malcolm Higdalia, but I was gonna say, and this is about you, so don't be. But I just want to say, y'all. Okay, so maybe a couple of weeks ago, my Isha and I were sitting in the car, and a video came up, and I was watching like one of my old podcast episodes with my sisters and I and my father. And of course, I'm emotional because it's my dad and it's like coming up on his year. And I remember my husband looked over and we started talking, and he kind of laughed. It was like, look at Pop. And then he got serious and he was like, turn it off. And I was like, turn what off? And he was like, just turn it off. So I turned it off. And then I looked at my husband, and he wasn't tearing up or anything, but without him actually shedding tears or whatever, that moment actually showed me, a different side too. And that, even before he was allowed himself to release himself in that manner, because he couldn't just get out the car because we was doing stuff, he asked me to stop. And I did hear him because, no, I don't want him to break down in front of me. But it also made me realize, his emotions are present. It's just how they deal with it. And a lot of times when you know that your man may not want to express those emotions in front of you, you do have to adhere to that. You have to listen to, to what they're expressing, because it's not them. I realize it later in life. So this is not something I'm speaking as some guru on men or anything like that. But a lot of times it's a protectiveness that a man does to not show his woman his weakness in that manner. And I realized too, I had to learn to be okay with that, because that's what helps him to be who he is. A lot of times we want to draw out an emotion from a man because we feel like, oh, if you share that with me, it's going to make our relationship grow stronger. You have no idea what it's going to make because you haven't experienced it. We're speaking as women, we're speaking from ourselves because we're emotional, and men, and I'm not saying men aren't, but we're emotional in a different way. And so we want men to express their emotions in the same way we do. And that's not right. It's wrong, actually, because they're not supposed to. do it in the same way we do. They're not made up like us. We're not made up like them. We're not supposed to hide our emotions in the manner that a man does. You know, the society we live in, and I know people don't like to hear it, but the society we live in teaches us these backwards ways that, oh, if he don't show me the way I show him, then we're not being right together, or he's not being this, he's not being that. And it's none of those things. It's what somebody has told us is how the expression of emotion should be. And so I feel like it's respectable. It truly is, when you can see that the emotion is building up, and either like figure out how to maneuver away from it so that you're not pulling out something that's not naturally there for them, or you're putting yourself in a space to have a certain demeanor towards your husband or man because you've nagged him so much to please you and begged him like, oh, please just cry in front of me. And then you have a whole different output on him. And I'm only saying this as my experience and growth, you know, in this way. I'm not saying that I'm 100% correct.
But you are.
Some women may not feel this way, but this is just my growth from it. And I'm still growing with it. You know, you still grow, you still learn. But we definitely have to take off the table of this, well, if I show you my hand, you show me yours. That's and like Moray has said, men cry in the dark. Hey, and we're not supposed to see everything.
And
we're really not, or experiencing it. So
another problem that when you're dealing with these sick type of women like this is what they'll tell you. You need to get counseling. You don't need counseling. You need to get away from her. That's what you need. You need to get away from her. Brothers, we don't need no counseling. And if you as a man feel like you need counseling and talk to another man, don't go sit down and spill your life story or your hurt or your pain or your sufferings or whatever you're going through to a stranger, because they won't understand the world that you're in. They won't understand. 9 times out of 10, they won't understand. You are a Hebrew Israelite. Your whole life is different from the life that they live. As a woman who's causing her own problems in her own household, she go to a therapist who are not of this world, she would tell you, leave that man. By law, you can't do that. So therefore, her advice was no good for you. There's other ways for you to solve your problems. As a man, as a male, if you're going through issues and the woman keep telling you, you got to go to therapy, you got to go to therapy. And I'm not talking about something where you experience some type of trauma in your life, in your childhood, and is coming through to your behavior today. Like for example, if you was a homosexual, you got sexually assaulted in your youth, 9, 10 years old, and now you're starting to have homosexual tendencies, and you're thinking about doing some wicked things to some other people. You better go talk to somebody wherever you can find somebody, because you really are sick, and you need some help. I'm not talking about anything on that level, because you got issues. Those are real serious issues. And if you taking this lightly, what I'm saying, then something is wrong, even deeper than what I could imagine. Because that's not nothing likely to be taken. A lot of men have been molested in their youth. A lot of males have been molested in their youth. But as they grow, they're able to put that to the side and move past it, wipe it out their memory, and still live on as men and don't have homosexual tendencies and all those type of things. But if you find yourself having those homosexual tendencies, then that means you're not strong enough. That means you need to get some help. And you get that help wherever you can find it. But don't be looking at it in your woman. Don't be talking to your woman about it. Talk to a brother or somebody that you can trust to get you what you need for your improvement. And I mean what I'm saying to you. A lot of males, or a whole lot of males, they got a problem when they get the wrong woman in their life. They think they could trust in these women, and they pillow talk. Do you know how many men are in jail right now for that type of behavior? Telling their women, thinking that they can trust their women, and in the moment they break up with these women go straight to the police. and tell the police these situations that this man tell you, and then you go find the body, they go find the evidence, they go find the proof, an unsolved case that wasn't solved for 30 years. You thought you could trust her. You get emotional and start coming out telling her stuff, and then y'all break up 5 years later. I had it happen to me. Police pull up on me with their guns out. Yo, psh, bang, come here, you the one. 5 years later, y'all break up, and here they come looking for you because of something you told her 5 years ago when y'all was on good accord, and you thought that was your boo for life. And she's not. It's because she had that power over you. You gave your soul to her, and you began to do things that you knew in your disciplined mind that you couldn't do, but you did it anyway. And you shared information and things about her to put your own life and freedom at jeopardy. And when y'all broke up, you thought you forgot, but she never forgot. She was holding it in a bank to the time that she wanted to go cash that check to get back at you. And what did she do? She went right to the authorities and told the authorities what you did, who you was with, what time of the day, what you had on, all those things. And guess what? There are a lot of brothers right now sitting incarcerated for 10, 20. Some of them got life sentences because they thought they could trust a female. And you can't. You can't. Stop talking or stop stepping outside of your discipline as a man. Everything ain't for everybody. And what you did before you knew her, before you changed your life, before you became who you are, she don't need to know about all that. Not everything. She don't need to know all that. But a lot of us, we get so comfortable with a woman or with a female. We get so comfortable. We never test them to see if they're worthy. You know, we didn't try them to see if they really earned this position of being a wife. We got emotionally attached, and we just made them that. And they out sleeping with whoever they want, but we refuse to let them go. We're giving our strength over to a woman, and the Most High is not pleased with that. Therefore, he will definitely cause some destruction to take place in your life because you gave that person, an individual, you gave some flesh and blood more honor, more respect than you gave the Most High Creator. And he doesn't like that. You have not obeyed the voice of your teachers, nor inclined your ear to them that instructed you. He says, I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation, living a very sinful life, except he remembered the Shabbat day. It says, drink waters out of your own cistern and running waters out of your own well. What does that mean? That means get your own family. Build your own family. Let that be your nucleus. And give your water and drink your water. Give your water and drink your water. And give your water and drink your water out of that. All that stuff outside of that, separate yourself from it. If it ain't your own, if she doesn't belong to you, if she's not your Isha or a part of your Nashim, then leave her alone. We have too many males today who call themselves Hebrew Israelite, upstanding, law-abiding Hebrew Israelites, and they sleeping with anybody that comes in the wind just because she got breasts in the booty. They sleeping with them. That's not good. I had a buddy one time who he did that when we was back in the street days, back in the days in the streets. He called me up one day. He tells me this story. He ain't listening now, and I'm sure he ain't, but I wish he was because he can use these messages. We was out back in the day, and I mean, that's how we lived. Women to women, women to women, women to women. We wasn't tied down with nothing. We had our little main job, but the rest of them, we was a part of the world. We were dead in our minds. We were absorbed with sin and corruption. We did a whole lot of things. But this one particular thing is what I'm talking about is sex with women that don't belong to us. He met this female. He calls me back. Yo, man, I had to climb out the window to get out this joint house. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? What happened? You know, I'm driving, whatever I'm doing. What happened? He tells me He goes in the house with this girl he just met. She locks the door. When they went in, he thought it was cool. They go lay down. They start having intimacy, having sex, and it was a man. And it wasn't a woman. He thought they was kissing and everything. He thought he had a woman that he was ready to do the thing to. And it was a man with the door locked. He said he had to break out the window to get out the building. That's how he got out. Horrible. You never know what you're dealing with out here in these streets, man. But if we at that time was living by a law, if we was living by a law, the standards of the Creator, it would have been different. Because she would have been, or it would have been carefully weighed in the balances. It would have been tested and proven that this was a woman way before he took her to wife. You follow me? But because we was in our heathenistic mind, in our survival mode, just trying to seek all the pleasure we can get, chasing them dollars and all that other stuff, he wasn't concerned with whether it was a woman or not. He already thought it was a woman because she looked good, because she gave him the digits. She took him to his house, and he thought he had a winner. He called me back later on telling me how he had to break out the window to get away from this faggot, this thing, or whatever it was. It's horrible. It's horrible. But you can wrap yourself up in a situation with females. And I'm talking about women now. And you give your strength to them, and they be not worthy of that. The problem is not the woman, because a woman's supposed to move in her femininity. And if she gets your strength from her moving in her femininity, then you the problem and not her. You're the problem. So any man that falls victim to these things is the real issue. You have to separate yourself from women that mean you no good. Women that's not willing to grow with you in righteousness and serve the Most High with you, and be patient and listen and walk with you and be a profitable part of your life. You don't need those type of women. Get away from them. If you got a woman that you can't control, and I mean what I just said, control. What does that mean? That means if we in the market and she gets, and somebody does something to her, and she gets in an argument with a dude, and you say, hold up, baby, be quiet, I got this. And step on the side. And she don't do it. She don't shut her mouth. She keep getting in the dude's face like she get ready to beat the dude up. Yo, man, you ain't got no control over your woman. Then she shouldn't be your woman. Because why? Because you're not strong enough for her. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and probably financially. You're not strong enough. She wears the pants in that house. And that's why she's up in a man's face trying to fight a man. That kind of woman will get you killed, will get you put in the dirt. Any woman that you can't control, you don't need in your life. You got to keep telling her 8 and 9 times how to behave and how to conduct herself in the presence of men. You don't need a female like that. She will get you put in the dirt quick. And you will think it's the manly thing to do. You will think it's the manly thing to do to defend your woman's honor. Your woman had no honor, because if she had honor, she wouldn't have been in that man's face. The moment that man did something wrong to her, if he did anything at all, she would have got your attention and said to you, husband, this guy over here just did such and such, just said such and such. But what we have today is we have a female who seek to be men. They might still wear skirts. They still got the body parts of a woman, but their mind is very masculine, where they think they can go toe to toe. I seen a video today I was watching a video today where this black guy was with this white girl, and they had Dallas Cowboy jerseys, and the other guy, the white guy, had a Philadelphia Eagles jersey on. And something happened with the woman with the Dallas jersey and the white guy with the Eagles jersey. Now, this white woman was married to a black man. She said that was her husband. So anyway, the man trying to walk away. Her husband was in the background, but the wife kept rushing up to the man, trying to hit the man, cussing the man out, antagonizing the man, and the man trying to get away. Then the man mugs the wife to get him away from him. The husband gets involved. Now the husband wants to fight, and he couldn't fight. And the white man beat the black man up. It's very rare that you see those type of videos. The black man was getting so beat up, he had to bite the man's finger. The man had the black man on the ground. The white guy had the black guy on the ground, smashing his head. And the wife jumps on the white man's back, trying to get him off of her husband, who's on the ground, because he was trying to defend her honor. These things are real. If you got a woman in your life that's like that, that's aggressive out in those streets, leave her, because you could lose your life. Now, let's just say that white man had a weapon on him, a knife or a gun. That altercation erupt, somebody could have lost their life. Somebody could have lost their life. These things are real. These things are seriously real. But a lot of us are asleep to the realities of life. Let's move on. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation in the assembly. Drink water out of your own cistern, and running water out of thy own well. Have your own, family. Don't worry about what's out there in them streets, because them streets going to be all right. Have your own. If you're a man, or if you're a male and you want more wives, make sure that your home is taken care of and provided for before you decide you're going to go out and get another wife. And then when you go get another wife, you vet her, but have a purpose for her why you need her in your life. Okay, very well. Have a purpose for her in your life. Because if you don't have a purpose for her in your life, then you're just getting her out of a thing called lust. No one should be married for the reasons of lust. You don't grab a wife, you don't take a woman just for the purpose of having sexual intercourse with her. There's no reason for you to get involved with a female if the only good she has in your life is a lustful behavior, because that can, not will, but it can create this type of woman in her, and it's not a good thing. Let thy fountains be dispersed abroad, and rivers of waters in the street. Let them be only thine own. That means if your fountains want to go out and be a part of the world and have sex with other men, that fountain can't be yours anymore. You got to let it go. And not strangers with thee. They can't be having intercourse and sexual behavior with strangers. If that fountain belongs to you, nobody else gets to drink of that water of that fountain except you. Let it be your own rivers of waters, your own well, your own cistern, and not one that you share with strangers. Let thou fountain be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of your youth. Rejoice with the wife of your youth. Let her be as the loving hind and pleasant roe. Let her breasts satisfy thee all the times. And be thou ravished always with her love. Always be ravished with her love. Now, love. A lot of people talk about love, 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 love. The woman's love is remarkably unique. When a woman loves a man, it's unbelievable what she can do and will do for that man. Unbelievable. But when a man loves a woman or is in love with a woman, destruction comes about because he gave his strength to a woman. Now, carefully listen to what I'm saying. I know that's going to agitate a lot of people. That's because your mind is westernized. And that's all right if you got that Western mind. The Most High never commanded a man to obey his woman. He never commanded a man to be in love with his woman. Never commanded anything like that. Today's world, if a man is in love with a woman, he's a fool. Well, Prince, you say these strong accusations. Let me clear it up for you. That means that a woman can do anything that she wants to do and he'll accept it. Like that woman that we're talking about in here, she did all types of things to this man and he embraced it. He accepted it. The only thing a man should be in love with is the Creator. That's it. In love and have emotions for or have love for are two different things. Those are two different things. Now, I know a lot of you are going to disagree. No, any woman. A man should never love any woman. Let me correct myself. A man should never be in love with any woman, ever. Never, not even his mother. Because when you are in love with an individual, it will make you do things that goes against your discipline and your principles. Now, let me back up what I'm saying. Absolutely, the Most High is only and always. That's the only thing that you be in love with. Let me back up my principles. Here we go. When a man takes a wife, she takes his name. She changes for him. When a man takes a wife, he moves her into his house. She changes her environment, her behavior, her thinking for him. She is to be in love with him. He's never to be in love with her. That means you're giving, when you're in love with something or someone, you're giving your strength over into it. I remember a man one time, and you don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but I promise you that what I'm saying is a fact. And it's true in nature, in this life, in this realm we live in. I knew a man one time, he was in love with his car. In love with his car. What I mean, he loved that car. He cherished that car. He worshiped that car. If that car got a flat tire, he bought a new tire for that car. If that car had a scratch on it, he'd go get a new paint job. This man was in love with his car so much that on Shabbat morning, this brother was an Israelite. He would go out and wipe his car down before he drove to Shabbat service. The Creator said you shouldn't be working on this day, but he loved that car so much that the Most High gave him over to that car. If a man is in love with anything, he gives his soul to that thing to be in love with it. Women love from emotions. So they can be in love and it's an emotional thing for them. Men love off of discipline, reason, and movement and action. That means that if a man loves you, he's going to show you through his actions in your life that he loves you, that he cares for you. He's going to provide the things that he needs to provide. All your needs, he will have. Even if he can't supply all your needs, he's going to feel a hurt inside of himself for failing to supply your needs. But any moment that you step outside of responsibility to him and go off and give yourself to another man, he gone. He can leave you because he ain't in love with you. But the one that fell in love with you, and sisters, I want you to mark my words. If you got a man a male that you done did this to, and he's still there, that he's in love with you, but he's a fool. He cannot leave because it's not that easy for him to walk away from a bad situation. Why? Because he's in love with you. No man should ever be in love with a woman or anything other than the Almighty. Never have anything, as a man, never have anything in your life that you can't walk away from. Never. As a woman, you must be in love with your husband. The Creator said that your desires should be to him. So if your desires are toward him, then that means you're giving him the best of you. You are there to please him. But now I'm not telling you to be in a relationship with a wicked man, because if he's wicked, then you got to go. But all I'm talking about right now is love. If a man has any feelings for you at all, if he's your husband, he should love you. He should come to love you. He shall learn to love you, but he shall never be in love with you, which means he can't let you go. No matter what. Why? Because I'm in love. No, she cheated. She didn't handle her responsibilities as a wife. She's a sluggard. She's a bum. She's lazy. She wants to smoke weed. She wants to smoke alcohol. She wants to run the streets with her girlfriends. She's not worthy of a husband. Let her go. She can't keep her legs closed. She's promiscuous. Let her go. But if you're in love with her, you can never let her go because you can't. That's why the Most High says that a woman cannot give a man a bill of divorce. The only way a woman can get away from her husband once they're married is if she go to the judges, and the judges has to hear a matter. So that, see, they're not emotionally attached, but the woman is emotionally attached. She's emotionally attached, but the judges are not. They have to hear a matter and determine if this is worthy of a divorce and grant her a bill. But if a man is in love with a woman, he ain't going to give her a bill no matter what, because he don't want her to go, no matter what she does. It's dangerous for a man to be in love with a woman. Now, I'm not saying you can't love your wife, but you can't be in love with her. Those are two different things. Never give your strength to a woman, ever. I don't care how good of a woman she is. She will look at you completely different. The relationship will never be the same if you give your strength unto her. Never do that. But you got to be real careful about the woman you bring in your life, because the woman you bring in your life, you are responsible for. And a lot of women are emotional. They need emotional stability. You know, you do get strong women every once in a while where they don't need that much as another woman who is weaker, but she's still, every woman needs emotional stability. You have to know how to treat and give her emotional desires attention as well as her physical desires. You have to know how to do all these things as a man. Let thy fountains be dispersed abroad, and rivers of waters in the streets. Let them be thy own, and not strangers with thee. Let thy fountains be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her be as the loving hind and the pleasant roe. Let her breast satisfy thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love, And why wilt thou, thy son, be ravished with a strong woman? Why would you give your spirit over to a strong woman? See, let me point this point out right here, because I believe I read this. Let me hold on for a minute. Okay. All right. And be ravished with a strange woman, and embrace the bosoms of a stranger. For the ways of man are before the eyes of the Most High, and he pondereth all his goings. The ways of a man are always before the Most High, and the Most High is watching all of your doings. The ways of a man are always before the Creator, and the Most High, the Creator, he watches all of your doings. We have to be careful as men how we move. The only thing we fall in love with in this place is the Almighty, pleasing him, serving him, and worshiping him. Now, if you love and you show your love through your actions. Show your love through your actions. And if you're not showing love through your actions, it's because you don't love. For the ways of a man are before the eyes of the Most High, and he pondereth all his goings. His own iniquity shall take the wickedness himself, and he shall be holden with the cords of his sins. He shall die without instructions, and in the greatness of his folly, he shall go astray. He will be confused. He will lose his way. He will not know how to do what it is that he needs to do to provide for himself or anyone else that's under his care. He will lose his way, definitely. And that's not what we're supposed to do. As a man, you always have to be on your best behavior. Always. You have to focus and be on point to worship this king. You have to be on point to worship the Most High to the best of your ability. So before we move forward, I want to take if there are any questions so that possibly we can answer some of the questions or comments. Now, like I said in this lesson, it's going to be a lot of things you don't like that I said. It doesn't matter. It's okay. I'm only here to deliver the message. I'm not here to make you eat it. So you don't have to accept it. You can disagree with it. That's okay. But I promise you, everything that I've said about today's lesson is true and factual. And if you look at and you begin to examine males that have the characteristics and the traits that I talked about, you look at their wives or the women that they with, and those women will have on pants, meaning those women will be running the show. The women will be running the house. The women will be the breadwinners and all types of things. Those women will be masculine by nature because the man ain't taking the position. Naturally, somebody got to do it. Somebody has to do it. And usually that female will be the female to step up and become the husband to a weak male. But you don't have to agree with what I said. That's okay if you don't agree. But don't allow your emotions to get in the way of divine knowledge. Because what I speak is pure wisdom. And if we continue to allow ourselves to be given over to the Western world, that's what's going to take place. Now, Aim said something about, she said, I prefer the word opposed. I prefer the word guide as opposed to control. Nobody wants to hear control because most people think control is a dominant thing and is something that shouldn't be. Nobody wants to be controlled, but all of us are controlled. Every one of us are controlled. No matter how we try to look and escape the realities of where we at, we can't escape it. If you don't believe you're being controlled, try to go to another country. Matter of fact, just walk into a building that's a government-owned building without proper ID. You're being controlled as well. You're being, what does control mean? It means made to do things that you don't naturally want to do or naturally would do. That's what control is. And if you think about it, we're all being controlled. And it's not guided, it's controlled. But we most of us, especially when it's the feminine form of us, we want to use soft words and passionate words, and we want to try to pacify the situation. But in reality, we can't pacify what's going on in our lives right now because this is dangerous where we at in this part of our realm. It's dangerous, but we want to make it pleasant. We want it to be smooth. We want it to be watered down. No, the Most High said, give it to them raw. And that's how they got to get it, raw. So that's how they acting. That's how they doing it. So let's wake it up. Give it to them the way that they living. Let's not pussyfoot around this. Let's be real with it. These are situations that need our attention, our immediate attention, and we must get it. We must get it, and we must do it. If not, we all gonna perish. And we're gonna perish because the Europeans have got control of our minds and causing us to turn against each other, causing us not to work together, causing us to want to be spoken. What the people say, the prophets told the children of the Most High, the people told the prophets of the Most High, speak unto us smooth things, and we'll listen. Don't speak unto us of the laws of the Creator. Speak unto us smooth things. And we can't speak smooth things unto the ignorant people, unto a brainwashed people, unto a manipulated people. We got to give them the harsh reality of the truth. Don't nobody want to hear the word hate. How could you not want to hear the word hate when that's what we show to our brothers and sisters every day? Hate. That's what we show. We hate each other. But all this is going to change right now because Prince is going to introduce you to how to love each other, how to protect each other, how to bless each other, how to care for each other. That's my job. Let me do my job. I like this. Power to influence, righteous influence, equal man, not male. Okay, power to influence. Control the power to influence or direct people's behavior or the course of events. Okay, may the Most High be praised. We, as a people, have to learn to follow instructions. And a lot of us don't want to follow instructions. Like Aim Katir said, guide the people. Give the people what the people need. But if the people ain't following instructions, then we got a problem. So I asked, were there any questions? Nobody posted any questions or any comments. So I'm assuming that it's okay for us now to move forward because nobody has any questions. Nobody's bringing up any comments. Am I right? Okay. So I have something that I wanted to read. We left off in the book of Kings, chapter 22 in the book of Kings, 2 Kings. We left off talking about Hezekiah. Hezekiah had a son. His name was Manasseh. Manasseh died, had a son. His name was Amon. Amon is going to die and have a son, and his name is Josiah. And we're going to read our story about Josiah today. But where I want to come from first is I want to go to the second book of Chronicles, chapter 33, verse 21. 2 Chronicles, chapter 33 and 21, but we're going to jump mainly in chapter 34. But we're going to start in 33 and 21. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Huhana. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Thanks for joining in. 2 Chronicles chapter 33, verse 21. If there's any questions, any comments, family, feel free. Stop me at any time. Post your questions, and we'll deal with your questions at that particular time. All right? We're shifting the pace slightly now, family. We're shifting the pace slightly, but there's going to be a great lesson at the end of this lesson. You're going to get great wisdom out of this to help you in your walk toward the Most High. All right? We're going to talk about some things right now, man. It's going to be really some powerful things that we can utilize. You're going to learn some things today that you did not know. And you're going to see how people were favored by the Most High that you thought the Most High cared nothing about. So let's go. Y'all ready? Let's rock and roll. Everybody know who Amnon was, right? Ammon. Everybody know who Ammon was? Ammon was the son of who? Who was Ammon's son? Ammon's father. I'll give you a hint. Ammon was named after a deity because his father was into magic and sorcery and idolatry worship. He worshiped the stars of the heavens. His father was a king, but he did all types of things. Some of his children he offered up on the altar and burned them up as a sacrifice. This man was a king of Israel. He was a king of Judah. Somebody tell me what his name was. What was Ammon's name, father's name? Anybody? Does anybody remember his name? Could you repost your question and then maybe I could address your question? But right now I'm asking a question. Anybody know who Ammon's father was? It don't take much to look it up, family. If you don't know, if you don't remember. Who was Amun's father before he became king? His father died and Amun took over. And Ishi, repost your question, please, and I'll address your question. Nobody know who Amun's father was. Okay. All right. Amun's father was Manasseh, King Manasseh, or Manasseh. That's who Amun's father was. He practiced all type of idolatry, all types of wickedness. Thank you, Tahor Kodesh. Thank you. He practiced all type of abominations, wickedness, and evil, and all types of bad things he practiced. He named his children, well, one of his children was named Amun, who was an Egyptian deity, to show that he was worshiping or praising these deities. And then somewhere in his life, he changed his behavior. He made amends with the Most High, and the Most High heard him and forgave him of his sin. So he changed in somewhere in his life and began to worship the Most High. Manasseh is called the prayer of Manasseh, or the prayer of Manasseh. You read that and it'll show you. Okay? It'll show you who he was and the prayer that he prayed to the Most High, and how the Most High heard him and forgave him of his sin. So Amun was Manasseh's son. Who was Manasseh's father? Anybody know who Manasseh's father was? I ask you these things for a reason, because I want to make you teachers of teachers. That's what I want to do. I want you to be sharp. I want you to know what you're talking about when you speak. I want you to have the evidence. So who was Manasseh's father, or Manasseh? Who was his father? Anybody know who his father was? King Hezekiah. Absolutely. King Hezekiah. Let me ask you one a little bit stronger than that. See how strong y'all really are. And when I ask this question, I'm going to read on. I'm going to keep it going. And then y'all, whoever get it, post it in the room. Who was Hezekiah's father? Who was King Hezekiah's father? All right. Now I'm going to read on. Somebody posted in the room when you get it. If you're that sharp, you got it already, and you posting it. There you go. That girl, that woman, right? That's my wife. That's my wife. Done her thing, Amos. Nah, Ahaz. Ahaz was King Hezekiah's father. That's right. Ahaz. So we got Ahaz. We got Amos was next before that. We got Ahaz. We got Hezekiah. We got Manasseh. We got Amun. And now we after Amun, we got Josiah. Now, Josiah, a lot of you might not remember, but Josiah was prophesied. Y'all remember a long time ago when we was reading 2 Kings, I believe it was chapter 12 maybe, and we read about the prophet that came from Judah to Jeroboam, and he prophesied on the altar that men's bones would be buried on the altar, and that the man who did it, his name would be Josiah by name. Remember that? Josiah's birth was prophesied years, many years before he was even born. Josiah's birth was prophesied. Prophets were speaking about the life of Josiah and what he would do before he was even born. All right, let's see what this question is. We're going to get back to the story. My only question to that is, if a man is not in touch with his emotions, how would he recognize them and learn how to control them? I agree. If he's not in touch with his emotions, he won't know how to recognize them, and he won't know how to control them. A man must be in touch with his emotions. That's why he don't express them. We all know some of the most toxic men, but women too, can't handle. Okay, there you go. A man, I never said for a man not to be in touch with his emotions. He must be in touch with his emotional side. That's called control and discipline. He must know how to turn them on and off. He must know when something is taking place. He must know when he feels a certain way and he needs to respond. He must be in control of his emotions at all times. That's what makes him a man. And he must also weigh his emotions carefully and not allow his emotions to govern his reaction. Women act emotionally. Men should never act and respond emotionally. Everything about a man must be about discipline and order. That's what makes him a man. He must have the reason. He must carefully weigh why he's doing what he's doing and then do it. The moment that a man moves off of emotion, he loses a whole lot of strength and a whole lot of discipline and a whole lot of things. And usually when a man moves off of emotions, he made a bad decision, because a man should never move off of emotions, ever. It takes away from his manliness. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. He has to be in control of his emotions. He has to be in touch of his emotions at all times. All right. If there are any other questions, please post them and we'll address those issues. If there's any other questions or comments, please post them and we'll address them. 2 Chronicles chapter 33, verse 21. It says, Amun was 22 years old when he began to reign. Who was Amun's father? Did anybody tell me who Amun's father was? Amun was 22 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. And he did. Okay. No, it doesn't, sis. It doesn't have to be on my topic. You can ask any question you like right now. Any question before I move on. Because we just getting ready to get started. This is the question and answer period. We just stopped that. So yes, you can ask any question you want. Yes, Manasseh was Amun's father. Very good, Ima. Sister Huhada, you can ask any question you want. And I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for your question. When you post your question, I'll go right back to your question and address that issue. Okay? It could be any question about anything that you want. Okay. Here we go. Please tell me your opinion of the story of Dinah. All right. We're going to slow down a little bit and we're going to address these questions that have come in the room. We're going to address these questions. Please tell me your opinion of the story of Dinah. My opinion is what the book says. Dinah stepped out into a world where she shouldn't have been. She went out to party with some people that she shouldn't have been, and some horrible things happened with her. Then, after her reaction, she was now accountable for some things because of her reactions of being in places and being with people that she shouldn't have been. But I think your question, I was going to say, I think your question was a little bit more deeper. And the word is, was she raped? And the answer is yes, she was raped. Dinah was raped. She was taken advantage of. And the word used there shows that he overpowered her, but you would only know that through the Hebrew language, that he overpowered her. I don't remember what the word was exactly verbatim, but we can always take that journey and go back there. It shows that she was raped. She was taken advantage of. The man took advantage of her. She was at a party. She was having a good time, probably with the pagans. She's probably just having a good time with the pagans, but he didn't have to do what he did to her. He overpowered her. And I will promise you that the people who disagree with that don't read Hebrew. Because if you read it in the Hebrew, you will see where he forced himself upon her. And that's what rape is. So yeah, that's okay. Then that shows you where you belong with the learned man. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Sister Laurel. She says, I saw a video. What do you think about purchasing with a chip? Some call it the mark of the beast in the hand. Well, we don't deal with the mark of the beast because we don't read the New Testament. We're not a part of the New Testament. But I don't think that that's a good thing. I think that that's a way of control. And it also, not just that it's a way of control. That doesn't have to be your last question, sis. You can ask any question you want. Any question you like, you can ask. Not only is it a way of control and a way of tracking, but it's also invasion of your body. They take a chip and then put it underneath your hand and your fingers on your arms or wherever they put that chip at. You are now interfering with the molecular structure of your DNA and your body and all those things by carrying foreign objects under your skin. Your body, our human bodies are designed to repel foreign things from our flesh. So therefore, your body will be constantly being a flux where it will be, your lip nose probably gets swollen, but it will be fighting against that foreign object being placed under your skin. So no, I don't agree with it, no way, shape, or form. These are things that we shouldn't have. And then you find sicknesses and illness develops in people from particles of your body constantly fighting, being under that stress, trying to rid your body of that, whatever that can be considered, because it's in your skin, it's under your skin, and your body is fighting against it. That's strain on your body. That's another job for your brain to do, to try to fight it off naturally. So these are not, I'm not in agreement with these things at all. But I will say that it's a sign of the time that these days right here that we are living in are becoming more and more wicked, more and more wicked. And a lot of us are asleep to the wickedness that's all around us. And that's why we're trying to get y'all to move into a community. You don't have to move into our community, but you can move into a community that's like ours, that fear the Most High and want to keep his commandments. These are places that you can go to try to fight off or combat or build a type of a defense against what's about to take place in America. Prince teaches these things all the time. It's not a coincidence that you are here today. It's not a coincidence that you're here every week. But you need to take these practices and implement them in your life, because it can preserve you in the very few years to come. They're talking about mass things taking place by the year 2030. Mass things. Yeah, see what I mean? She talking, Sister Laurel talking about you won't be able to buy or sell if you don't get that chip underneath your skin. Well, put that chip in your wallet and use it in your wallet and move around. But not only would that chip be in your wallet, but that chip contains all your information. It contains access to your bank accounts. And that's what the digital currency is all about today. They're trying to create a digital currency so that they can get that chip and move that chip into the world where they can shut your money down whenever they want. They can keep a track of who got what. You can't, a whole lot of crime will be avoided, but they'll be the biggest criminals. Because if all of your life is on that chip, your bank account, your social security number, your birth date, your age, your height, and all your history, all of that is on that chip, and that chip has access to your account so you can buy and sell. They can shut you down from feeding yourself. You could be at the gas station traveling to one place that they don't want you to go to because they heard it over the walkies or the radios that you was coming. They shut your chip down. You can't get any gas. Now you stuck 100 miles away from where you was going and 200 miles away from where you at, because they don't want that to happen for you. These chips are dangerous. It is something that we have to pay careful attention to and stay away from. But I don't, that mark of the beast stuff and all that stuff, if it can't, as the Most High says in the law, if it's not a part of the law, then that means there's no truth in it, and I'll leave it alone. If it has nothing to do with the Most High's law, then I just separate from it. All right? Now, if things got that bad, one of us might have to go get that chip just so we can feed the masses of the people. If it got that bad, somebody might have to do it just to feed the people. All right. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other questions or comments, family? All right. If someone you're related to does something vile to someone you don't like or care for, you side with them because they're your immediate relations, would that constitute having respect to persons? Okay, let me read that again. If someone you're related to does something vile to someone you don't like or care for, yeah, that would be respect a person. If they did something wrong to that individual, you're showing respect a person. Yes, I would agree with that. Because they're your immediate relations. Would that constitute having respect a person? Absolutely. Yes, that would be the answer. If they did some wickedness, wickedness is wickedness. You call it for what it is. You don't favor that person because they're your brothers or sisters or your friend. All right? Do you give Judah a pass concerning Tamar? I think you might have to ask your question a little bit different. No, I don't give Judah a pass. Judah was wrong. Judah should not have been out soliciting harlotry and having sex with people that's not his wife. He shouldn't have been doing that. And because he do it, no, he don't get a pass. He himself says that she has been more righteous than him. He, in his explanation, says that Tamar has been more righteous by trying to have a seed out of her husband, her dead deceased brother's husband's bloodline. So that's the fact. Happens so much in Israel, respect of person, especially families, and supporting their wickedness. Absolutely. That's what happens. We are some wicked people. Are there any other questions or comments before we move on? And if not, if you do come up with a question, just post your question and we'll address it. All right. When did we come on YouTube? Wow, a long time ago, years. We've been on YouTube for at least 20 years, at least. We've been on YouTube for a long time. Now, this portion has been about 3 years, maybe 2 to 3 years. Yes, but we here. Okay. You ain't just bumping into us. The Most High led you here. I've been around. We still friends. I'm here. May the Most High be with you. And give the family my love, please. Every Shabbat, what you can do is you can go to the screen page, which you're already on, ring the bell. You'll see a bell up there. Ring the bell and like and share the page. And then that way you'll see it. Every Shabbat, whenever we go live, it'll hit you and let you know where we at. But at 11 o'clock, every Shabbat, we go live. 11 o'clock until whenever it's over. Sometimes we be here 7 o'clock at night. Whenever it's over, it's over. Sometimes we be here at 2 o'clock. Whenever it's over, it's over. We do force it. We do push it a little bit. But we do what the Most High allows us to do. Sis, you're welcome to come. And invite others. You can share the page, do whatever you feel you need to do to help to promote the teachings, because we need as many people as we can get. May the Most High be praised. We need as many people as we can get to hear these messages to help raise up the consciousness of our people to come out of these dungeons and jails and prisons that we're in. All right, so we're going to read. But if there's any questions, you can still post your questions. All right? All right, let's move forward. And reigned 2 years. Ammon reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High, as Manasseh, his father, had done. Ammon sacrificed to all the images that Manasseh, his father, had made and served them. Now, Manasseh had actually changed from doing evil, but he had already infected his children. Remember how that story went from last week's class, y'all? He had already infected his son. Therefore, even though he changed, that behavior was already embedded in his seed. His son had already taken on those practices of worshiping all the host of heaven, practicing magic and sorcery. He was probably impressed by it. And then when his father turned back to the Most High and gave his life back to the Creator, his son didn't do that. but his son was next to be king. So his son sacrificed to all the images that his father had made, and he served them. He did not humble himself before Yahweh. He did not humble himself before the Creator as Manasseh, his father, had humbled himself. But this Amun incurred guilt more and more. First thing is that he was being disobedient to his father because his father changed his life. And of course, his father tried to tell him how to change his life, but he didn't hear his father. So because his father gave him instructions and he disobeyed them, then he brought all that sin upon himself. And he did not humble himself before the Most High as Manasseh, his father, had humbled himself. But this Amun incurred guilt more and more, and his servants conspired against him and put him to death in his house. But the people of the land struck down all those who had conspired against King Amun, and the people of the land made Josiah, his son, king in his place. They made Josiah king. Josiah was the one that was prophesied. So therefore, the Most High already knew, he already knew that Amun wasn't going to serve him, and had already established before the birth of Josiah that he would be king, and the type of king that he would. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign. Now he's 8 years old. He's a child. He had adult men, grown men, leading him, helping him, giving him advice, but yet he's still king. He was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Most High, and walked in the ways of David his father. And he did not turn aside to the right hand nor to the left. For in the 8th year of his reign, now what year was it? In the 8th year of his reign. Now remember, who was Josiah's father? Amun was Josiah's father. And Amun was wicked. So what do you think Amun taught Josiah? He taught him how to be wicked. He taught him what his father taught him when his father was wicked. He passed it down to his son through his behavior. So Josiah only learned what he learned from his father, but it took him 8 years of his kingship. He was already 8 years old when he became king. So he was 16 years old when he began to seek out the Most High. Now, I'm going to share some things with y'all, family, because this is some deep stuff that a lot of people don't know, that a lot of people don't teach. Watch this. He was 8 years old when he became king. So for 8 years, he got to live a life where he was not worshiping and serving the Creator. And then when he became 16 years old, he now had a mind to serve the Most High, but he did not know the Most High. So he had to search for the Most High. But you know what? They didn't have what we got. We got the Torah right now. We got a version of the Torah in our possession that we can read a book, we can hit YouTube, go to pages, and let people teach us out of the Torah. Josiah didn't have that. Manasseh didn't have that. Hezekiah didn't have that. Amun didn't have that. They didn't have what we got today. There was no Torah on record at that time of the kings that they can pull out a book and read from. It wasn't one. We got a lot to learn today. But a lot of teachers don't even know that. A lot of our people in Israel don't know that. our kings who served the Most High, they did it from what they were taught by other men. The priesthood, the prophets, they walked off of what the Most High instilled inside of them. Now, Josiah, being 8 years old, what would make him now decide, oh, I want to know about this creator that I heard my forefathers used to worship many years ago? Why? Because he was already influenced with idolatry. He was 8 years old. While he was yet a boy, he began to seek Ha Elohim of Dawid, his father. And he didn't have a book to hear it, to read it, to look at it. So what was it inside of him that was brewing inside of him that made him seek the power, or the power that Dawid worshipped? His great-great-grandfather from so many years ago worshiped the power named Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and no other power. That's right. The same way that a lot of us are waking up today. Some of us don't know why we're doing what we're doing. Some of us don't know where this knowledge came from, or this desire to just become a servant of the Most High King. Some of us don't know where we got it from, because the life we was living, my mom was a harlot, she was a prostitute. My daddy was a vagabond, a bum, he's smoking crack. We got all kinds of stories. But how we end up here, we don't know. Because if you looked at our lives in our youth, it didn't point to the Most High. It pointed to drug addiction. It pointed to jail. It pointed to harlotry. It pointed to drugs, selling drugs, buying drugs, using drugs. It pointed to death. A lot of us should be dead by now. But that's not what happened. We came by way of the Most High. We sought the Most High. Whatever age we were, we sought out the presence of the King. And he's blessed us, and we are here today. Same thing or a similar thing happened with Josiah. For some reason, he sought the power of his forefather, Dawid. And watch this. What I like about this, he did this when he was 16, but he didn't act upon it until he was 20, 4 years later. Watch what the story says. I'm going to start at verse 3. 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 3. For in the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet a boy, he began to seek the Elohim, Ha Elohim of Dawid, his father. And in the 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of the high places. In the 12th year, he began to purge all the statues, the images, the idols, all those things that his father missed. He went back and he began to purge them out. Not his father, but his grandfather. He went back and began to purge those idols out. But what I like about Josiah, Josiah didn't just do this in Judah. He went to Samaria. He went to other sides of Israel and did the same thing. Purge all the idols, the images, the statues, all those things he got rid of. Watch this. And in the 20th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of the high places, the Asherim and the carved and the metal images. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold up. His father taught him to practice idolatry. But then he got of age and he stopped practicing idolatry, realized that idolatry wasn't the proper way, and he left the idolatry behind, and he worshiped a power that his father didn't teach him about, but his grandfather reunited with, and his great-grandfather before that served, and then all the way down the line, Dawid served also. But some of us today are still stuck on idolatry, even though we have the Most High before us. Even though we have the book of the law before us, we still bring in our paganistic ways along with our worship to the Creator. How be that? You have to do what Josiah did. Completely cut off the Christian religion out of your life. Completely cut off any reason, any way of life, any habit, any practice that you got that is not worshiping the Most High and the Most High alone. That's how you return back to the Creator. But a lot of us want to call false deities or deities the Creator when they're not the Creator. We haven't learned that message yet. Josiah went in the midst of the people and killed and brought down all the images. Josiah going to be so serious about it that he going to go and he going to dig up the bodies of all the priests that burnt to these deities and crush their bones and burn their bones, therefore fulfilling the prophecy. And they chopped down the altars of the Baalims, of the deities, in his presence. Now watch this. And he cut down the incense altars that stood above them. And he broke down in pieces the Asherim and the carved and the metal images. And he made dust of them and scattered it all over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. He wasn't playing. The mere memory of them he didn't want around. And he scattered them all over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. He also burnt the bones of the priests on the altars, on their altars, and cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. He went through all of Judah and Jerusalem to cleanse all of the people of idolatry, similar to the path that I'm on today, to cleanse our people of the idolatrous behavior and actions that we're doing. Many of us think that we're not practicing idolatry, but we are. If JC is anywhere in your vocal cords when you speak about the Most High, it's because you're still practicing idolatry. And you don't think he is, and you don't think you are. You don't think you're guilty, but you are. If any power, anyone that was worshipped as a deity, anyone who people prostrated themselves to, killed people for, hung up and made an image and prayed to and honored and reverenced, this deity was reverenced so bad that 2,000, 3,000 years later, we still keeping his birthday, supposedly birthday. He's a deity. The Most High is saying, let him go. And the Most High will not release his full energy to you let's say he will not release the full blessing unto you until you let him go. You'll see. They chopped down the altars of the Baalims in his presence, and he cut down the incense altars that stood above them. And he broke in pieces the Asherim and the carved and the metal images, and he made dust of them and scattered it over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. He also burnt the bones of the priests on their altars and cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. And in the cities of Manasseh and Ephraim and Simeon, as far as Naphtali, in their ruins all around. Now he went into Samaria. He went into Israel's territory. Now, in Israel's territory at this particular time was living the people that Tiglath-Pileser and his son Sennacherib had put into the land. They didn't know how to live there in the land. But right now, they're doing their thing. But they're worshiping and practicing idolatrous behavior in that land. They're praying and worshiping the gods of the Sidonians. That's who they're worshiping and praying to. But they weren't supposed to. Shabbat shalom, my sister Beher. Shabbat shalom. In the cities of Manasseh, Ephraim, and Simeon, and as far as Naphtali in the ruins all around, he broke down the altars and beat the deities or the statues and the images into powder and cut down all the incense altars throughout all the land of Israel. Then he returned to Jerusalem. He wasn't even the king in Israel, the northern kingdom. He ruled the southern kingdom. But his passion, his zeal to please the Most High was so strong that he didn't just clean up Judah and Jerusalem. He went over to all of the Israelites' land over in Israel and cleaned that up as well. He wasn't playing. Now, his actions is going to bring about a reaction from the Creator because of his actions. This man was zealous for the Most High, and he was just introduced to the Most High at the age of 16, 4 years before he began to do this. How old are you? Oh, yeah, that's right. Now, in the 18th year of his reign, after he done walked and served and lived the Most High, after many years, in the 18th year of his reign, when he had cleansed the land and the house, now pay attention to this because this is extremely important, family. He sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, and Maaseiah, the governor of the city, and Joah, the son of Joaz, the recorder. He sent all of them to repair the house of the Most High. Now watch this. Maaseiah is the governor of the city. Joash is the son of Joaz. He's a recorder. And Shaphan, the son of Azaliah. Why is he sending these people to the house of the Most High to build it up? Part of the reason why he's sending these people is because these are the people that he can trust. And not only could he trust them, he needed to keep a record of what was taking place so that we could read about it today. Now watch this part right here, because this is the part that's so amazing, how the Most High blesses you for the work that you put in. He put in a lot of work. King Josiah put in a lot of work for the Most High. And 18 years later, he's going to reap those blessings. Now watch this. Watch what the Most High chose to do at this time. They came to Hilkiah, the high priest, and gave him the money that had been brought into the house of Ha Elohim, which the Levites, the keepers of the threshold, had collected from Manasseh and Ephraim, and from all the remnants of Israel, and from all Judah and Benjamin, and from the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So the king gave over all the booty that he got from those cities and some of the rewards and taxes that he collected in his own city, and gave them to Hilkiah the priest. Who's Hilkiah the priest, the father of? What's Jeremiah's father's name? Is Jeremiah father Hilkiah? I believe that was Jeremiah's father, Hilkiah. But he was a high priest. And he gave him the money and brought it into the house of Ha Elohim, which the Levites, the keepers of the trenches, had collected from Manasseh and Ephraim, and from the remnant of Israel, and from all Yehudah and Benjamin, from the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Somebody look up Hilkiah, please, and see if he is the father of Yirmiyahu, please. See if I'm correct on that. So he gave him all this money, and they gave him all this money without any record of what he did with the money. They didn't even question. They said, here, this is for the works of the Most High, build a temple up. They didn't hold him accountable for any dime, any penny, any dollar that he spent. They didn't hold him accountable for any of that. Why was that? Because they understood that this man was a man of the Most High, and they gave freely to the men of the Most High without question, because they knew that these men that they gave that gold, that KSF to, that silver that they gave it to, they knew that these men would have to answer to the Most High if they did wrong. So these men was trusted in the nation. Again, who was Jeremiah's father? I've asked this question and nobody's answered yet. Shabbat shalom, Brother Asa. May the Most High be praised. Most High be with you.
Jeremiah's father or Hilkiah's father?
Yirmiyahu. Who was Yirmiyahu's father?
Oh, who was his father? Okay.
Who was Yirmiyahu's father? I believe it was Hilkiah. But let me know if I'm right.
Hilkiah.
It was Hilkiah.
Yes.
All right. Hilkiah was Yirmiyahu's father. Now, what's going to happen is during this lifetime of Hilkiah being the high priest, Yirmiyahu is going to be born. And Yirmiyahu is going to be a child. Matter of fact, let's go there real quick. Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah chapter 1. Let's read. All right, let's read. Let's just go there real quick. Yirmiyahu chapter 1. All right, let's read it. It says the words of the sons of Hilkiah. That's right, Yirmiyahu's father, Hilkiah, of the priests. Now, he wasn't just priest, he was high priest. So that meant that Yirmiyahu was of the priesthood. Just for the record, 90% of all the prophets was of the priesthood. They were all Levites. 99% of them were Levites. All right? Of the priests that were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of the Most High came in the days of Josiah, the king we're reading about right now. Yirmiyahu was a boy in the time of Josiah, son of Amun, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. And it also came in the days of Jehoiakim. Anybody know who Jehoiakim is? He's the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah. Now, Jehoiakim wasn't supposed to be king. Somebody else was supposed to be king, and he got killed, and Jehoiakim took his place, or that Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah. Okay, Zedekiah's name was changed. Well, we're going to read all that right now. Unto the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th year. Then the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, before I formed thee, now this is Yirmiyahu speaking, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou came forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Then said I, Yohewahe ha Elohim, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. And the Most High said, say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whomsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak. Those are the words of Yirmiyahu. He was a youth in the days of Josiah, king of Judah. He was a youth at that time. He was a son of this man right here, Hilkiah, who was given all those riches and all that wealth. He was the high priest. Right here, you see, he was a high priest, Hilkiah, the high priest. And he gave him the money that had brought into the house of Ha Elohim, which the Levites, the keepers of the threshold, had collected from Manasseh and Ephraim, and from the remnant of Yisrael, and from all Judah and Benjamin, for the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Now, why is that part important? It's important because the people are entrusting. They gave money to build up the house of the Most High. The people have to trust the vision of the leadership. If the people trust the vision of the leadership, then it's the people's responsibility to bring that vision into fruition. Now, Josiah had the vision that they were going to restore the temple of the Most High. He gave that vision to the people, and the people gave him all the money that he needed. He took that money and he entrusted it with Hilkiah and the Levites to build up the house of the Most High. Do you trust the vision of your leadership? Do you sacrifice a portion of your kesef to see that vision come into fruition? Or are you one of those who are just sitting back saying, well, when it happens, then I'll support it? No, that's not what our people did. Our people found a way to dig in their pockets in the beginning of the creation or the formation and the restoration of the temple. In the beginning, they dug in their pockets, they gave that money up, and the temple began to be built. The people was living guiltless before the Most High. In that instance, many of us are not. There are many of us who go from page to page to page on YouTube, from Knesset to Knesset to Knesset, learning and learning and learning, and giving back almost nothing to the purpose why those people are there. Now, a lot of people feel like, well, I don't want to get that. No, Prince got enough money. I ain't giving him no money. He going to take my money and just buy a new car, buy a new house, or buy a new woman. No. Before the Most High, it shows the Most High living. Every dime that I get that come by way of donation goes to the school and the community. Go to building up those things. I don't take no money from my people so my people can say I made Prince rich. Nobody's going to be able to say that. No one. And I stand with my hands clean before the Creator when I make this acknowledgement and this statement that you guys don't make me rich. You don't do anything for me. You, if anything, for those of you who do give and do contribute, we are so grateful. We're so thankful, because if not, we would have to do it ourselves, which we do the majority of it ourselves in spite of what you give. But those who do give, I want to acknowledge you today. May the Most High bring 1,000,000 blessings in your life upon those that you already have, because it takes a real man and a real woman to understand the need of the people and give it financially out of your pocket, something you don't have to do to give out of your pocket financially for this worthy cause. We build in schools, we build in communities, we build in medical centers, we build in housing commissions for the people. We are doing things. We are getting busy. We are doing these things. Now, how many of you are helping in that process? It should be all of you, but there's very few of you. But it should be the majority of you, like it was in the ancient days when the people said, we're going to build this house for the Most High. The majority of Judah, Israel, they all gave. And then the money was given over to the king to do his thing. And then the king took that money and gave it to the high priest and the Levites to do their thing. Nobody questioned whether the king going to have a new horse to drive, a new horse to ride, a stretch limousine, a chariot. They didn't ask that because they wanted the king to look good anyway. They wanted their leader to look good anyway. So they wouldn't care if he got a new car. That doesn't happen in this instance. We don't do those things. We want to look good by pleasing the Most High and providing a place for our people to come to live in peace and harmony as they serve the Creator. That's how we want to look good. By building schools, building hospitals, building supermarkets, planting our own food, getting wells out the ground, getting our own water, building houses for our people to come into that they can live in and be comfortable and serve the Most High. That's what we're doing. That's the vision of Beulah Land at Temple Kepharim. That's the direction that we're moving in. We give out a call every week. We say if you're needing and you're hungry and you're starving and you can't, you're destitute, you don't have, call us and let us know. And if we can help, we'll help. We leave that out every week for those who are less fortunate, who don't have, who maybe can't do it on their own or been striving to do it, but just having a hard time. We're here because we serve the people of the Most High, just like our forefathers did. Well, Prince, you sound like you think you the king. I ain't going to argue with that. I'm supposed to. If I don't feel this way about myself, who else going to feel this way about me? And if I don't represent myself as a king, who else is going to do it? Nobody. So therefore, I live the way I live, and I do what I do, and I try to feed my people the best I'm able to. If I be wrong, let the Most High judge me. But I be right, let the Most High judge me. All right? Verse 11. They gave it to the carpenters and the builders and to buy quarrel stones and timbers of binders of beams for the building, and that the kings of Judah had let go into ruins. That's how you know when you got bad leadership, because they'll let the most sacred of things go into ruins. And the men did the work faithfully. Over them were set Yahav and Abadiah the Levites, the sons of Merari, and Zechariah and Mushalom of the sons of the Kohathites, to have oversight. The Levites, all who were skillful with instruments of music, were over the burden bearers and directors, all who did work in every kind of service. And some of the Levites were scribes and officials and gatekeepers. Why is all this so important? Because they did all this without the Torah. They did this from handed down traditions or oral law. From what this person said, this person said, this person said. The priesthood was a sacred thing. But once the priesthood was taught to the people would take those customs and traditions and pass it down through their lineage of the high priesthood. That's how they kept the Torah alive. But they did not have the book. They did not have the Torah scrolls. While they were bringing out the money that had been brought into the house of the Most High, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of the Most High given through Moses. Then Hilkiah answered and said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Most High, buried in the wall. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan. Shaphan brought the book to the king and further reported to the king, all that was committed to your servants they are doing. They have emptied out the money that was found in the house of the Most High and have given it unto the hands of the overseers and the workmen. Then Shaphan the secretary told the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read it before the king. The king never heard these words ever before. The king didn't know what these words were. Shabbat shalom, sis. Did not know what these words were that the king was about to read or hear. And when the king heard the words of the law, he tore his clothes. And the king commanded Hilkiah and Anakim, the sons of Shaphan, Adon, and the sons of Mishah, Shaphan the secretary, and Uzziah, the king's servant, saying, Go inquire of the Most High for me, and for those who are left in Israel in Judah concerning the words of the book, of this book that has been found. For great is the wrath of the Most High that is poured out on us, because our fathers have not kept the word of the Most High to do according to all that is written in this book. Let's pause right there. Hilkiah has sought out the face of the Most High without the book. He had turned in the direction of the Most High without the book. He knew to get rid of all the images and idols of all the other statues without the book. But you can't leave JC alone, and you got the book. You can't stop worshiping Jesus, and you got the book. Josiah did all of this without the book. He returned back in the directions of the Most High. And you got the book. Or you got a version of the book. And when the Most High is there, thou shalt have no other power before me, you can't seem to understand that. It's very difficult for you to still be accepting idolatrous behavior, saying that you are a servant of the Most High? How? For great is the wrath of the Most High. When he saw this and he heard the sayings in his book and how now you know what the Most High is saying he's bringing down the wrath for, because we practice idolatry. When this man heard this readings of this book, he tore his clothes and he cried because he was afraid. He was afraid of the wrath of the Most High, what the Most High would do to this people. He humbled himself before the Creator. Couldn't move because he realized at that point that he was on the right track, but had the wrong knowledge. You understand? He didn't know. He did the best he could with what he had to work with. He probably was doing just like a lot of us, going to church, worshiping JC, practicing Christmas and Easter and Halloween, just like we was raised. He probably was doing a lot of that stuff. And then one day at the age of 8, he said, why am I doing all these things? There's got to be a power. Let me search out this power, read around, start talking to people who he felt was more inclined with the knowledge. And then he realized that idolatry was a sin, that the Most High hates idolatry. He wasn't perfect because his people were still hating each other. His people were still practicing idolatry covertly against the king's wishes. But he knew they were wrong. And when he heard the readings of the book of the law of the Most High, he was in tears. He was fearful. He ripped his clothes and cried out to the Creator. And the Most High heard him. The Most High heard him. But the part I wanted to read was, he said in verse 21, and watch this. And this is, sisters, hold your hats because this is already talk about you. He says, go inquire of the Most High for me and for those who are left in Israel and in Judah concerning the words of the books that have been found. For great is the wrath of the Most High that is poured out on us, because our fathers have not kept the word of the Most High to do according to all that is written in this book. Now he says, go inquire of the Most High. Wait a minute. These was priestmen that he was talking to, who supposed to have a relationship with the Most High. He's telling them, go and inquire of the Most High. So in other words, these people was only standing in the position, but not fulfilling the position. You understand? Sometimes you can have people in your life that look the part, but they're not living the part. They look the part, they act the part, they claim the part, but they're not living the part. Like you got a lot of fathers in the household, supposed to be fathers in the household. They look the part, they're males. They act the part, they raise their voice, but they're not living the part, being providers, being instructors, being someone who hears you when you need and when you call and when you cry. They're not there because they're not living the part. Same thing with Hilkiah, Jeremiah's father, and the rest of the priesthood. The Most High knew that there would come a time when Israel was void of the desire and the passion to serve the Creator. He knew there would come a time. And our people, that time was here right now with Josiah. Josiah raised and elevated the people to a higher level of consciousness. And watch what happened when he said, go inquire of the Most High for me and for those in Israel who are left behind and Yahudah. Go inquire of the Most High. Who did they go to? All these men, who did they go to? Watch this. 2 Chronicles 34 verse 22. So Hilkiah and those whom the king has sent, this is the high priest. Why are they sending the high priest to somebody else to hear what the Most High has to say? Because this high priest was so far removed from the Most High. He was only looking the part and acting the part, but he wasn't living the part. So Hilkiah And those whom the king had sent went to Huldah the prophetess. Who they go to? A woman. All these men. Well, woman can't teach you nothing. Don't let a woman teach you nothing. Don't sit under the hand of a woman. Ain't that what they said? Ain't that what they teach? Ain't that what they saying so strongly? Show them this chapter and watch their whole mouth just cringe because they don't know what to say. They won't have an answer for this. They won't have a response for this. And if they do got an answer or a response, it's going to be a weak response. Men had to bow down to this woman. This man was a high priest. And you know, nobody's supposed to be higher than a high priest. But this woman was a prophetess. She was the prophetess at the time that men had to go to. They didn't go to her husband. They went to her, a female, a woman. And they had to humble themselves to get the word of the Most High. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. I'm saying it, but I don't know if y'all understand. This ain't supposed to be, if you listen to a lot of the men out here teaching today. This is ludicrous. No, ludicrous ain't teaching. This ain't him. This is apostrophe. Listen, this ain't supposed to happen. If you listen to the majority of the people teaching, they say women can't do nothing but cook and clean my shoes and a little bit of sex, but not here. Women hold the power to communicate with the Almighty. What did I say? What did I say a long time ago? Not even a long time ago, like a couple of weeks ago, to the brothers. I said, yo, bro, when your women talk, don't just shut her up. She might be right because the Most High sometimes uses them to speak to us because we too arrogant to listen. We too hard-headed to listen. And sometimes the Most High speaks to our women to get through to us. We got all these people who claim to be righteous. Hilkiah, the priest. We got the Levites. We got the scribes. We got the king who desecrated all those abominable statues. We got all these righteous men, but every one of them had to go to a woman, Hilkiah the priestess, to hear the word of the Most High. Wow. They had no problem with it. But a lot of the teachers out here in the day will have a big problem with it. Ain't no woman, I heard a brother coming here, ain't no women going to be teaching me. I'm out, bang. I ain't seen him since. He gone. So he wouldn't have survived through this. He wouldn't have heard the Most High's word because the Most High brought his word through a woman. They went to Huldah, the prophetess, the wife of Shulum, the son of Takath, son of Hasra, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she lived in Jerusalem in the second quarter. What is the second quarter? It's a college. It's where people went to be educated. She lived there and spoke to her to that effect. And she said to them, the prophetess brought back the word of the Most High to the high priest and his entourage. Isn't this deep? The Most High chooses whom he chooses. But you know who the Most High usually chooses? Those who dedicate themselves to him the most. That's who he chooses. Now he's using King Josiah to bring back the book of the law for all Israel to have again. They took that book, went to the prophetess to inquire of the Most High, and the Most High spoke. And this is what the Most High says. Thus saith Yahweh, Ha Elohim, or Ha Elohe Yisrael. Tell the man who sent you to me. Thus saith Yotzer, behold, I will bring disaster upon this place and upon its inhabitants. All the curses that are written in the book that was read before the king of Yehudah, because they have forsaken me. What do you mean they have forsaken me? What do you mean? What do you mean? He means that they have put images and idols and statues in place of the Most High. And some of them even said that that statue, that image, that idol is the Most High. When the Most High called us out of Christianity, we gave the Christians 99% of everything that they had, 99%. We gave back the holidays. We gave back the teachings. We gave back so many things, but we didn't give them back their God. And that's why we're practicing idolatry today, because we didn't give the Christians back their God. Thus saith the Most High, because I will bring disaster upon this place and upon the inhabitants, all the curses that are written in this book that was read before the king of Yehudah, because they have forsaken me and have made offerings to their deities, and they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. They refuse to let them go. Therefore, my wrath will be poured out on this place, and I will not be quenched. But to the king, but to the king of Yehudah, who sent you to inquire of the Most High. Thus shall you say to him, thus say Yohei, thus say Yotzeh, thus say the Creator, the ultimate power of all creation. Ha Elohei Yisrael. Regarding the words that you have heard. Now listen to this, y'all. Because your heart was tender. Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean his heart was tender? He cried before the Most High, not to his woman, but to the Most High, because your heart was tender and you humbled yourself before Ha Elohim, not before your woman, not before your children, but before the Creator. When you heard his words against this place and against its inhabitants, and you have humbled yourself before me, that's the man's responsibility. That's the man's duty in life, to humble himself before the Creator. But we don't. We want to humble ourselves before the woman and say, oh, you got me, baby, I'm yours. No, you ain't hers. You hers, and what other woman you marry. You belong to the Most High. That's to be who you marry, the Creator of all creation. The rest of them just become your responsibility that you got to take care of. He humbled himself before the Most High. He says, behold, I will gather you to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace, and your eyes shall not see all the disaster that I will bring upon this place and its inhabitants. And they brought back word to the king. Wow. I mean, what a relief in one hand, but the simple fact that all this disaster is going to come upon the people and come upon the land is a horrible thing. And now to know that it's definitely going to happen will bring pain and suffering to any righteous king. Then the king sent and gathered together all the elders of Yehudah and Yerushalayim. And the king went up to the house of the Most High with all the men of Yehudah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem and the priests and the Levites and all the people, both great and small. And he read in their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant that have been found in the house of the Most High. And the king stood in his place and made a covenant before the Most High to walk after the Most High and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his mind, with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book of the law. He was married to the Creator. He took a covenant, a duty, an oath before the Creator to serve him with all his heart, all his soul, all his mind. What did I say earlier? That's who you give it to, the Creator, and not flesh and blood. As a man, that's who you give it to. Your women give it to you, and you give it to the Almighty. And that's what the king did. And he read in their hearings all the words of the book of the covenant that he found in the house of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. And the king stood in his place, and the king made a covenant before Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh to walk after Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes. Now, he already promised to do all that, but what was he going to do it all with? With all his heart, with all his soul. You don't give that to nobody but the Most High. You follow me? To perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book, that he made all who were present in Jerusalem and Benjamin to join in. And the inhabitants, now Benjamin, why they mention Benjamin? Because that was the the northern kingdom. They were present at all of this. Then he made those who were present in Jerusalem and in Benjamin join in it. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of Ha-Elohim, the Elohei Abetenu, the Elohim of their fathers, Elohei Abetenu. For Josiah took away all the abominations from all the territories that belonged to the people of Israel, and made all who were present in Israel serve Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Ha-Elohim all his days, that he did not turn from following Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the Elohim of their fathers. Wow. Josiah did a tremendous thing for the house of Israel. Tremendous. Josiah kept a Passover to the Most High in Jerusalem, and they slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day of the first month. On the 14th day of the first month. And I believe Pesach, for those of you who are listening and inquiring, for this next Pesach in 2026, I believe it's going to be on April 4th. 2026. I did the calculations the other day, and the new moon was on like the 20th of March, I believe it was. So the 14th day after that was April 4th. I believe it's the 3rd at sunset, all day the 4th. I believe that's what it is. But we will be posting the date, the listings on the One Nation Calendar Coalition.com, .org, .net, the One Nation Calendar Coalition.com, .org, or .net. We'll be posting those by January. Josiah kept a Passover to the Most High in Jerusalem, and they slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day of the first month. He appointed the priests to their offices and encouraged them in the services of the house of the Most High. And he said to the Levites who taught all Israel and who were holy to the Most High, put the holy ark in the house that Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, built. Put the holy ark. They must have made a replica because the ark of the covenant wasn't there. So this must be a replica. Put the holy ark in the house that Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, built. You need not carry it on your shoulders. So it wasn't the ear, it was a replica. Now serve the Most High, your Elohim, and his people, Yisrael. Prepare yourselves according to your father's house by your divisions. Now, the priesthood or the Levites and the priesthood, they all had different times that they would do the service to the house of worship. So when he says, prepare yourselves by your divisions, he's talking about each family had to do a certain job at a particular time to the house of the Most High. So he's telling them to get ready. As prescribed in the writings of Dawid of Yisrael and the documents of Shlomo his son, and stand in the holy place according to the groupings of your father's house and your brothers, the lay people, and according to the divisions of the Levites by fathers' households, and slaughter the Passover lamb, and consecrate yourselves, and prepare for your brothers to do according to the word of the Most High by Moshe. As the Most High delivered to Moshe, get prepared to keep the Passover. Now you remember Hezekiah kept a Passover for the people too. But Hezekiah keeping the Passover was not like Josiah's Passover. There had not been a Passover like Josiah's Passover since the children of Israel came out of the land. Watch this. Then Josiah continued to lay people as Passover offerings for all who were present, lambs and young goats from the flocks in the numbers of 30,000 and 3,000 bulls that were from the king's possessions. Now, Josiah contributed it. Now, I want y'all to hear this because this is important. Anybody who is a leader of the people of the Most High, their responsibility is the people. If the people can't afford it, then that leader is supposed to provide it. Do y'all understand that? The only way that that leader can provide it is if the people in the community are giving in, contributing financially. So we will still have some people who are poor. I remember a story I heard years ago about people who went to the church after they've been to the church for 30 years, giving their donations. They lost their house, but before they lost their house, they went to the pastor and asked the pastor, could they help them save their house? And the pastor told them, go home and make prayer. And that was it. He didn't help them. And they ended up losing their house. And the people want to know, how in the world can you give to a cause for so long that you can't get nothing out of? And that's because the pastors are in position to make themselves rich and not the people rich. Josiah is actually showing that he is for the people and not for himself. Watch what he does. Then Josiah contributed it to the lay people, that's the common people, to the commoners who could not afford it, as Passover offerings for all who were present. He gave them lambs and young goats from the flock to the number of 30,000 and 3,000 bulls. These were from the king's possessions, 3,000 bulls. Do you know how many people one bull can feed? One bull cut up will feed maybe 1,000 people, 500 to 1,000 people. One bull cut up can feed a whole lot of people. I mean, unless you go eat a lot. You eat a lot, that's one story. But one bull fully intact is a lot of meat for one person. So he wasn't just feeding one or two people. He was feeding multitudes of people, thousands of people. If he cut up 3,000 bulls, they were from the king's possessions, and his officials contributed it willingly. Not only did he do it, but his people who walked with him were of the same like mind that he had, and they also contributed it to the people, to the priests and to the Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, and Yahiel, the chief officers of the house of Ha-Elohim, gave to the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 Passover lambs and 300 bulls. Coniah also, and Shemaiah, and Nathaniel,
his brothers, and Hashabiah, and Yeiel, and Jozabad, the chief of the Levites, gave to the Levites for the Passover offering 5,000 lambs and young goats and 500 bulls. When the sacrifice had been prepared, for the priests stood in their place, and the Levites in their divisions according to the king's commands, and they slaughtered the Passover lamb, and the priests threw the blood that they received from them, while the Levites flayed the sacrifices. And they set aside the burnt offerings that they might distribute them according to the groupings of the Father's house and the lay people, to offer of the Most High, as it is written in the book of Moshe. And so they did with the bulls, and they roasted the Passover lamb with the fire according to the rules, and they boiled the holy offerings in pots, in cauldrons, and in pans, and carried them quickly to the lay people. And afterwards they prepared for themselves and for the priests, because the priests, the sons of Aharon, were offering the burnt offerings after the fat parts until the night. Now, did y'all see what just happened just now? And I want y'all to pay close attention to this. The leaders of the people fed the people first before they ate themselves. See, Israel got it all twisted. The leadership want the leadership and the fathers to eat first. That's not the way it goes. The leadership eats after the people have been served. And if you watch that, that's the leadership that's serving the people. We got it all twisted. We got the people serving the leadership. We got it all twisted, family. We got a lot of work to do. We got the leadership and the elders and everybody sitting up front. They get to eat first before the people. We don't do it that way at Temple Kifarim. The people, the children, the women, the children, they all eat first. They get their food first. Nobody eats, but everybody gets their food first. And then we bless the food together and we move on. And afterwards, they prepare for themselves and the priests, because the priests, the sons of Aharon, were offering the burnt offerings and the fat parts until night. So the Levites prepared for themselves and for the priests, the sons of Aharon. The singers and the sons of Asaph were in their place according to commands of Dawid, and Asaph and Herman and Yeduthun, the king's seer, and the gatekeepers were at each gate. They did not need to depart from their service, for their brethren, the Levites, prepared for them. So all the services of the Most High was prepared that day to keep the Passover and to offer burnt offerings on the altars of the Most High, according to the commands of King Josiah. And the people of Israel who were present kept the Passover at that time, and the Feast of Unleavened Bread 7 days. No Passover like it had been kept in Israel since the days of Shemuel the prophet. Okay, my correction. Not since they came out of the land of Egypt, but only since the days of Shemuel the prophet. None of the kings of Israel kept such a Passover as was kept by Josiah, and the priests and the Levites and all Yehudah and Yisrael who were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. In the 18th year of the reign of Josiah, this Passover was kept. After all this, when Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho, king of Egypt, went up to fight at Carchemish of the Euphrates, and Josiah went out to meet him. Now he went to go through their land, and he went to meet him anyway. But he sent envoys to him saying, "What have we to do with each other, king of Judah? Why are you bothering me right now?" He going to fight with Assyria, and the king of Judah is trying to step in. Sometimes your head can get bigger than what it belongs, because Necho wasn't no joke. The Most High didn't tell Josiah to do this. but he took it upon himself to go stick his nose in some business that didn't belong to him. And the Most High actually told Necho to go out and wage war against the king of Assyria. But he sent envoys to him saying, what have we to do with each other, king of Yehuda? And watch this part, y'all. This is very important. He says, I am not coming against you this day, but against the house with which I am at war. And Ha Elohim has commanded me to hurry. Did y'all hear that? He said the Most High has commanded him to hurry up to go fight that war. But Josiah is now stepping in the way. Why? Sometimes, family, sometimes a people can be on the Most High's business and you get in the way because it didn't come through you, because they didn't check with you. You ain't the Most High. They don't need to check with you. If you want to know something, you go ask the Most High. Josiah should have minded his business. He ain't had nothing to do with that. But now he's going to jeopardize his life and the life and safety of all Yerushalayim and everything that he reigns over, because he couldn't mind his business and stay in his place. Sometimes a man's mind elevates beyond a man's means, and he becomes something else, thinking that others have to humble and bow down themselves to him, and he's not worthy of that. The Most High put Necho on a mission. It was the Most High who raised Necho up for this purpose. So why would Josiah step in his way? Sometimes the men of the Most High is on a mission of the Most High, from the Most High, and you, because they don't go the way that you think they should go, or come through you, or go direction of a way that you're comfortable with, you get in the way, you get interfered, you think you got to block that path, but it could cost you your life. But he sent envoys to him saying, what do we got to do with each other, king of Yehuda? He says, I am not coming against you this day, but against the house with which I am at war. And Ha Elohim has commanded me to hurry. Cease opposing Ha Elohim. Who is with me? Let he destroy you. Nevertheless, Josiah did not turn away from him, but disguised himself in order to fight with him. And he did not listen to the words of Necho from the mouth of Ha Elohim, but came to fight in the plains of Megiddo. And the archers shot King Josiah. And the king said to his servant, take me away, for I am badly wounded. So his servant took him out of the chariots, and they carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Yerushalayim. And he died and was buried in the tomb of his fathers. All Yehuda and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah. Yirmiyahu also uttered a lament. Yirmiyahu is making it present that Yirmiyahu was there. Yirmiyahu also uttered a lament for Josiah, and all the king's men and singers whom he had spoken of Josiah with their lament to this day. They made these a rule in Yisrael. Behold, they are written in the laments. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and his good deeds, according to what is written in the law, and his acts, first and last, behold, they are written in the books of the kings of Yehuda. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Now that was Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, and we started on 21. We read all the way from 21 to 36. That was a nice reading. May the Most High be praised. Now we started at 33. Yeah, we started at 33 and 10, was it? Oh, 34. We started at 34. Josiah was, no, we started at 33. We read a little bit about Ammon first. Yeah, 33 and 21. There we go. We started 2 Chronicles 33 and 21. May the Most High be praised. So let's go, y'all. We got any questions, any comments, family? What a great reading. What a great reading. Do we have any questions or comments? No questions or comments?
Yeah, the last part, I mean everything stuck out to me, but the last part definitely, because it was simple, a simple message of just mind your business. Like, you wasn't asked to be involved, and it cost him his life. Like, he could have reigned for years longer. He could have done so much more, but instead of like you said, he got the big head and try to equate himself with the creator. Like, who can do something as great as him? Like, he was the only great person that the Most High had on a mission, and it cost him his life.
That's right. Now, you can't deny he was a great king. Can't deny that, because he was exactly a great king. 1 Kings 6 and 7. Someone say that JC is that precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He was tempted and didn't fall, so they built on the cornerstone. Proverbs 30 and 6. I don't know. Proverbs 30 and 6, a verse used. What is son's name? Sister Laurel, I'm not sure I understand. Let me pull 1 Kings 6 and 7 and see what it is that you're trying to say. First Kings 6. All right. It says, in the 408th year of the people of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year Shalomo's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziph, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Most High. Oh, verse 7, 6 and 7. All right, verse 7. When the house was built, it was with stones prepared at the quarry, so that neither hammer nor ox nor any tool of iron was heard in the house while it was being built. Okay, so let me see what you're saying. Let me see if I can understand. Some would say that JC, that precious cornerstone, he was a stone out of the quarry. Then, if JC was this, it's funny how, and I hear what you're saying, Sister Laurel. So many people try to put JC wherever they can put him, to try to make him something that he's not. But how many people will actually attribute him to what he really is? And that's an idol. He's an idol. Every time they read something great throughout the scriptures, something powerful, they try to contribute it to JC. The scriptures is real serious about who did what and when and where. And the Most High always called him by name. As I read earlier, Josiah was mentioned hundreds of years before he was born, that he would be a king and that he would do a certain thing. If the Most High wanted JC to be mentioned, he would have put him in the scriptures by name, and it didn't happen. But everybody always want to throw him, put him in certain spots in certain places, and try to say that's him. Let's go to Proverbs 30 and 6 and see what that says.
And Albert, what you just said too, like if the Most High wanted him mentioned, he would have mentioned him by name, as he has done for those whom he did. Instead,
That's right.
People, like you say, they like to put an analogy or be like, well, it appears to be him, but the Most High didn't say it. And that's when it comes to the adding of the word.
Proverbs 30 and 6 says, do not add to his word, lest he rebuke you and you be found a liar. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. What is son name? That part I don't understand. Sis, you throwing me off with that one. So maybe you can reiterate that question right there, sis, so I'll understand. All right. Toda Rabbah. And very good analogy. I see why Josiah is talked about as one of the greatest kings. He turned Israel around completely. He turned them around. A lot of issues can be solved by simply minding your business. Truth, Prince. Some rather try to take the creator a liar, make the creator a liar just to get to fit their agenda. Absolutely. That's what they do. That's what we do. We those kind of people. Shabbat shalom, sis, to you, sis. And tell your husband that we said Shabbat shalom. All right. Sister Laurel, that last part, what is son name? Maybe you can explain that to me. Saint, reword that a different way because I don't understand what's being asked there. That part in the scriptures where there was a prophecy about a person's name, Emmanuel, and people try to attribute that to JC too. But just a few chapters later, the person named Emmanuel was born. That's right. That's right. Unto us a son is born. Unto us a child is given. And that meant at that time he was born. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Now, Brother Asa, earlier you put this up, Brother Asa. And this is what I would like for you to do. Either I'll send you the mic, you can come on and speak, but I need you to show me why you feel that birthdays are pagan. So, Brother Asa, I would like for you to come up and state your position. Or if you have scripture, you can bring the scripture as well. But I would like for you to come up and show us why you say birthdays are pagan. All right. I think Ema Laurel may have meant that instead of the JC accusation, who was the actual son that the scriptures was talking about. I don't know what she said, what that part was. I don't know, but maybe she can bring it to my attention because I really need to know. So, Brother Asa, if you would come up and share with the family, or you can just type it on the sideline if you think. And Sister Laurel, if you can tell us the last part about that you wrote, who was the son or what was the son, bring that to our attention, please. Clarify it so I can understand what the question is, and I'll do my best to answer it. So are there any other comments or questions, family, pertaining to the lesson of today or pertaining to anything else that you might have heard, might have read, might have seen, might have saw? Is there anything else, any other questions that we can address today? How was the lesson today, family? Did you get anything out of the lesson today? Because we talked about a whole lot of stuff. We went on here for 5 hours. We talked about a whole lot of stuff. And I'm so happy. So happy.
Yep, mind your business.
It says Job wouldn't celebrate his son's birthdays. All right, let's go there and let's see. Since Job wouldn't celebrate his son's birthdays. That's a good example. Let's see if Job celebrated his son's birthdays. Job wouldn't celebrate his son's birthdays. So where do we find that Job wouldn't celebrate his son's birthdays? How do we find that in the book of Job? What's that? I don't know what they're trying to ipso fact. He said, perhaps in doing this, maybe my children had cursed Elohim in their hearts. All right, let's go there and check it out. On the day of their birth. And even had them do purification rituals after this celebration. All right, we're going to go to Job, the first chapter. Because if this thing is an abomination, we need to know. And if it's not an abomination, then we need to know. So let's see what we can come up with. All right. All right, this is Job, the book of Job, chapter 1, verse 13 is where we're going to start. Now there was a day when his sons and his daughters was eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger to Job and said, the oxen were plowing and the donkeys feeding beside them. And the Sabians fell upon them and took and struck them down, the servants, with the edge of the sword. And I alone have escaped to tell you. While he was yet speaking, there came another and said, the fire of Elohim, the fire of Ha Elohim fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. And I alone have escaped to tell you. While he was yet speaking, there came another and said, the Chaldeans formed 3 groups and made a raid on the camels and took them and struck down the servants with the edge of the sword. And I alone have escaped to tell you. While he was yet speaking, there came another and said, your sons and daughters was eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, a great wind came across the wind and struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young people, and they are dead. And I alone have escaped to tell you. Then Job arose and tore his robe and shaved his head and fell on the ground in worship and said, naked I have come into my mother's womb, and naked shall I return. The Most High gave, and the Most High have taken away. Blessed be the name of the Most High. In all this, Job did not sin or charge Ha Elohim with wrong. Again, there came a day when, I don't see what it is that you just said, bro. Maybe it's something I'm missing. Job 1 and 4 about birthdays. Job 1, verse 4. Okay. Now, all right. This is what Job 1 and 4 says. It says, his sons used to go and hold a feast in the house of each one of his on his day. And they would invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And when the days of the feasting had run their course, Job would send and consecrate them, and he would arise early in the morning and offer burnt offerings according to the numbers of them all. For Job said, it may be my children have sinned and cursed Ha Elohim in their heart. Thus Job did continuously. Okay, all right, hold on for a second, y'all. Y'all just throwing all that stuff at me. I like the fact y'all throwing it, but come on now. Let's talk about one thing first. Oh, okay. Her question is answered. Okay. All right. Cain, Toda Rabbah, aim, Toda Rabbah. Hold on, y'all. Y'all moving fast. Hold up now. Hold up. I want to answer everybody's question. Now, I didn't see anywhere in the book of Job where it says anybody was having a birthday party. I did see where it says each on his day. That don't mean that it was his birthday. If you were given a sign, if we all agree that you're going to do it this day, I'm going to do it that day, every year, you're going to do it, then that's your day when your day comes. And you will send out invitations for people to be there on that day. But it doesn't say on the day of their birth. So for us to say that it was on the day of their birth, that's a little bit of a stretch. But I understand. I'm not going to argue with you. If you want to agree with that, then so be it. I'm not going to argue with you. But where does it say it was a sin? Job said, it may be that my children have sinned, watch this, and cursed the Most High in their hearts, not through their actions of celebrating these days. It didn't say that these days was wrong, them having this feast day or event at their houses or on their day, that was wrong. He said they may have cursed the Most High in their heart. And a lot of us curse the Most High in our hearts every day. And we're not keeping a celebration. So I just don't see where that is saying that it's a sin to celebrate your birthday. And I'm not defending it. I only want to speak for what's there. All right, let me go with this one. Let me see what this says. Remember, Job wouldn't celebrate his children. Where does it say that Job wouldn't celebrate his children's birthday? It doesn't say that, unless I missed that. He said, perhaps in doing this, that's not what he said. He didn't say perhaps in doing that as far as having those days of a celebration. He said perhaps they cursed the Most High in their hearts, not through their actions, not through what they did, but in their hearts, which means in their minds, they may have cursed the Most High. But I see how you can try to, not try, but if you want to interpret it that way, I'm not going to tell you not to. You're able to do that. It's just that I see it a different way. I don't accept that to being that you shouldn't celebrate your birth. For when it speaks about Pharaoh celebrating his birthday, it plainly said his birthday. It plainly said the day of his birth. But here it doesn't say that. It says each on his day. All that means is they were assigned a day to keep that celebration. Even had them do purification rituals after those celebrations. Okay. All right, where we at next? Starts on Job 1 and 4 about birthdays. Very good, thank you. Moray, I think the verse the sister is referring to is Proverbs 30 and 4. Okay, we're going to go there in a second. I'm sorry, I don't have my study material with me. See, that's why the Torah is supposed to be in your heart, your mind. Your Torah is supposed to be in your heart and your mind. You don't need your study material when you put it in your inward parts. And that's very important for us. I do feel some of the practices like lighting candles and even singing the songs may be pagan. And I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. That's why we have our own song in Hebrew that we sing. But lighting the candles, they do speak about lighting the candles being a sign for idolatry and idol worship. And when you put candles on the candle on the birthday cake, and then you make a wish, I believe they say that it was actually a practice of the Druids when they used to worship their deities. That's how they used to do it. I cannot argue with you about that. Now, you won't get an argument out of me because my research shows me that what you're saying is true. But to say that that was a birthday party and a celebration, I don't agree with that. And that birthdays are pagan, I don't agree with that. That verse with Job sound like the brothers and sisters may have committed sexual acts with one another. I don't get that either. That they may be reasons why they curse the Most High in their minds. Okay, all right, no problem. But everybody knows that celebrating birthdays is not an Israelite custom and that pagans celebrated birthdays. No, everybody don't know that. That's not true. We know, what I know is that a lot of Israelites teach that it's a pagan practice and that we shouldn't do it. But I've seen nowhere in Torah that says you can't celebrate the day of your birth. I just haven't seen it. And if I did see it, I wouldn't do it. I don't do birthdays anyway, but I let people do it and people do all that stuff, but I don't get into that stuff. Hence the reason no candles on my cake. I'm with you on that one. And I created a new song to commemorate. But if you're reading in Genesis 21 and 8, it shows that Abraham had a celebration for the day of Isaac was weaned. Wow. Okay. That's a good one. I never knew that was there. That's why it's imperative that we learn how to read the original text in Hebrew, because in the English version of the Bible that I was reading from, it specifically said that they were celebrating birthdays. You see that? And that sister's being real honest right now. And I really appreciate that, because you don't get that often with Israelite people. When they get their mind made up that they right, they stick to their falseness and be wrong, but won't admit that they didn't do it right. And she just stood up and said, that's why I got to learn this Hebrew. Well, we got a brother that'll teach you the Hebrew, sis, if you're really interested in learning. Matter of fact, a brother and a sister that'll teach you the Hebrew language. And if you got any children, you can send them to our school and they can learn Hebrew as well. May the Most High be praised. If you get in contact with my Isha after the class, or you can send her some kind of way of contacting her now, we gave you the email. We can get the email out again, but we can put you in touch with the brother that will teach you how to read and write Hebrew. him and his wife, they teach our people how to read and write Hebrew. So that way we won't have that problem again. All them years you missed the birthday, and it don't say that not one time. Oh, let me go back and let me make sure. Let me make sure you're not right. What was that? 1 and 4? Job 1 and 4? Each one on his day. No, it's not right. It says Yom. Each man on his day. It doesn't say birthday. So yes, you're right, sis. Don't mess with it. Would you say that the verse in Ecclesiastes 7 and 1 does have any context here where it shows that the day of one's birth is as meaningful and it was marked and it was not condemned or called sinful? Let's look at that. Ecclesiasticus. All right. Ecclesiastes 7:1. All right. What does it say? A good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. It is better to go into the house of mourning than to go into the house of feasting, for this is the end of mankind, and living will lay it to heart. And the living will lay it to heart. A good name is better than precious stones, and the day of death than the day of birth. And the question that she's asking is, does it have any context here where it shows that the day of one's birth is as meaningful as it was marked and it was not condemned or called sinful? I don't think it's meaning that it's sinful. I don't get that. I don't think it's saying that it's a sinful thing. But the world that we're being born into is a toe up place. But we are being born into this toe up place in hopes that one of us will be born to help fix and correct these conditions. So I agree with that. But that's a good way to look at it. A good name is better than the precious ointments, and the day of death than the day of birth. And I do know that in the book of Job, Job curses the day that he was born. That I do know. That Job says he wished that day had not had happened, but he says that because of all the suffering that he was going through. All the boils, all the torment, all the pain, and all those things that he was experiencing was part of the reason why Job said that. All right. So is there any other questions or comments, family?
Well, I have a question about that. What she said. What it says about the a good name. I'm reading it just again. Sorry. Sorry, it's going scrolling. Day's birth is meaningful, and it was marked that it was not condemned or called sinful. Well, I guess what came to mind on my thought was about the fact that it was saying in your death, your name is, I guess, regarded a little more than in your birth. But would you say that it's because of maybe how you lived? Like your name, when you're born, you don't know. It's not going to have as much. It has a meaning and a purpose, but in your death is where people really honor like how you lived your life out. You get
legacy,
what I'm saying?
legacy you left behind.
So that's what came to my mind. But then also I just thought about there are people who die young. That But anyway, like how you lived really is in your death what people celebrate or speak more about than the day you were born. But I don't get that being the day you were born as a curse or something negative. Like she said, the verse presumes the day of birth as positive value. Yeah.
Right.
I get that.
God be praised. All right. Reading that passage in Job, I think Job was safeguarding his household because his children were celebrating. Well, wait a minute. How many of us pray for our children today? And they ain't celebrating their birthdays on every day, but you pray for them. And he gave up a sin offering just in case that he did or said something. Wow. Yes, that's correct. I totally agree with that. We really only have one birthday each year. We're only observing a commemoration of the day we were born. Absolutely. I can see what you're saying, Akot, Atalia. Yes. Being intoxicated. Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss something? Okay, let me see. And gave up an offering just in case. Oh, in case they did or said something while being intoxicated. Okay, while being intoxicated, because sometimes people will say things in their drunkenness. And that's why people shouldn't be drinking. Because drinking is spirits, wine and spirits alters your mind, alters your behavior. Therefore, you shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be smoking weed. You shouldn't be drinking alcohol. You shouldn't be eating chicken. All those three things go together. All those three things go together. Ima Derecia is calling on the phone. Let's see what she want to talk about. Shalom, Ima. Turn your television down, Ima, because we can hear you.
I didn't know you could hear me while you were talking.
Yes.
Hold on. It's about the Earth days, which I don't even say birthdays. They're our Earth days.
Ima wants to talk. Can y'all hear Ima talking?
I can't.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn up a little bit so they can hear you. Go ahead, Ima. Talk to them.
Well, I know that I studied these 2 terms. Am I being heard, Prince?
Yes, you're being heard.
Okay. First, I want to give all praises unto the Most High. I am that I am, and I just want you to know that there are a lot of things that the Most High asks us not to do based on scripture. He said, "Learn not to wear the heathen," in Jeremiah 10. And these, I don't like the word heathen, but that's what's in the book. So when you look at the earth, there's nothing wrong with you saying, thank the Most High you made it another year, whatever, but it's the celebration part that gets Israel into trouble. Same thing with the tree. The tree that Jeremiah mentioned in Jeremiah 10, there's nothing wrong with a pine tree or whatever, but when you drag it in your home and deck it with the things that he said not to do, that makes it an idol. And just like Earth days, people get angry if they don't get certain gifts. It brings out bad spirits, and it's not all good. And the mention of Earth days in the script, in the holy books, there was a death at each one of those celebrations. The Nebuchadnezzar one, I think the cupbearer or the baker was murdered. And even if you go into a book that we don't read, but it's in the Christian book, when that man had his Earth Day, they claim that he took off the head of John the Baptist, even though we don't follow that book. But each one of those celebrations, someone either died or was murdered. We have to look at justifying our sins, and that's something that I've been working on for a long time. We should not even tamper with anything that could even make us think about doing idolatry. So what? It gives people the big head. They look for things that everyone can't afford to give something on that day. And this is a great time to talk about this, because look at these days, the days coming up next week. Look at the one that was last month. These days draw us into following the ways of the people around us. We shouldn't have anything to do with these days. All of these days on the calendar is done from a corporation aspect. It's to make money. They don't care whether you obey the Most High or not. These are corporate days so they could make money. And what I'm saying is they took days that the Most High gave us and they turned them into their days, because that's what our counterparts have done with Purim. they actually have a Halloween. Well, they dress up in costumes on that day. Some Jewish groups do. So when you see that some pagan thing is associated with these days, we need to stay away from them. Because just to say, oh, I don't see anything wrong with it, you got to dig deeper on these things. Because I researched the Earth Day thing, and if it was so important, the Most High would have told Jeremiah, I knew you before I formed you in the womb. So we had to be someplace else before we came on this planet called Earth. And getting back to the one about what Job was saying, and that was his sons and daughters' celebration of the day they were put on this earth. I don't get into all of the Hebrew or whatever like that, but I pray about these things, and I ask the Most High, is that about their birthday, or is that just a celebration? Why would they say his day? I forget what you said, Maury was that presented this, but that's a main chapter that people refer to about these Earth Day celebrations. And they died. Those children eventually were killed on the day that they were celebrating, whatever you want to call it. So just think about it. Why aren't birthdays mentioned if they are so important to our power that we serve? Why aren't they something that they say you should keep? I think the 8th day of the month should be kept because that's the covenant that they made with the Most High to have circumcision on the 8th day. And that's what Moshe, that's what Abraham was celebrating. I truly believe it was not Isaac's Earth Day. I think that's all that the Most High is using me to present today. But I love everyone, and I want you all to stay strong because some things are going down. We have to come together. We have to support Beulah Land or any land that trying to get us out of these big cities, because there are some things going down in the government that you won't even know until you come up against it. Just go out and try. When you go and get your license, we're talking about the license. We're talking about the chips. These are the things I think we need to be looking into in our classes and in our lessons, how to circumvent some of these things and just do unity. Once we do unity and we work together as a team, we can't go wrong. And I'm glad a point was made about minding your own business. We need to be minding our Hebrew business because that's what we need to concentrate on. Don't worry about all of this news broadcasts and stuff. Follow the scripture. Work on doing the things that the Most High asks us to do in these last days. It's right there in the book. And I need to make a comment about the one more thing, and I promise you all this will be it. I wanted to make a comment earlier, but I was hoping somebody else would make a comment about this. When my precious, I call him my spiritual son, I made the point about what's the women versus men showing love and all that. This is the second time I commented about that. But this is talking about dealing with all people in this last days. You got to be careful because the verse says you need to be careful of anybody that's close to you in these days. I'm going to give you all 3 references and I'm done. This is a time not to say the husband shouldn't trust the wife or the wife shouldn't trust the husband. This says be careful of all people, and your enemy going to be in your own household. I'm not asking you all to be paranoid about your husband, your wife, and children, but it's not them, it's the spirit. Just make sure you start learning how to go to the Most High, rebuke these spirits and these people, because it's not them. You know your husband and wife love you, or they wouldn't stick with you. They'll probably try to get away from you. These are spirits that enter our loved ones. And you can't hold grudges. I learned that the hard way, but I'm not getting into that. But these are the scriptures that we need to read about people who we meet, greet, and people who live in our house. The first script chapters is in Isaiah, and that's chapter 2, 3, and 9. then Jeremiah, which is Jeremiah chapter 9, and my favorite is Micah 7, when he said the man shouldn't trust the person lying in his bosom. But that's referring to anybody with your children. It's just using a husband and wife to let you know how bad things are going to get. So I think that's all. Thank you. I praise the Most High for all of you, especially you, Prince Israel, and your Ishans, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm glad you have that land set up. I know we have a lot more that is not as open to bringing people on their lands as Beulah land is, so, and Goshen. So I ask you all to please support this mission. And if you're in these big cities, try to migrate there gradually. It's not an overnight thing, but please check what's going on in your states about these IDs and other things that the government is doing while they're distracting you with some of the city news presentations. I love all of you. I pray for Israel often. We got to stay strong through all of this. And remember, our power got us through the Red Sea. Our power has woke us up today, healthy, able to talk, able to hear. We need to stay strong and unite. Please start working on unity. Don't let anybody whisper in your ear about your brothers and sisters, especially the ones who don't know this way of life, because they are lost out there. We need to reach out to them. That's why the other groups always take over, because we're not out there on the mission field. So do you have a question for me, Prince or Princess?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, that's all I have to say. Please do not keep these days that are slowly approaching. It'll be over after a while. In a few more days, it'll be over.
All right.
Things will go back to normal. So shalom.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Okay. All right. Let's thank the Most High for the comment. All right. So now we're going to go and we're going to see what it is. Now, that was Ima Deracia from Cincinnati, Ohio. Excuse me. Sharing with us her views, birthday celebrations and several other things, but primarily the birthday celebrations. And if I'm not mistaken, she believes that we should not do it. All right. Sister Italia says, now don't get me wrong. I love me a good birthday celebration. However, I also love keeping it 100. The only time I ever read about a birthday was in this week's Torah portion, which did make me think that it was an Egyptian custom, Genesis 40 and 20. That was beautifully said. Toda Rabbah, Ima. Praise the Most High for the messages brought forward this day. May the Most High be praised. All right. I want to go to Genesis 40 and 20, but I just want to do it in a moment. All right. 40 and 20. Genesis 40 and 20. What I want to cover first is what we have up on the screen, because this is an important question. I see here where we're relating things to a subject that just isn't here. Now, remember, family, we got to move our emotions out of the equation. What we think is one thing, but let's see what it says. Earlier, before I read this, I read about in the book of 2 Chronicles, somewhere around 36, I think I was in. And I began to explain and expound on how each priest had a certain day that they had to serve in the priesthood, and it was considered on their day. Whatever day that was for that family of the priesthood to serve, that's what they had to do. Now, that was in writing. That was an assigned day that was agreed upon for them to serve in the temple. But it didn't say all that stuff. It just said that they had to serve on their day. That day was allotted for them to do the service of the priesthood. Here in the book of Job, it says that they did this thing on their day. Each man did it on his day. That doesn't mean that it was a day of his birth. It could only mean that they came to an agreement that each one would have this feast just so the families can get together on this certain day. And they were eating and drinking. And then Job, because they was having these days, these celebrations, he would make sacrifices for these children that they didn't curse the Most High in their heart. It didn't mean they was having sex with each other. It didn't mean they was doing keeping birthdays. It only meant that they each one had a set aside day that he would have for the family to get together, and they would invite their sisters. It doesn't say they invited their families and friends. It only says they invited their sisters. Well, let's see what it says. Let's read it again. And I'm going to start at verse 4. Job chapter 1, verse 4. His sons used to go and hold a feast in the house of each one on his day. And they would send and invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. When we have birthdays, we don't just invite our brothers and sisters. We invite everybody to come to our birthdays. We want everybody to worship us, to celebrate us, to enjoy us, to keep us. That's what we do. No, that's not how it goes. It's just not that simple. When we have birthday celebrations, right, today, when people who do it, I don't do it, but people who do it that I know of, we want to be celebrated on that day. So we invite a lot of people to come together for our event. And that's what we do. But when we have days for family to get together, we invite family. Like coming up in Big Mama's house, Big Mama used to have a family dinner every week. If an outsider came, they came with a family member. But everybody knew to come to Big Mama's house once a week or once a month or whatever it was, that was on Big Mama's day. Now, if another one took and did that celebration on a different day and said, all right, Big Mama, you do it on Sunday, I'm going to do it on Monday, the second Monday of every month, then that will be their day. I just don't see where this is talking about celebration for people's birthday. So to me, that wouldn't be a good scripture to bring about. First, it never says anything about birthdays. It says on his day. And then people try to get interpretations of books that put in what they want you to believe, and they'll put birthday, but that's not what this says. But let's read on. And when the days of the feast had run their course, Job would send and consecrate them, and he would rise early in the morning and offer burnt offerings according to the numbers of them. For Job said, it may be that my children have sinned and cursed the Most High in their minds. Not that having this celebration of them having events on their particular day was a sin, but just protection for his family. That's all I see with the story of Job. All right. So now let's go to, what was that, Ecclesiasticus? What was that, 40 and 20?
But can I also say,
Go ahead, Emma.
I think Marquez brought it up too, but it was the fact that it also mentions that they were drinking, and we know that the Most High talks about when we're drinking and who's to drink and why we drink and what happens when we drink, all type of different things, because he said he offered up a sin offering just in case, because most likely when people do drink, sins occur. Now, we don't know what sins could have occurred, but that's what I thought about. The drinking is what prompted him to go before and make a sin offering.
That's possible. That's possible. All right. Genesis 40 and 20. On the third day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, he made a feast for all his servants and lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker as Joseph had interpreted it to him. Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Okay. But that doesn't mean that this was a pagan practice. What it means is that Pharaoh celebrated his birthday. Now, what I would agree with is that this is the only, that I know of, the only instance where somebody celebrated the day of their birth. I don't know of any other instance through the scriptures, not that it's not there. I just don't know any other ones. Pharaoh is the only one that I know of who celebrated the day of his birth. Let's just take a look and see if we can find anywhere when anybody celebrated the day of their birth. Yeah, I just don't know of it, and I don't want to start no trouble. And I don't want to teach the family that it's okay to do something if it's really wrong. That's not who I am. Yeah, I don't see anything that's talking about a birthday, untimely births. Okay, I do something. Oh no, that's Ecclesiasticus 7:1. A good name is better than precious stones, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. We read that already. Yeah, that's all I see. I don't see anything else. May the Most High be praised. All right. That was beautifully said. Toda Rabbah, Ima, praise the Most High for the messages brought forward this day. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So I don't see anywhere else in the scriptures where it talks about someone's birth or someone having a birthday. I don't see it. But maybe we can do an in-depth study and look at a later time. I do see a lot of birth. I do see a lot of bringing forth children, but I don't see where it says about a birthday. So I cannot tell you that celebrating your birthday is a sin. But what I do know, and I can't say it's a practice, a pagan practice, but what I do know is that the only person in the Torah or the Tanakh that we see that celebrated their birthday was an Egyptian, Pharaoh. What I do know is that candles have a spiritual connotation before lighting the candles on top. It has a spiritual connotation. The songs that they sing all has a spiritual connotation. That I know from research that's been done in the past. But to celebrate your birth, I haven't seen anything in it that would make that a sinful action. But there are people who have opposing views. They feel differently. And I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong. All I'm going to say is explain to them that I don't see where that says that at in the scriptures. And I don't want to add to the scriptures. And if it's there, I don't want to take it away. I want to do what the scripture says. And even when Pharaoh had his birthday party, the Most High didn't say it was wrong. He didn't say it was evil. He didn't say it was wicked. So I can't say that it's evil. I can't say it's wicked. Somebody said you should not do the practices of the people who are the pagans who are around you. Well, you also have to remember that the Egyptians did circumcision to their children as well. The Egyptians circumcised their children, and then we circumcise our children. So are we copying off of them? No, we're not. So is it unlawful for us to circumcise our children because they circumcised theirs? No, it's not. We were commanded to circumcise our children, and that's what we're supposed to do. All right? So now, when you reference birthdays, I can't say that the birthday is a sin. I can't. If the Most High gives me some revelation between now and the next time I get to talk to you, or whenever he does, if he does, then I'll speak to you on that. But when he gives it, he'll give it to me with some evidence to back it up. Right now, I don't have any, so I can't tell you that it's wrong. I cannot say that it's a sin. You know, we believe in a lot of things that are not sin, and then we try to make it law or a violation of law, and we can't because it's not there. Is smoking cigarettes a sin? Is smoking weed a sin? I would say yes, they're sins because smoking cigarettes kill you, and the Most High says, "Thou shalt not commit murder." So if smoking cigarettes kill you, and you are smoking and puffing, you're actually killing yourself. Knowing that you're killing yourself, then that's a sin, and that's something you should stay away from. Weed. When you take a match and light the weed on fire, you change the molecular structure of that weed. The chemical composition becomes something else. That thing that you're smoking will eventually kill you. Think about it. You're ingesting smoke into your lungs. Your lungs is meant for you to breathe. You're ingesting smoke into your lungs, blocking off your airway for whatever period of time so that you can't breathe. Eventually, that will kill you. If you keep it up, you will die. Not only the poisons that the weed has in it to hurt your mind. Now, if you ate weed, that's a different story. If you mixed it in your food, that's a different story. But the majority of our people don't get high that way. They don't do that. They smoke it. And when you put fire to it, you're changing it from what it was to what it now is. And it is now a chemical, and it will kill you. May the Most High be praised. Alcohol, another thing, it will kill you. Cirrhosis of the liver, it shows you it will kill you. But we do it, don't we? Matter of fact, there's a lot of you doing it right now. Can't wait to get you that liquor. That wait, keep looking out the window to see if the sun went down so you can take a hit of it. We got to rise up, people. And the only way we're going to rise up if you listen to these lessons and apply them in your lives to make yourself a better individual. Prince don't get up here every week on the Shabbat just to talk because he liked to be seen and liked to be heard. That's not what this is. This is because I care for my people, and I want to see what's best for my people. I want to see my people grow. I want to see my people have the best life that they can possibly have. I want my brothers to be the best husbands and the best fathers that they can be to their children. I want my sisters to be the best wives and the best mothers that they could be to their children. I want my people to come together and work together in unity to worship, serve, and praise the Most High and take care of each other as a community, to help each other, to heal each other, to correct each other, to bless each other. Those are the things I desire for my people. And that's why I do this every week. So may the Most High be praised. So are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Any other questions or comments? The sun is down in most parts of the United States right now. And I know y'all are running. Can't wait to get outside and have fun and party and dance. And not anybody in here. All the people that walk with me, we all straight. We about the Most High. We ain't worried about when the sun going down. We in class. We learning, we worshiping, we serving, we feeding our souls. But a lot of other people out there that don't come all the time, they just can't wait till the sun go down so they can smoke their weed and drink their alcohol and go chase them girls and go to the club and go to that party and go to that concert and do all that type stuff and go to that birthday party. Can't wait to get there. Yes, and that's what we're doing, but it's okay. May the Most High be praised. All right. So if there are no other questions and comments, family, we can close it out. We done read all we're going to read for today, I believe, unless someone else has something else that they want to read. Is there anyone else? Anything else? Do we need to approach anything else, y'all?
I just wanted to say, giving thanks to the Creator for allowing our school building to be assembled this week.
You just been holding that in all day, wasn't you? You been wanting to say that all day, wasn't you, babe? Ema.
Kind of.
I know. That's
so
how it was.
It's just a blessing to be able to, like I said earlier, witness The things that you pray about, that you work hard for, and the Most High brings them to fruition in your days where you can see it and enjoy it. And yeah, I'm thankful for that. And then I'm also thankful for I was telling my Ish how a year ago things was a lot different. It's definitely been a month of reflection because in 15 more days it'll be the 1 year anniversary of my father passing. And so this last month I just been reflecting every day that I'm here, thinking about all the things that he desired for us on this land, and watching some of those things that he would talk to me about and tell me he would like to see done actually happening. So I'm thankful to the Creator for allowing it to be. And that's it.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. See, family, your tax dollars going to work. Your tax dollars going to work, or your donations dollars going to work. You know, we're doing what we got to do to prepare for the future of our people. May the Most High be praised. All right. Any other questions or comments, family, before we close it out with a prayer? Mr. Otter, you still there, Mr. Otter? All right, somebody in the background saying, if he asks for somebody to pray, I'm going to pray. Who would like to close us out with prayer today? Which one of y'all want to close us out with a prayer today?
If nobody does, I will.
All right, look like you got it, Iman, because ain't nobody else saying anything. All right, let's close it out. Most High be praised.
All honor, all glory, all grace, all thanks unto you, O Creator, as we humble ourselves, bowing down before you, asking for your permission to approach unto your throne. We also say, Toda Rabbah Most High, for allowing us to come before you. O Creator, if we are coming before you in any unclean manner, please forgive us, O Creator. But some of those who do not understand that understanding of going before you in uncleanliness, we ask, O Most High, that you continue to watch over us, guide, shield, and protect us. We thank you, Creator, for the guidance that you have given us thus far, for this week, for watching us through these 7 days, allowing us to be in your presence once again. We thank you, Creator, for the great lesson that you allowed to be brought forth through your servant, your son, your messenger, Prince Kazaradar, Ma'ish, O Creator. We thank you for the understanding that has been brought to those who are in the listening ears today, presently, and those who will hear this lesson in the future. We thank you for the questions of enlightenment, the comments of enlightenment, the elders, the Zaquenot, for allowing them to be present on this day to give their wisdom, O Creator. We thank you for the children that may have been present, O Most High, to hear a lot of the lesson and ask their questions and have their questions answered, O Most High. We ask, O Most High, that you continue to use us as a vessel, O Most High, to be a blessing, to be a light, to be an example of your mercy, your greatness, your complete understanding, your acceptance, O Creator, and your grace. O Creator, we ask, O Most High, that you forgive us for all of our sins and iniquities, those known and unknown, O Creator, and that not just forgive us, O Creator, but place in us a space in ourselves to learn and to become better, so that we don't have to continuously, repeatedly ask you to forgive us for sins that we've done over and over. Because at some point it does not become a mistake, but a choice, O Creator. Most High, We thank you. We ask that you be with all of those who are in the prison houses unjustly, O Creator. All of those who are in the prison houses and being treated unjustly, O Creator. We ask that you be with those who are in the sick beds, O Most High, and if it be your will, lift them up from their sickness and their ailments, O Most High, and heal them. O Most High, we ask that you be with all those who are in these homes, whether it be elderly homes or homes that attend to the sick. And Most High, watch over them. Allow them to be treated respectfully, kindly, with love, with patience. Those workers that are not, O Creator, doing such, O Most High, that you allow them to be removed from the presence of those and they get healing from that abuse, O Creator. We ask, O Most High, that you be with all those who are hungry at this time, whether they be unsheltered or even in their homes, O Creator, because the world we live in, food is so expensive, so unacceptably expensive, and so much unhealthy foods out there, O Most High, that people are starving, O Most High, because they cannot afford it, O Creator. Please be with those who are learning to ration their foods, O Creator, to be able to survive in this world, in this time, O Most High. Most High, be with all those who are on their fast, who are striving, O Creator, to do better. Be with those who are growing food, O Creator, to provide for those who are in need, O Most High. Most High, so many people right now are calling upon you who may not know you by the name that we know you, but in their hearts, they're seeking you, O Creator. And when you hear them, O Most High, if you open up your heart, open up your mind, open up all the things that we know you are, to allow them to know you, O Creator. Place them in the listening ear of classes like this, O Creator. Place them in touch with those who can bring them into pure righteousness, O Most High. Please, O Creator, protect them, protect their innocence, protect their zeal to love and to know you, and to carry out your wisdom, your understanding, and your knowledge, O Most High. Most High, we continuously ask that you protect us on this land. Protect the gates that we have locked, O Creator, and keep them locked. And keep all the evil and the wickedness outside of this land, O Creator. And if any evilness and wickedness creep in, O Most High, allow us to see it and dismiss of it as soon as we notice it's coming upon us, O Creator. Creator, continue to give us peace and understanding. Continue to give us love and patience, kindness. Continue to carry us, O Most High, in our heavy times when we feel downtrodden, O Creator. Most High, I'm asking that you be with also all those who are mourning at this time, O Most High. All those who have lost someone near and dear to them. It could be a heavy toll on some, O Most High. It may not be as heavy on others, but be with them, O Most High. Lift them up out of their despair, of loneliness, of confusion, of sadness, O Most High, and help them to understand that everything that happens is your will. There's a meaning and a purpose to it all. Even when we question it, O Most High, we know that there's a meaning. We just, at the moment, do not understand. Most High, thank you for this time to be able to come before you on behalf of our brothers and sisters. And I ask, O Most High, that you continue to strengthen, guide, protect, and watch over all the things that we place our hands into in righteousness, our school, our land, our families, the jobs that we may have, O Most High. If it be your will, allow it to all prosper in our favor, O Creator. And we give you thanks and praises, and always, in all days, we all say, Toda Rabbah, Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah, Selah.
Wow, what a prayer. Man, that was a nice prayer.
Toda Rabbah.
That was a beautiful prayer. Wow, may the Most High be praised. Oh, she got her phone back up. Shabbat shalom, sis. Shabbat shalom.
Toda Rabbah.
May the Most High be praised. All right. So now, before we close it out, family, are there any other questions? Does anyone have any other questions, any comments that they want to make? Maybe somebody want to talk about class, how they didn't like class today. Anybody didn't like class today? Any other comments or questions, family? No? Okay. Any no comments or questions. All right. Nobody want to say anything. All right. Any announcements, Ema?
No, you said we're gonna post the holy days in January. So once we do that and start to plan, then we'll have more announcements of what we're gonna do for those days. The only thing I will say is I did post the school's website earlier. So if somebody does have Coach Red Tent said wait. But if you have any questions or things that you may want to communicate with us, I posted the website. I can post it again and be able to email us through there. You can leave and learn about our community, our school, and and you can contact us through there because our numbers are there and our emails as well. So,
all right, Ema Deracia wants to say something. Let me put her on.
Okay.
Hello, Ema.
I would like for us to go over those three. I know that the chapters are long. They're very important for the time we're living in. Micah 7, Jeremiah 9, and Isaiah 2 and 3. These things almost had me not emotional, but concerned about Israel. And we just need to be aware that when our family display these behaviors, that we need to show compassion to them. They're under we're under spiritual attack here. It's not flesh bodies that are doing these things. And I know that our people need these scriptures so they'll know that if mom or dad or their daughter or their son or their cousin or their main partner, their buddy, male buddy, female, so we're on spiritual warfare. And these spiritual people close to you to try to bring you down. And that's the main people we need to not guard ourselves against, but rebuke these things when you see your daughter or your son or your husband or your wife, anybody that's close to you, and it makes you feel I don't know the word to use, but you know that shouldn't come from that person that you love. These are spirits taking over them. And when you mentioned the part about the wine drinking at the children's party, that as soon as Princess Nadia said that, it jumped right in my spirit and said that that's probably why Job was doing these sacrifices, are begging the Most High to protect his children, because he knows, if you all know, that's one of the main ways spirits get into people. Substances, wine. I've gone into 2 or 3 places that they just don't sell wine and beer, but they always have that word spirit next to it. They don't say alcohol. It says beer, wine, and spirits. And that's one of the main time of the year they drinking and everything. That's one of the main ways those spirits get into people when they do substances, and they don't have to abuse the substance. So I heard Prince said, do we want to read something? I would love it if Princess Nadia would read. And that was a wonderful prayer, sister. It touched me too. But and then you also ask for permission to go before the throne of the Most High, and that's important too. So it's Micah 7, Jeremiah 9, Isaiah. These are very short chapters. These are short chapters. And then Isaiah, you could read, there are 3 chapters, 2, 3, and 9. But I think chapter 3 and 9 are the most important ones. And with that, I would like to close. If you can, anybody can read them.
Ema, did you write that down?
Isaiah chapters 2, 3, and 9.
No.
Jeremiah 9 and Micah 7.
All right, we're gonna read that. We're gonna read that
Thank
shortly.
you.
All right.
Isaiah,
Hold on. Ima Deretia, hold on a second. What'd you say, Ima?
Isaiah 2, 3, and 9, and
Yeah.
Micah 7.
Micah 7 and Jeremiah 9.
What was Isaiah?
What was Isaiah, Ima?
Isaiah was chapter 2, 3, and 9. But
Chapter 2, chapter 3, and chapter 9?
Chapter 9, but chapter 3 is the main one.
The whole chapter? The whole chapter?
I mean, I'm telling you, when you read
Ima,
it, I promise you, I would not
all right.
interrupt again.
All right,
If this wasn't moving me to do this, I'm only being obedient to what the Most High.
Okay.
The Most High said.
All right. Tell the
I'm
Rabbah.
going to hang up now.
All
Unless
right.
you want me to read one of them.
Not right now. We're going to read them in a little bit. We're going to first go to our other Ima. All right.
And I need Princess Nadia contact. Would you get it to me the next
Yes,
tomorrow,
ma'am.
please?
Yes,
Shalom.
ma'am. Shalom.
All right.
Lalato. She said do all of them. All right, hold up, Ima. Ima, Yehudit. Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Ain't heard your voice in a long time.
Can't truly Yah is good to his inheritance.
Yes.
Oh Yah, to thee we pray. Send forth thine angels to guide us on our way. So I have a question. You know, I was listening to a teacher recently who was talking about how the Creator created certain things on each day, and then, of course, on the seventh day, he rested. And he was saying, you know, uh, people work a job. You know how we go out and we work these jobs and everything, and we put our energy into these jobs and so forth. But he was saying also that what we do not do is have dedicated work for the Creator. And I thought about what he said. And I, when I listen to teachings a lot of time, I hear things like, all right, this is, for example, clothes or food that we should eat and what we shouldn't wear, and and the things that we shouldn't do, and but we need examples. I think that it would really be good if people had an idea of what type of works that they could be doing that could be specifically dedicated, for the Most High. And this might sound like a dumb question, but people do need solutions. People do need ideas because the majority of the people who are listening in, they really care about their salvation. So, people are on the general not listening in just because they don't have nothing better to do. We're listening in because we want to be in alignment with what the Creator wants us to do. So, could you give us maybe 3 or 4 different examples of what people could be doing to dedicate their time also to the Creator, so that we can strengthen ourselves, strengthen others, whatever you may be thinking about. We love you, and so we just want to know from you. Well, I do.
You made me smile. Thank you.
I hope this is not a bad question.
No, it's not a bad question.
And tell the lovely Akotai, I said Shabbat Shalom with Yeladim, and let Yah be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Tell the Rabbah. Don't go nowhere though yet, Ima. It's a good question.
Best of there. And Koresh said Shalom too.
Koresh, my man.
Yeah, he watching you.
Yeah, it's a very good question. But the first and foremost thing that I can mention that we can do to work in the direction of the Most High is to keep His commandments. That's a lot of work. That's a whole lot of work. But my wisdom have taught me that the repetition of things helps you to develop a certain type of spirit that can allow you to win the favor of the Most High. Like, for example, at Temple Kifarim, we pray 3 times a day. That's to keep the Most High on our minds and let him know that we're thinking about him and we acknowledge him. Now, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, we pray. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we make prayer. Now, the 5 o'clock prayer in the morning, you pray for whatever you want. You thank the Most High for waking you up. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you do not pray for yourself. It's called the Zadika prayer or charity prayer, where you pray for the rest of Israel. You don't usually pray individually for somebody unless they give you permission. But you can pray for the people in a whole as a nation because our condition is severe. These are just things that you can do. Okay? And then before we go to bed, we make prayer. And we pray to the Most High for protection throughout the night to wake us up and allow us to give him his proper praise. You know, these are things that we can do. We fast at Temple Kifarim every Wednesday from Tuesday night at 12 o'clock till Wednesday night at 6 o'clock. Now, all these things I'm mentioning are things that the Most High does not require of you to do per law. But these are practices that we have incorporated to allow our essence to be opened up toward the Creator, to do things to please him in an effort to please him, of just giving back and saying thank you, putting in work for the Most High. You can also share your time teaching somebody else about the Most High, or just helping somebody else to lessen their trouble or their burdens that they may have in life, or the pressures or the difficulty they may have. Just helping people, being good to humanity. You know, that's another way that you can work in direction of pleasing the Creator. You know, you can give charitable contributions to organizations like us or people that's similar to us that's moving for the progression of the people. These are all, your daughter gives every, I don't know if it's a week or every other week or every month. All I know is that she just be giving. What is it, every month?
Okay.
Yeah, and she just be giving. And we're grateful. We're so grateful because what she gives gets put to great use, like what was mentioned today. Now, that's a part of her doing work for the Almighty. People don't understand, but if you ever want something from the Most High, you got to give before you can receive. And that's how this king works. You got to give of yourself, give of your time, give of your case up, give up things that you really would like to keep for yourself. You give to him or to people who serve him. And that's what you do. So, and there's a lot of ways that you can do things. You can donate some of your time to go to a hospital to help sick people where you don't get paid for it. You just donating your time where you can help people who are sick or less fortunate. You can find neighbors in your neighborhood who need some help with their children, and you can help them alleviate some of the pain. You don't have to get paid for these things. And if they demanding to pay you, then just tell them to pay you change. You know, you don't have to get no whole lot of money. But what you're doing is you're trying to win the favor of the Creator by showing that you are a humanitarian. You're somebody who loves the people of the Most High. And I'm sure you are. You know, it's just in your nature to do so. But there are many ways that we can put the work in for the Most High. But I think that the person that was speaking was talking about on a dedicated situation, like every day. As much as you get up and go to work for somebody else, get up and do things for the Creator. And the things that I mentioned, you can do every day at a dedicated time. And then when you find those charitable organizations, you can be consistent like your daughter every month and give. No matter what her financial condition is, she finds a way to send it in. And I don't know if it comes every month or every week, because all I know is it be there. And I'm grateful. And we are grateful. And we put it to great works, helping to feed people, helping to clothe people, helping to house people, helping toward the school and the children, and just all those things is where that money go. So, you know, we we know that there are many different ways to go to work for the Most High. You can study to show yourself approved, get your books out at a certain time every day. You might read a chapter before you go to bed at night. That's working toward the Most High. You know, you can read a scripture every night before you go to bed. You can get extensive and do some research, do some research on the scriptures that you read to try to get a clear understanding. And then once you get that understanding, you can come to Shabbat and raise your hand and say, hey, Prince, I got something I want to show. And you can show it and present it to the family. It just may be that the Most High put it in your spirit because somebody else was having a problem that was going to be sitting in the class the same day that you were going to be sitting in the class. And he told you to present it so you can help somebody. We always have to make ourselves available for the people of the Most High. That's extremely important. Not for ourselves, but to the Most High be the glory. To the Creator of all creation be the glory. You know? So I pray that I've helped in some of the ways that you can do what it is that you need to do as far as works toward but keeping that law is the first thing.
Yeah. Those are excellent ways, you know, like, for example, on my job, okay? That people come to me and they'll say, they call me Miss Judy. Miss Judy, this is happening. What should I do? Or I had this dream, or this happened. I'm like, it's a million people in here. You know what I'm saying? You come to me and I will, you know, direct them to, you know, Deuteronomy 28 or, you know, any other, you know, statues. And, you know, I would tell them about statues, diet, blah, de, blah, you know. However, I know that you have a large listening audience. You all come on air any other day of the week? Do
Now,
you all
unless
come
we
on
got something
air?
else to talk about.
Well, I just want to let you all know I want to come on air to talk, you know, to be able to talk to people. And we could talk about the subject, you know, at another time. But I just want to let you know that I have some things under that are coming into me and I would like to share. So I'll reach out to you and your lovely family like I did. I had called you Isha. So I will reach out again. Let Yah be magnified and praised.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi, Ma. Thank you for sharing. All right. I pray that we've helped in a direction of different things that can be done in works toward the Creator.
King, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. You don't have to leave if you don't want to leave. It's your decision. Ima, you ready to do that reading?
I guess.
Yes. You got the scriptures?
Yes.
Can you tell me the first place?
Isaiah 2.
Chapter 2. What verse? The whole thing?
Don't give us verses. She said
Oh,
those.
no, Ima, that's just not fair. Let me see how many verses it is first.
Well, each one has about 20 verses.
All right. Well, I'll help you if you need some help. Yeah,
Mhm.
2 got 22 verses. I'll help you if you need some help. And anybody else want to take a chapter, then let me know.
Okay. Isaiah 2, Yeshayahu 2. The word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah or Yehuda and Yerushalayim. It shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Most High's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. And many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Creator, to the house of the power of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Most High from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nations shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. Verse 5. O house of Jacob, come ye and let us walk in the light of the Most High. Therefore, thou hast forsaken thy people, the house of Jacob, because they be replenished from the east and are soothsayers like the Philistines, and they please themselves in the children of strangers. Verse 7. Their land also is full of silver and gold, neither is there any end of their treasures. Their land is also full of horses, neither is there any end of their chariots. Their land also is full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. Verse 9. And the mean man boweth down, and the great man humbleth himself. Therefore forgive them not. Enter into the rock and hide thee in the dust, for fear of the Creator and for the glory of his majesty. Verse 11. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, and the haughtiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Most High alone shall be exalted in that day. For the day of the Most High of hosts shall be upon everyone that is proud and lofty, and upon everyone that is lifted up, and he shall be brought low. Verse 13. And upon all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and upon all the oaks of Bashan, and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are lifted up, and upon every high tower, and upon every fenced wall, and upon all the ships of Tarshish, and upon all pleasant pictures. Verse 17. And the loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of men shall be made low, and the Most High alone shall be exalted in that day. And the idols he shall utterly abolish, and they shall go into the holes of the rocks, and into the caves of the earth, for fear of the Most High, and for the glory of his majesty, when he ariseth to shake terribly the earth. Verse 20. In that day a man shall cast his idols of silver, and his idols of gold, which they made each one for himself to worship, to the moles and to the bats, to go into the clefts of the rocks, and into the tops of the ragged rocks, for fear of the Creator, and for the glory of his majesty, when he ariseth to shake terribly the earth. Verse 22. Cease ye from man, whose breath is in his nostrils, for wherein is he to be accounted of? All right, I think this is Ema wants to read.
Okay. Ema, Ema DeRatio, you're going to have to come on here and tell us what this is all about after we're done. Yeah. Ema, what's the next chapter, please?
So the next chapter to be read is Isaiah, the 3rd chapter.
Ema Yehuda, did you want to read? Was that right?
I don't know. I guess I can continue until she comes on.
Nah, we heard from you. Hold your voice before we wear it out. I'll read if we need to, or if we have any other volunteers to read. Anyone else would like to read, just hit the link and come on the platform and you can read. For behold, the Most High, Ha Elohim of hosts, is taken away from Jerusalem and from Judah, support and supply. All support of bread and all support of water, the mighty man and the soldiers, the judge, the prophets, the diviners, Ema Yehudi, okay, and the diviners, where am I at? The mighty men, the soldiers, the judges, and the prophets, and the diviners, and the elders, the captains of 50s, and the man of rank, the council.
Can you hear now?
And the diviners, yeah, but you got to turn your radio down in the background. Okay. And I will make boys their princes, and infants shall rule over them, and the people will oppress one another, every one his fellow, and every one his neighbor, and the youth will be insolent to the elder, and a despiser to the honorable.
and a despise to the honorable. For a man will take hold of his brother in the house of his father, saying, You have a cloak, you shall be our leader, and his heap of ruins shall be under your rule. In that day he shall speak out, saying, In that day he shall speak out, saying, I will be a healer. In my house there is neither bread nor cloak. You shall not make me leader of the people. For Yerushalayim has stumbled and Yehuda has fallen, because their speech and their deeds are against the Most High, defiling his glorious presence. From the Most High, for the look of their faces bear witness against them. They proclaim their sin like Sodom, they do not hide it. Woe to them, for they have brought evil on themselves. Tell the righteous that it shall be well with them, for they shall eat the fruit of their deeds. Woe to the wicked, it shall be ill with them, for what his hand has dealt out shall be done to him. My people, infants, are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, your guides mislead you, and they have swallowed up the courses of your path. The Most High has taken place to contend. He stands to judge peoples. Wow. The Most High will enter into judgment with the elders and princes of his people. It is you who have devoured the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. What do you mean by crushing my people, by grinding the faces of the poor, declares the Most High, Ha Elohim of hosts, Ha Elohim Zivaot. The Most High said, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with outstretched necks, glancing, wantoning with their eyes, mincing along the way as they go, tinkling with their feet. Therefore, the Most High will strike with a scab the heads of the daughters of Zion, and the Most High will lay bare their scarlet parts, their secret parts. In that day, the Most High will take away the finery of the anklets, the headbands, and the crescents, the pendants, the bracelets, and the scarves, the headdresses, the amulets, the sashes, the perfume boxes, and the amulets, the signet rings and the nose rings, the festive robes and the mantles, the cloaks and the handbags, the mirrors and the linen garments, and turbans and veils. Instead of perfume, there will be rottenness, and instead of belt, a rope, and instead of well set hair, baldness, and instead of rich robes, a skirt of sackcloth, and branding instead of beauty. Your men shall fall by the sword, and your mighty men in the battle. And her gates shall lament and mourn. Empty she shall sit on the ground. May the Most High be praised. Iman, what was the last one?
Well, it's not the last one, but in Isaiah chapter 9. And
It ain't
Chapter 9. I need four.
more.
okay. King.
That's the day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, family, we reading Isaiah chapter 9. We all going to say hallelujah. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be as it was in her vexation, when at the first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterward did more grievous afflict her by the way of the sea beyond Jordan in the Galilee of the nation. The people that walk in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them have the light shined. Thou hast multiplied the nation and not increased the joy. They joy before thee according to the joy in harvest, and as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. For thou hast broken the yoke of his burden and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, as in the day of Midian. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood. but this shall be with burning and fire of fuel. For as a child is born unto us, a son is given, and the government should be upon her shoulder. Oh, and the government should be upon his shoulder. And his name should be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty Elohim, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom in order to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forevermore. The real of Yah, the zeal of Yah of hosts will perform this. Yah sent a word into Yaakov, and it lighted upon Yisrael. And all the people shall know, even Ephraim, the inhabitants of Samaria, that say in the pride and stoutness of heart, the bricks are fallen down, but we will build with hewn stones. The sycamores are cut down, but we will change them unto cedars. Therefore, Yah shall set up the adversaries of Rezin against him, and join his enemies together, the, the Syrians before and the Philistines behind, and they shall devour Israel with open mouth. For all his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. For Yah turneth not unto him that smiteth them, neither do they seek Yah of hosts. Therefore, Yah will cut off from Yisrael head and tail, branch and rush in one day. The ancient and the honorable, he is the head, and the prophet that teaches lies, he is the tail. For the leaders of the people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed. Therefore, Yah shall have no joy in their young men, neither shall his mercy, neither shall have mercy on their fatherless and widows. For everyone is a hypocrite and an evildoer, and every mouth speaketh folly. For all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. For wickedness burneth as fire. It shall divide the briars and the thorn, and shall kindle in the thickets of the field. And they shall mount up like the lifting up of smoke. Though the wrath of Yah of hosts is the land through the wrath of Yah of hosts is the land darkened, and the people shall be as fuel of fire. No man shall spare his brother, and he shall snatch he shall snatch on the right hand and be hungry. And he shall eat on the left hand, and they shall not be satisfied. They shall eat every man the flesh of his own arm. Manasseh, Manasseh, and they together shall be against Yehuda. For all this, his anger is not turned away, for his hand is stretched out still. Selah.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi. Was there another Ema?
Came Micah 7 and then Yirmiyahu 9. Do you want me to read it, Micah 7? Or you can?
Sure.
All right. Reading from the book of Micah, chapter 7, and it reads, Woe is me, for I am as when they have gathered the summer fruits, as the great gleanings of the vintage. There was no cluster to eat. My soul desired the first stripe fruit. The good man is perished out of the earth, and there is none upright among men. They all lie in wait for blood. They hunt every man his brother with a net, that they may do evil with both hands earnestly. The prince asketh, and the judge asketh for reward. And the great man, he uttereth his mischievous desire, so they wrap it up. Verse 4. The best of them is as a briar. The most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge. The day of thy watchman and thy visitation cometh. Now shall be their perplexity. Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom.
That's what I said today, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. For the son dishonoreth the father. The daughter riseth up against her mother. The daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the men of his own house. Therefore, I will look unto the Most High. I will wait for the Creator of my salvation, and my Creator will hear me. Verse 8. Rejoice not against me, O mine enemy. When I fall, I shall arise. When I sit in darkness, the Most High shall be a light unto me. I will bear the indignation of the Most High, because I have sinned against him. Until he plead my cause and execute judgment for me, he will bring me forth to the light, and I shall behold his righteousness. Then she that is mine enemy shall see it, and shame shall cover her, which said unto me, where is the Creator of my power? Mine eyes shall behold her. Now shall she be trodden down as the mire of the streets. And in the day that thy walls are to be built, in that day shall the decree be far removed. Verse 12. In that day also he shall come even to thee from Assyria, and from the fortified cities, and from the fortress even to the river, and from sea to sea, and from mountain to mountain. Notwithstanding, the land shall be desolate because of them that dwell therein, for the fruit of their doings. Verse 14. Feed thy people with thy rod, the flock of thine heritage, which dwell solitarily in the wood, in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old. According to the days of thy coming out of the land of Mitzrayim, will I shew unto him marvelous things. The nations shall see and be confounded at all their might. They shall lay their hand upon their mouth, their ears shall be deaf. Verse 17. And they shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth. They shall be afraid of the Creator our power, and shall fear because of thee. Who is a creator like unto thee, that pardoneth iniquity, and passeth by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He retaineth not his anger forever, because he delighteth in mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities, and thou wilt cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. Verse 20. Thou wilt perform the truth to Jacob, and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old.
All right. And the Most High be praised. What's the last one?
The last one is Jeremiah 9.
Oh, that my head were waters and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughters of my people. Oh, that I had in the desert a traveling lodging place, that I might leave my people and go away from them, for they are all adulterers, a company of treacherous men. They bend their tongue like a bow, falsehood and not truth has grown strong in the land. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they do not know me, declares the Most High. Let everyone beware of his neighbors, and put no trust in any brother, for every brother is a deceiver, and every neighbor goes about as a slanderer. Everyone deceives his neighbor, and no one speaks the truth. They have taught their tongues to speak lies. They weary themselves committing iniquity. heaping oppressions upon oppressions and deceit upon deceit. They refuse to know me, declares the Most High. Therefore, thus says the Most High of hosts, Yot says Ivaot, behold, I will refine them and test them. For what else can I do because of my people? Their tongues is as deadly arrows. It speaks deceitfully. With his mouth, each speaks peace to his neighbors, but in his heart, he plans an ambush for him. Shall I not punish them for these things, declares the Most High? And shall I not avenge myself on a nation such as this? I will take up weeping and wailing for the mountains, and a lamentation for the pastures of the wilderness, because they have laid waste so that no one passes through, and the lowly of the cattle is not heard. Both the birds of the air and the beasts have fled and are gone. I will make Yerushalayim a heap of ruins, a lyre of jackals, and I will make the cities of Yehuda a desolation without inhabitants. Woe is the man so wise that he can understand this, to whom has the mouth of the Most High spoken, that he may declare it. Why is the land ruined and laid waste like a wilderness, so that no one passes through? And the Most High says, because they have forsaken my law that I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice or walked in accord with it, but have stubbornly followed their own minds, and have gone after Baals as their fathers taught them, as their fathers taught them. Therefore, thus saith the Most High of hosts, Ha Elohim of Israel, behold, I will feed this people with bitter food, and give them the poisonous water to drink. I will scatter them among the nations whom neither they nor their fathers have known, and I will send the sword after them until I have consumed them. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, consider and call for the mourning women to come. Send for the skillful women to come. Let them make haste and raise a wailing over us, that our eyes may run down with heavy tears, and our eyelids flow with water. For a sound of wailing is heard from Zion. How we are ruined. We are utterly ashamed, because we have left the land, because they have cast down our dwellings. Hear, O women, the word of the Most High, and let your ears receive the words of his mouth. Teach your daughters to lament, and each of her neighbors a dirge. For death has come unto our windows. It has entered our palaces, cutting off the children from the streets and the young men from the squares. Speak, thus declares the Most High. The dead bodies of men shall fall like dung upon the open field. Thy sheaves are as the reapers, and none shall gather them. Thus saith the Most High, Yot says Zivaot, let not the wise man boast in his wisdom, and let not the mighty man boast in his might. Let not the rich man boast in his riches, but let him who boasts boast in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am Yohei who practices steadfast love, justice, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, declares Yotzer. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Most High, when I will punish all those who are circumcised merely in the flesh, Egypt, Judah, Edom, and the sons of Ammon, Moab, and all who dwell in the desert, who cut the corners of their hair for all their desolations. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Yisrael are uncircumcised in the heart, in the mind. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Is it another? Oh, that's it.
Say who?
All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Iman Darashia, is there something you want to tell us? But those are some very good chapters, as she said. We got a lot of understanding from them. May the Most High be praised. All right. I don't think she's calling. At least she hasn't called yet. All right. So we're going to close it out now, family. Oh, here she go. Oh, she go. Here she go. Hold on. Here she go. All right, Ima, you want to speak?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, may the Most High truly be praised. Because these chapters, you'll hear certain groups in our community saying, in the latter, we are living in these times now. It might be if Jeremiah was going through the same thing, Micah and Isaiah, but these things are repeated.
Hey, Ma, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. So I was hoping these chapters were self-explanatory, that if we, the punishment that the Most High is spelling out in these chapters, if we start paying attention to them now, we will be under his protection. Yeah, and I love the fact that you have a time set aside to pray for our people. I think you said that's like 2 p.m. or 2 p.m. So I'm going to start setting aside that time to not to call in, but to pray at that time. We have people on the street now that they don't even know what's going on. And it's time for us to reach out to our people in a kind way and welcome them into our groups or congregation, not like in a big way, but gradually, because that's why most of these other groups have people coming in, because they have an outreach program. And these young men on the street, I talk with them recently. I've been talking with them often. And we just need to reach out to them and let them know that they're welcome. Have a place set aside just to talk with them. Have a special call line for them to call in. I was listening to the other elder, and she was saying, what can we do? Sometimes when people are reading all the problems and everything, well, I say the same thing. What are the solutions? We have to be a part of the solution and not just tell us what's in the book, but how can we get back in the good grace of the Most High? And Josiah, the one you read about today, he gave a good example of what we should be doing. Do our best to follow these ways that the Most High has laid down for us. And as you can see, it wasn't just a husband and wife relationship that's under stress now. It's brother, sister, daughter against the mother-in-law. And all three of these prophets told us this. We got to start talking with our children, asking them what's going on in these schools, and don't be so tired. Well, we're covered in Beulah land because they're coming there for school, but these parents who have their children in public school, I work in these public schools. When a child tell you they had a good day, don't just say I want details. Did anything strange happen today? And I'm going to close with this why I'm saying that, because one brother said that on one of these YouTube channels that his friend called him and said there was a book in the school teaching sodomy. I'm not going to go into details. You all know what that is. Teaching sodomy with two males. And I think that that's appalling. If you're paying taxes, you have a right to have those things removed from those libraries in the school. So I just want to pray and ask the Most High to open all our minds to what we need to be doing right now based on these three prophets' words back in the day, and it's happening right now as we speak. We're so busy with trying to keep a roof over our head, food on the table, that we need to get in touch with the spiritual side too. because these are spirits that we're in spiritual warfare. It's not human against human, but they're using us to attack one another, and they're using the good book as a weapon now to separate us. We have to come together, just like the differences in who say birthday, who don't. They're now using our holy book to divide and conquer, the oldest war strategy in the world. So we could have these differences, brothers and sisters, but at the end of this lesson, let's stick together. Let's not get an attitude because somebody have a different opinion than the other one, or someone think different. We are all the tribes of Yehuda, and you don't expect 12 tribes to think the same and do the same. Even your own children in your home, 2 of them are not the same. And I pray and hope that the Most High has used me the way He wanted to use me, and not lean into my own understanding of what's going on. And with that, I'm going to close. I thank all of you for listening in and hanging in here with us. And I'll say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, love. May the Most High be with you.
Shalom.
All right, family. Thank you, Ima, for that portion of information. Sister Laurel, are you saying Psalms 91, the whole chapter, Psalms 23, the whole chapter, and Psalms 27, the whole chapter? Is that what you're saying, Sister Laurel? A suggestion also. Sister Laurel, I'm trying to understand. Is that what you want us to read?
Well, possibly, because Psalms 91 doesn't go past 16.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's just that I want to do what it is that she's requesting.
Yeah. That's how I took it, so I don't know.
Yeah, each one of those are different chapters. Well, they have to be because there is no 91 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Laurel, you still here? All right, I'm going to read Psalms 91. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High.
Oh, she said no, she's not requesting.
Oh. Well, I'm going to read it anyway. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm going to read that one anyway. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Most High, my refuge and my fortress, my Elohim, in whom I trust. For he who delivers us from the snares of the fowls and from the deadly pestilence, he will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. You will not fear the terror by night, nor the arrows that fly by day, nor the pestilence that stalketh in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked, because you have made the Most High your dwelling place, the Most High, who is my refuge. No evil shall allow to befall you. No plague comes near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. That young lion is Kephar, as in Kepharim. Because he holds to me in love, I will deliver him. I will protect him, because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Beautiful chapter, Sister Laurel. Beautiful chapter. May the Most High be praised. All right. So I think that might be it for tonight. I see a lot of people seen the sun went down and they ain't around. They said, "Pion." They gone. That's all right. May the Most High be praised. All right. We already made prayer. We already closed out. We thank everybody for being in the listening audience today. And the 1,100 souls that hung in there for the duration of the day. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. We pray that you all received the great lesson today, that you benefited substantially in your life, that the Most High will cause you to digest it, incorporate the teachings, and manifest it through your lifestyle. May the Most High be with you all. Lala Tov, family.
Lala Tov.
Shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Had a lot to do, you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the cleaner.